while you...
Yeah. Yeah. Got your mic flexed? Okay, we're good. All right, cool. All right, welcome back to Castle Guard Studios. Today we are doing a faction focus on the Necrons. And we're going to be going over a little bit about the Codex, kind of our opinions and thoughts on everything. We got a little list of things to run down here. So we basically want to show you what we think about the army, the Codex that's been released for 9th edition, and just kind of do a walkthrough of all the different things and thoughts on what we have about the army. So we're going to kick it off here with we got dynastic codes to start with.
Well, we could probably just go through the codex as it comes
Sure.
along here. So, I believe, yeah, we got... So the dynastic codes are the start of the book here, really.
Yeah.
That's pretty much where you're going to start picking your army. There's 6 or 7 of them in total. There's 6 of them.
Yeah,
One for each of the major factions of Necrons. You also have the option to make your own if you want. Well, let's talk about those real quick. There's a couple in there for the custom dynasties that are interesting. A lot of people like the one where you can get double obsec, and the one where you can move 6 inches at the beginning of the game. They like to combine those two to really secure a lot of points.
Yeah.
I'm not too fond of those myself, but otherwise a lot of the other ones you can really already get with the major dynasty traits, such as rerolling a wound or an extra 3 inches on your guns. So the custom dynasties are cute. However, a lot of them aren't really all that great, and you're probably going to find most people just going with the major dynasties themselves.
Yeah, they're very similar to kind of like how Space Marines work, where there's a lot of ones you can pick and pull from, but I don't think they're quite as strong as some of the Marine ones in terms of what you get. It's basically like you either take the standard of the, was it 6? I think there's 6 in total, right?
Yep.
So of the 6 dynastic codes, or you take from one of, what is it, 15?
One here and one here.
So it's basically 2 pages worth. You can either take so you take a tradition and one of the circumstances, and they're like, one side's pretty good, the other side's kind of eh. But you can't. I mean, none of them are really solid. You get maybe one solid one, and then the other half is not very good. So, I mean, if you want to make a custom army, that's the way to go about it. But a lot of people are just running Necrons right now as if their army can. You paint their army whatever you want, and then just play it as one of the 6 different dynastic houses, and it works. So I think I agree with you on the OBSEC ones. It's anything with OBSEC nowadays is great.
I did play that one game with Nihilic, and it really came into play. Having that objective secure, just having one scarab there saying, I don't care that you're Terminators, I have objective secure.
Yeah, it's really solid, and it's obviously one of the more favored ones, especially with Space Marines running around out there with their new army-wide. They can hold objectives. They got double.
Oh, they have so much core units too.
Yeah. Well, even like if you look at some of like the new codexes, like Dark Angels that just came out with, now they have different detachments that can be OBSEC with like scouts or bikes or whatever the case is, Terminators and stuff. So stuff they wouldn't normally be able to use, and now you're not required to run like Rites of War as your warlord, and then have the rest of your army either has to be all troops or something else. So you can kind of Marines just have so many ways nowadays to have OBSEC, where it's so great that Necrons have finally got a way to just make the army across the board objective secured. And, so it's obviously, like I said, it's one of the more popular traits. And I think you run, was it Zarkin and
Zarkin.
Another really popular one as well.
So Novak is a good one. I personally don't like it because it only works on your melee units. Yep. It makes them a little it makes them a little better. I believe it's reroll charges and +1 AP.
Yes.
So yes, it makes your melee units a lot stronger, but any non-melee unit like your warriors are going to benefit very little from it.
Right.
So that's why I'm not a huge fan of that one. And generally your melee units, like your Scorpic Destroyers, don't need extra AP. they're already going to cut through
Well, it's also
what
a
they have.
question mark on whether or not you need to reroll charges too. You know, you don't
The
always need
reroll
those
charges
either.
is the better part of it.
Right.
Yes,
I
it is
think
really good.
We'll get to this, but I think the stratagems will play a role in whether or not you take a specific dynastic code, because it's not always just about the code itself. It's about what
Yeah.
it adds in, what units you can take with it. So I think there is some argument there to be able to play, you know, one of the different, any of them really. They all have kind of their little boons and stuff
Yep.
that they do, but that's actually one of the things that we were talking about prior to this is just basically overall how fleshed out the army is as a whole now. You can basically take whatever you want and make it work.
Yeah, for example, what is it? The Nefrican? I probably pronounce.
Nefrek?
Yeah, I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. I believe that one, its dynasty trait is really bad. It gives you a 6-up invuln,
Yeah, the whole
and you can
army is
advance. It's a really bad. However, the strat for it allows you to put units in deep strike
Yeah.
before the game, so that can be an effect in itself.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's interesting because you see armies like Raven Guard out there who, you know, they don't really benefit as much from their chapter traits and stuff like that. But when you throw in with their stratagems and their other little abilities and stuff that they can get, it really adds up and can really change your army to allow you to basically set your army up however you want and make it work however you want. So it's really nice.
So the real winners, as far as the 6, I want to say, is going to be the Mefrit dynasty, because the extra range is always good.
Yeah.
Especially bringing your Necron warriors Reapers from 12 inches to 15 is a huge amount. That's 20% increased range.
Right.
And then when you're in half range, you get an additional AP. So all of a sudden, those Reapers, when they get into, it'd be 7.5. Those are AP 3, Strength 5, Damage 1 on your basic Marines.
Right.
However, just like I said about the Novak dynasty, your melee units that you may have in your army will benefit nothing
Yeah,
from the
they
Mefrit
suffer
dynasty.
a little bit from everything. And I think, you know, Novok and Mefrit are almost kind of like polar opposites in terms of what they do. Mefrit gives you the shooting boons or benefits that you want, whereas Novok gives you all of the melee stuff. So it depends on how you build your lists. And really, how, like I said, how you want to play your army. So Novok, you know, if you want to be all melee and you have reasons, like say if you're running, we'll take for instance your Lich Guard, you know, and you need your Lich Guard to get the reroll charges because maybe you deep strike used what's that stratagem? Not the stratagem, but the teleport, the Veil of Darkness.
Veil of Darkness, the relic.
And we'll get to more of that too, but
Yep.
it allows you to do stuff that you wouldn't normally be able to do with your army, and it plays a huge role in just how much CP you spend, how much your army can actually do, and it allows you to work around certain problems that you normally wouldn't be able to. Mefrit, like he said, is incredible for shooting. It adds that extra range, and that extra AP is really a problem for some armies, because when you go back and you look at like armies, there's a lot of armies out there nowadays with AP -1, AP -2 equals 0. Like take for instance Sisters of Battle, Salamanders is another one. When you're reducing that AP back down, your army really isn't hitting very hard. You might as well be running, like in this case, nothing but Tesla, because you don't really, the AP does nothing for you. So Mefrit puts you up just high enough, you know, it gives you that little extra boost to make the army be able to still punch as hard as it needs to and completely ignore some of those rules. Not always, but in a lot of cases. So yeah, I definitely agree. It's pretty huge.
Yeah, when you're talking about even just taking the Tesla weapons, they're AP 0, so they're not great. Taking them from AP 0 to AP 1, all of a sudden you're shooting at a Terminator, and you're doubling the amount of wounds that get through just from AP 1.
Yeah.
For me personally, now all the dynasties, like we said, whatever you're playing, I'm sure you can make them all work. They're all great dynasties. My personal winner, if you're going to really play competitively, is the Zarkin dynasty, because you get your 5-up to ignore mortal wounds. And it's not just against psychic; it's against anything. Vehicles exploding, bombs dropping on you. You get anything. But that is one problem the Necrons have, is against enemy psychers. They don't have a way to deny psychic powers. Yeah. And when you get hit by a smite, like say you're fighting Grey Knights, you have this built-in save where you can help protect yourself against that. They also have a stratagem where you can deny a psychic power on a 4+. You don't have to beat their roll or anything. It's just a 50-50 roll, and you stop that psychic power completely. So it really covers a real weakness that the Necrons have in their lack of psychers. And the second half of it is you get to re-roll 1 wound per unit. You just one simple rule. It's like the salamanders get that right. Reroll 1 wound roll.
Yeah, they changed it now, so theirs is now one. I think reroll 1 wound.
Reroll 1 wound, and that works on any unit in any phase. Well, shooting or melee, I believe. So it'll work on your shooting units. It'll work on your melee units. And it's ultimately really good to have because there's a lot of really high strength, high AP, high damage attacks in the Necron Codex where just being able to reroll out of that bad roll,
Or whatever. Yeah.
yep, is really good.
And I agree with that too because you look at Necrons and they've never really had, especially with since 8th edition, they've never had a lot of options for rerolls. Throwing in a dynasty that actually gives rerolls, especially rerolls to wound, which is huge, it can really make a huge difference on whether or not you're successful or not. And it saves you so many command points in the long run. When you go back and look, if you're shooting, like, say, for instance, your Doomstalker or something like that, that one extra roll every turn over a 5-turn game, that could be the difference between 5 or less, maybe a vehicle even, or usually on average it'll probably be about the cost of a Rhino that you would be able to kill in addition to what you wouldn't normally get otherwise. So I think, having the reroll is pretty huge, and anybody who's played Salamanders kind of knows exactly just how effective that can be. I also agree with what you said about the mortal wounding portion of it too, because as I play Black Templars as well, and my Templars, they're not like the greatest army out there for Marines. However, when you go back and look at how many times a game where you end up taking mortal wounds, say from explosions, say from psychic powers, there's so many things out there nowadays that can do mortal wounds, and there's nothing many armies can do about it without either having to spend a lot of CP on their stuff or without some source of
Like a special character
trait or something like that. So this saves you, it's a built-in trait that saves you from having to go back and worry about all that kind of stuff. It's just naturally built into the army, which is, it can be huge. So, and then there's also a third portion to that too, right? Dynastic bonus?
Yes, so when it comes to command protocols, they get to use, which one is it? The Protocol of the Undying Legion. Now they get to use both directives in that one, and both of them are very good. So the first directive is you get to heal 1 additional wound with your living metal. So the whole army has living metal, so they heal 1 wound every turn. But while that directive is active, you heal 2 wounds instead, doubling your wounds back. And the other directive is you get to reroll 1 reanimation roll every time you roll for reanimation. And those 2 can be really huge.
Yeah. The reanimation especially, because reanimation's already pretty good as it is.
Yep.
But when you fail that one roll where you need, to get a model back that's got multiple wounds or something like that, that extra reroll will allow you to make sure that you can get that model back, even if you only had 2 pass out of the 3 or something like that. I mean, I'm just using that as an example, but it can be huge if you look at it.
It's real bad when you roll 3 dice trying to reanimate some scarabs and you fail by 1.
Yeah.
And just having 1 reroll could have really made a huge difference.
Right. Yeah.
So not having to choose between those 2 directives because they're both real good, and just getting both of them is a huge boon.
I think with having, if you go back and look too, with the command reroll stratagem now is so limited. Having these extra rolls in there can play such a huge portion of the game because you really have to kind of look at how you're spending your command points. And as good as the command reroll is, it's taken away a lot of the stuff that you used to be able to do, which you can't anymore, like passing leadership, rerolling the leadership tests or whatever. It's taken away a lot of that kind of stuff. And like I said, as good as it still is, this takes away some of that stuff you would need it for. So you can actually rely on using the command reroll for more important things or things that, come up in a game which could be game changing, which is really what you're supposed to be sending your command points on to begin with. So.
Yep. I've had plenty of games where I felt like I run out of command points real fast, and I've played games where I don't play as a Zark in Dynasty, and I'm like, oh, I wish I had that reroll for wounds. Oh, I wish I had that reanimation protocol reroll.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't.
I miss it. It's like, or the 5+ to ignore mortar wounds. It's like I don't have that right now, but I would really like to have it. Yeah. Whereas when I'm playing the Under Dynasties, I'm like, I don't miss having OBSEC. I don't miss rerolling my charges.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it depends on how you play your lists too. But I think too, if you go back and look at just like each unit gets this ability, and if you go back and look at how many times that can affect you throughout a game, if every unit's using it every turn, how many rolls, re-rolls, whatever the case, is that saving you throughout a game? And it adds up really fast. So, yeah, I think Cesarkin's actually one of the or Cesarkin, whatever.
Zarkin. I think the S is silent. Zarkin.
So either way, the Dynasty code for this particular army really shines in a lot of games. You might not see it as much, games where you're not playing against Psychers or things that do a lot of mortal wounds. With that said, though, with all the other built-in traits on top of it, it really can make an effect over a game where you might not even have a problem with still taking that over saying something that would be effective in a game like Novoke, for instance. If you don't have any melee units, what does it matter if you have Novoke or not, right? So that's kind of what it comes down to. And you gotta sit and pick and choose really how you want your army to play. So I think it's very important to, sit down before you choose out your dynastic code. Decide what you want your army to look like before you even bother with the code. And then go back and look at the code and be like, oh, hey, well, this fits well with this army. So, and that goes across the board for pretty much every army in 40K. But I think in particular, especially with Necrons in their newest codex, it affects them more than a lot of other armies. Because, you can pick up Space Marines, play just about any chapter, and they can all do stuff really well. Or if you look at Necrons, they are very specific roles for each unit. Not all of them do everything. So it's important to find out how you want to build your army and then build the best way you can around it. And the dynastic code lets you kind of fill in those gaps that you wouldn't be able to otherwise. So it's pretty cool.
Well, I think that should be it for the codes. Next up is the command protocols we were looking at.
Yes, command protocols.
Let's go find those.
They're a little further back here.
Yep.
Yep, they're past Crusade stuff.
Right here. So
there we go.
The command protocols are a nice little ability that Necrons have to just... So you already have your dynasty traits, and that'll affect how your army plays. The command protocols are a further level of tactics that will really divide your Necrons from, say, the next Necron player.
Yep.
Because you can pick a different protocol for each round of the game, and you do this at the start of the game.
Yeah.
So if you're a good player, you can really plan ahead how the game is going to go. It says, I need this ability on this turn. I need this ability on this turn. Yeah. And then I'm going to round it out with this ability.
Yeah.
Now, none of them are particularly very strong,
Yeah.
but like we mentioned before, the protocol of the Undying Legion, where you get 2 wounds back instead of 1 for your living metal,
that
could save your vehicle from being destroyed.
Well, it can be game changing.
It can be very game
changing.
changing.
It might be situational, but it can be game changing.
Yep.
And having so many different protocols too. There's 6 of them?
There's 6 to choose from. You pick one so one won't be used in any given game, but you can switch them between games.
Right. Yep. And if you're, like you said, if you're smart and you play it out ahead of time, you kind of know what turns you need. And the more you play the game, the better you'll get at deciding which ones you need prior. Especially if you stick with the same army lists and stuff. But it allows you to kind of customize your army in terms of making sure you have stuff ready for each turn available. And it works just like Marine Doctrines. It's just more customizable than the Marine Doctrines. Marines just get the AP -1 and they get their Doctrine bonus on top of it.
Yep.
But with the Dynastic Codes, it's not quite as cut and dry as the Doctrines.
It's not so limited.
But if you play it right and put them in the right turns, you can really unleash a lot of damage and do a lot of things every turn, as long as you play it right.
Yep. So they range from lots of different things, like extra AP when you roll a 6 for ranged attacks, to +1 movement, and getting cover. If you play them out and you land your protocol on a certain turn where that's very vital, it can be very game changing.
Right. And I love that each one has 2 different selections too.
Yep.
So you're not limited
when it comes
to just
up, you can
one.
choose one or the other.
Right. So it just makes it super customizable. And this is actually one of my favorite things about the new Necron army. Just being able to add this in and then being able to I mean, you still got to play it right. I mean, if you do the wrong thing in the wrong turn, it can really throw your game off. Like, say, for instance, if you got reroll charges turn 1, what good would that do you if you're not playing an army that can't, get into combat turn 1? So, obviously, just using that as an example. But as long as you play the codes right and you decide which protocols you need when you need them, if the more and more you get used to playing the army and the better you get at playing the army, the better you're going to be able to guess which turns you need them in. And then you'll be able to give your army those boons. And they can be game-changing, and that's huge,
Yeah,
The Marine doctrines, you don't really, I mean, everybody loves AP-1. That's great. I don't think anybody would argue that's bad. It's just across the board good. However, there are turns you're forced out of those doctrines where, you might need the doctrine, whatever. Yeah, you got stratagems that you can shift the doctrine back for certain units, but now you're spending CP. Where if the dynastic codes, if you're getting good at switching them out and changing them in the places that you need them, when that turn comes back around and you get that code that you need, your army's right back in the game again. I mean, it can literally swing a game from you being in a losing aspect to turning around and making the game a winning aspect for you. So, yeah, they're pretty huge.
Yeah, the other really nice thing about the protocols is you don't have to select them until right before you know who's taking first turn.
That's right.
So it's right after deployment. So you can even see and kind of plan out how the course of the game is going to unfold, how your opponent's going to move, how you're going to move before you even select your protocols.
Yep.
So it's real good to be able to wait until the almost very last second to pick what protocols you want to use.
That's right.
Next up, we have Warlord traits.
Yes.
This is one of the ugly truths about this codex. A lot of your Warlord traits are not good. They seem very out of place. For example, the Mephrit one, which is the ranged combat build to your army, their Warlord trait gives you an extra strength and attack characteristic for your Warlord. So that's a melee bonus.
So, what would you use that in? Probably a Scorpic Lord, maybe?
Yeah, you could use it on your Scorpic Lord, I suppose.
Maybe an Overlord with if you're taking Novoke or something like that. And that's Mephrit, right? So, yeah. It's weird because Mephrit, I think if you go back and look through all of them, when you compare the dynastic codes to what the Warlord traits do, you're going to see, some armies, where the Warlord trait and then the stratagem, work for the army, where the dynastic code might not. Or if you look at the dynastic code, which is really good for your army, you go back and look through your warlord traits or maybe your stratagem, they might not work the way you want them to for your army. But in addition to that, it also kind of gives you some more options to say if you still wanted a warlord that could melee, even though your whole army is designed for shooting, you could still do it. I don't know how much I like it because if you're trying to play a specific way, it kind of forces you to do something different. But on top of that, too, that's kind of why they gave you the six regular ones you can choose from.
So you have 6 universal ones, and then you have six
of
the
dynasty-based ones, right?
Yep.
So, unless you're locked into one, say if you take a named character, unless you're locked into them, you can still kind of pick from one of the 6. Now, more often than not, they're not going to be as good, probably, as the dynasty-based ones. But allows you to kind of at least set your warlord up the way you kind of want to use him without being forced into, in this case, the Mephrit one where it's your whole army shooting and you're forced into having a melee style warlord. So, it's interesting.
Yeah, it is. A couple notable mentions. The Thrall of the Silent King gives you a larger bubble for your My Will Be Done.
Yeah,
so if you're playing that army where you're a bit more spread out, that could definitely be a useful one. I personally feel like your overlords and lords should be having more of a commanding presence and buffing the rest of your army rather than being this combat monster, which the Necrons don't really tend to be. They can hold their own. They're durable.
Yeah, they have some units that can really do it.
But a lot of these warlord traits just make them more like a duelist or more of a melee combatant.
Yeah.
Which is okay, but
it's
not going to come up often in the game.
And if it's only affecting one model in your whole army, I mean, Yeah, it
how
allows you to customize the warlord, but it's more for flavor than it is for functionality,
yeah.
and that's kind of what it comes down to.
Um,
Some of them you can still use. Like I do agree with the Thrall of the Silent King one. It's a little bit more fleshed out, so you can use it in kind of any list. Where that extra 3 inches to an aura might be really good, you know. And then when you consider too that it actually boosts all your dynastic core stuff, the like adaptive strategy, Lord's Will, My Will Be Done,
Yep.
it increases to 12 inches. That's a pretty big area you can cover by just having your warlord in the center and having other units spread out on like 2 or 3 objectives. Which, when you got 20-man warrior blobs, that's not a problem for you. So it's neat. It just depends on how you want to run your army again. So
Yep. Another good, a good one is a hyperlogical strategist. So that's the one where you roll a 5+ and you get command points back.
Right.
Getting more command points out throughout the game is always very good.
yeah.
So that's a more popular one. Unfortunately, you're locked into the Sawtech dynasty with that one, which they're okay. They get 18-inch rapid fire and they
Reroll
get to
morale.
reroll morale tests. Both those are very niche abilities, so you're really only going to be looking at those like on your warriors.
Yeah, there's certain units you can build it around, but
Yeah, so it's a very niche army.
yeah,
The hyperbolic strategist is one of those definite benefits to it. It is a good one.
I agree.
Having a 5+ to get a command point back can really
Extra command points are never a bad
never
thing.
a bad thing to have.
And it's about each time you spend a command point. So
Yep.
it's unfortunate that it works kind of like the Imperial Guard one, where it's like it's on a 5+, and when you spend CP, I honestly I would
Yep.
prefer if it was like when anytime anybody spends CP, it
Like
would
if
make
it's
it more worth taking. But with that said, I mean, like you said, command points are never a bad thing. You'll probably get what two a game
2 or
based
3.
off the roll. So
Yep.
you're not looking at a whole lot of extra, but those extra command points can play a pretty big role.
So
throughout the game.
if you want to look at it almost that way, like this stratagem basically just gives you an extra 2 or 3 command points just for a warlord trait.
Yeah.
That's cute. The one I really like is again the Zarakan dynasty. Another bonus, the Triarch's Will. So this warlord trait allows you to assign two of the same command protocols throughout the game. So instead of taking your 5 out of the 6 command protocols, you can select 4 and use one of them twice. It doesn't have to be back to back either.
Right.
So what I like to do personally is take the Undying Legion protocol.
One that gives you the reanimate.
Yep,
bonus?
the bonus reanimation roll and the living metal bonus, and take that twice throughout the game because you're locked into the Zarakan dynasty with this warlord trait already, so you might as well get full benefit of it by using the protocol, which you can use both directives for 2 turns. And the game only lasts 5 turns, so that's 40% of the game where you're getting to use both directives for your command protocols.
Well, and just like any army you play, being able to customize is great and all that, but like the command protocols, normally going to be able to using them once a game. It's similar to the way the doctrines work, where like Marines, you can shift the doctrines back. Well, Necrons don't have really a whole lot of options for that. But when you can take 2 doctrines that are both like arguably the best doctrines and have them set up so that you get them twice in a game, I mean, it can almost, for one, it demoralizes your opponent. When you're getting back, 2 wounds a turn for multiple turns.
For multiple
it's
turns,
frustrating.
well, your vehicle will gain 4 wounds just for staying alive
Right.
throughout the game.
Yeah, and then when you throw in the reanimate and how much of an effect that can have throughout a game, the extra die for each unit that takes, that loses models, which you're going to lose a lot of models throughout a game. That's, kind of how Necrons work. But when you get that extra die and you get it for 2 turns, that's pretty heavy. It's hard to overcome something like that. And I know firsthand because every time I shoot at a warrior squad, get it down to practically nothing, or even if it only loses 5 models, that extra model that comes back, usually 1 out of every 3 times, because it's a 4.
Like a 5. It depends on what's going on.
It's a 4 or 5 up, so either 1 out of every 3 or like 2 out of every 4. It's frustrating to watch that model come back that normally wouldn't, because it's already hard enough to kill them to begin with. Like I said, it's just demoralizing to your opponent, which you still want the game to be fun, but at the same time, when you demoralize your opponent's more prone to make mistakes, and it can cause the game to shift more into your favor throughout a game. So, yeah, I think it's huge.
And you got to keep in mind that this isn't 2 turns, this is 2 battle rounds. So that reroll, your RP roll, can be done in your turn, be done in your opponent's turn,
That's
and then
right.
you use it again with Trark's Will.
Yep.
So again on your turn and on your opponent's turn.
Yep.
So that can add up to a lot of rerolls.
It does.
And rerolls can really win you games and really flush out the averages of how your armies perform.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a good one. And unfortunately, it's locked as Zarakin, but the ones that are locked to the Dynasty, they are, I don't know. Some of them are good, some of them aren't great. But I almost kind of wish they would just do away with having them locked, period. I mean, I understand for like named characters. I kind of wish GW would focus more on like letting you build your characters however you want, and then leave the named characters to have like a locked one, or maybe have a couple of options for the locked one.
I agree.
But you kind of got to take the good with the bad in this case, and I think they do that primarily because they don't want you to have a great dynastic code, a great warlord trait, and a great stratagem. Because if you could just take like all of the best stuff, people would only run one kind instead of being taking multiple different versions or whatever the case is.
It'd get really boring really
It just
fast.
adds to customization. And honestly, with 40K, you really should see customization in every game you play, because I think people, when they build their armies and stuff, they want their armies to look different. They don't want them to be the same as everybody else, unless it's tournament mode, because in tournaments, that's when people shift to like, they take whatever the meta armies are and try to do their best with them. So in average, casual play, especially what we do here in the studio, we try to make everything interesting, so that way it's never the same. You don't see the same results every time, every game. And it's just, I think, more fun for everyone. So I do agree with the way they do it on here. I would like to see it shift a little more so you can kind of just customize stuff, but I kind of just wish they would balance out a little more of like how the warlord traits are set up, so that way you're not just taking 1 or 2. You can take from the full list. And I think GW's done a good job so far with that. It's just they're on the right track, but they're not quite there yet. So I think that's what it comes down to for me.
So yeah, unless you have any other warlord traits you want to talk about.
I think in terms of like the dynastic code ones, there's really nothing specific I would take. I'm more of a fan of taking like the named characters in my armies most of the time anyway, just because I like to feel like I'm having an epic game. And when I throw, we'll say Nemesis or Zandrik in the game, I just feel like I'm playing with, a lore-based army as opposed to just bringing a bunch of random stuff, throwing it on the table. Not that that's a problem, but for me, like, I like having named characters, so I don't mind the lock warlord traits, but it is nice to be able to take, like, say if I don't want Zandrik to be the warlord, or we'll say the Silent King, I think you have to make him the warlord, right?
Yes.
So you don't really have a choice there. So you kind of you're stuck with what you get. But when you want to take something a little different and still make your army run that specific way, you can take the name character, not make them the warlord, and make your, we'll say Destroyer, Scorpic Lord or something like that, what you want, and then just pick from that list. And it's nice that GW set it up so you got so many to choose from now. Even if they're not great, they still let you customize, which is, probably, it's better than the other way around, where they just stuck you with a couple of warlord traits, and even if they're great, that's all you get. So,
yeah, I personally don't like using named characters in my army, because my Illuminor Zaris is going to be exactly the same as your Illuminor Zaris. They are locked in as what they are. You can't change or customize them.
Well, a lot of people
Whereas, like, my Overlord could be way different than your Overlord, based on what warlord trait I take, what weapons I take.
Yeah. I think you got a good point there too, and I think, especially with people who like to kind of write their own lore for their army or make up their own characters. Like for you, you got named characters for certain guys that aren't named characters. They're just characters that you've added some fluff to, which I think is great. And honestly, GW should be allowing us to customize our stuff like that. I love that they've added the name generators. They've added in like build your own character stuff. I understand that they're kind of shifting more of that towards Crusade, because that's what Crusade's really for. But all this extra content GW is coming out with, everybody's got, there's opinions on it. There's, well, this stuff isn't good, this stuff is good, whether or not Crusade's good or not. It's more content added onto the game. So even though it kind of becomes a little bit cluttered, it still gets you options to play the game the way you want to play the game. So, yeah.
Yeah, moving on
Moving
to
to relics?
relics.
Okay, relics it is.
Relics is another area where I feel Necrons are coming up a little short. We've got a few really good ones.
Yeah.
However, some other ones, like the Gauntlet of Conflict.
Gauntlet of the Conflagrator, yep.
Yep. That one is garbage. I don't even feel.
It's
I'm not even
changed.
afraid to saying that's garbage.
It's changed dramatically since 7th edition.
It is essentially just a flamer that
It is.
now it causes mortal wounds, but only on a roll of a 6, and you get one roll per enemy model that weapon hits.
Yeah, roll 1d6 for each model in the unit. They suffer one mortal wound for each 6. So it's basically like dropping a bomb on somebody.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
it can do a couple of mortal wounds, which is great.
Let's
But it
say
might not do
you're lucky enough to get your character, because this has to be on a character,
Yeah.
close enough with 12 inches, and you target a guardsman infantry squad of 10 models. You get 10 dice.
Yep.
You will kill maybe 1 or 2 guardsmen.
Yeah, on
with
average,
mortal
1.5,
wounds.
something like that. So, yeah,
Right?
it's not good.
It's just not good.
I think it's situational. I don't think it's good by any means, but I think in certain cases it could be fun. It works the same way bombs do. What bothers me about it is that the results are only on a 6. Now, if they were on like a 4+, maybe.
Hell, even maybe just a 5. I could see a use for this.
Yeah. I think the range comes into play too, because like you said, it is a flamer. And it's dependent on your opponent's army. So if your opponent only takes like 3-man units, it's bad all the time. It's never good.
Yeah.
But if your opponent's running 30 Hormagaunts, Termagants, Orc Boys, it could do some damage, which at that point it might be worth considering. But the problem is now GW set it up so you have to take your relics, your warlord traits, all that stuff when you write your list. It's no longer, I show up to a game, my opponent decides he wants to play this. Well, now I'm going to take this relic. You can't do that anymore. So you have to just, I think the only time this would maybe be worth taking would be if you talk to your opponent before the game to kind of find out and just decided that you wanted to play this particular army against this particular army, and you were going to build them specific ways to make it a fluffy, fun game. That'd be the only time I think it would really be worth biting into. But, there are some other relics in here we're going to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
I think might be worth giving a shout out to as well.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons the Gauntlet is really bad too. Is just completely outshined by some of the other really good relics.
Yeah.
For example, the Veil of Darkness, Big Elephant Room, is almost an auto-include relic.
It's a winner. It's always been.
It's always been a winner. There's so many uses for it.
Yep.
You can put it on a character, and once per game, you can lift that character off the table as long as one infantry unit within 3 inches of them, and put them anywhere on the table. They just teleport across the table. Mm-hmm. Now, you can use this to get out of combat and still fire, because it's not a fallback. You can use this to deep strike into your opponent's deployment zone and perform an action to get your secondaries off. There's 101 different ways you can use this relic.
Yeah.
And
it's very universal.
It's very universal. It's almost an auto take, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think there's an argument to be made where even if there are other better relics in this list, even if you want to make them list specific, you'd almost always want to spend the 1 CP just to take the Veil, just because it's going to be worth it at some point throughout a game. There's very rarely a point in the game where you're going to find out that the Veil of Darkness was useless. I don't think there's ever been a point where we played a game where you didn't, I'm not saying that you didn't need it, but there's never been a point in the game where it couldn't have been useful. And it's useful enough to probably spend the 1 CP.
Mm-hmm. Even in that situation where you use it to its absolute minimal effect, just to gain a little more movement. Yeah. Say, okay, I need to move 10 inches this direction, but I can only move 5.
Yeah.
I got some extra movement. Mm-hmm. That could be really game-changing. And that's the weakest use of this relic.
Well, and what's interesting about it is, like you said, at the very minimum, what it does for you is it gives you an ability to get closer to objectives. And movement is so huge in 9th edition now that extra movement, for any reason, could potentially throw points your way. And when you're talking about adding more points on from an ability, especially one as small as this, I mean, like I said, worst case scenario, it costs you a CP. A lot of times, it's going to be the only relic you take. So it doesn't cost you anything, right, at that point. So it's always going to be useful. So there's never a reason not to take it. The only time you probably wouldn't is if you stacked up on relics of something else, like maybe took 2 relics already and you just didn't really have a need for it. I think the Warden might play a role in that as well.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times you're going to use it to get a unit out of combat. And if you got some Wardens in your list, you may not need it, maybe. But even then, there can still be an argument for, like, say, for instance, if you're running Engage on all fronts or something. Well, now you plop that unit, take it, put it over in a corner that you need to lock down. You're taking a 20-man warrior squad over there with you. They're not going to peel you off of that in one turn most of the time. So
it's funny you bring up the Royal Warden, because the Royal Warden is a character, and I actually personally like to put the Veil of Darkness on him. That way, if I do get completely surrounded by a huge melee army, the Royal Warden can use his ability to say, hey, you can fall back and shoot, and this unit is then going to teleport across the battlefield, not fall back, and still be able to shoot. So you have this one character who is now allowed 2 units in your army to fall back and shoot.
Yeah, and we'll go over more of that in the combo section, things you can add in. But yeah, overall, it's a pretty solid relic, no matter which way you look at it.
So moving on, another real winner in my opinion, is the Voltaic Staff. Now in 8th edition, this relic was locked into the Mephrit dynasty only, but now any dynasty can use it. And oh boy, is it a doozy. So this relic, it gives you, it basically gives you an upgraded Staff of Light. Now the Staff of Light is Assault 3, Strength 5, AP 2, Damage 1. And for probably just spending 1 CP, because you already have a Veil of Darkness, you want to take the staff too. Maybe. You get an extra shot, an extra strength, and damage 2.
Yeah.
You double your damage, get higher strength, more shots, and it still gives you bonuses in melee as well.
It's got a melee profile, which Staff of Lights normally don't have.
Well, it's strength user, and it's damage 1 for the Staff of Light.
Yeah.
This is giving you +1 strength and damage 2.
It's a melee weapon that kills Primaris Marines.
So even in melee, you're still doing 2 damage. It's good in shooting. It's good in melee.
Yeah.
You get a stat boost almost all the way across the board.
Yeah.
And any dynasty can use it.
Yeah.
It is a really good weapon. Oh, I forgot to mention, it also has Tesla. Whenever you roll a 6 on this, it gives you 2 additional hits.
Yep.
This weapon is absolutely bonkers.
It's one of, like, I think the only reason you would ever not consider this, at least consider it is what I'm saying, not necessarily take it, is if for some reason you're not taking an army that happens to utilize a Staff of Light. If you're taking all melee, I mean, you could still throw this in and get some melee profile out of it, which is still great, because Necrons with, melee profile of damage 2 is always a good thing. But, like, the only reason you maybe not take it is if all your characters are already loaded up with, say, like, War Scythes or something like that, where you really don't need the shooting profile. But it doesn't hurt to take it still, like, at that point. 4 extra shots that potentially can trigger Tesla at strength 6, 2, yeah, it's good. And and the range is also kind of silly too, because you would think on a weapon like this, especially Necron-related weapons, it would be like 12 inches or something like that. But no, it's 18 inches. So
it's 18 inches.
You're still, especially if you're taking like command barges and stuff, you're going to be mobile enough to where your units are going to be able to bounce around and still be able to shoot this 18-inch weapon and hit stuff and take out targets that you otherwise couldn't really kill. At least without some of your more heavier units. So.
Or you could just throw it in your Mephrit army, and all of a sudden it's 21 inches.
Yeah.
You don't even need to get close with the thing.
It's interesting because I think, as a Tau player, I see, like, a lot of other Tau players will probably say this too. Their commanders are vital to their army. What they have for their war gear and what they give for their buffs makes them the best unit in the Tau Codex. Necrons, in this case, with the Voltaic Staff, you throw that thing in there, you're not just sitting and giving out buffs all game. You're now doing other things you wouldn't normally do with your character. So your character just adds on to extra, it's paying its points just by giving out the buffs all game. But then on top of it, you're also throwing out this extra stuff, and it's not like it's weak. It's, they're lashing out pretty hard with these extra attacks. And if you get in melee, you're still doing a lot of damage. And it also gives you the option to you don't have to like choose between a war scythe or a staff of light. You can pick the voltaic staff and still get the melee profile, which gives you both. I mean, the only thing you have to decide is whether or not you're willing to spend that CP or you're willing to just take up a relic slot, which isn't a big deal, you know.
Yep.
Most cases, it's not.
Yep.
So, yeah,
So
definitely a
moving
good one.
on, like you said, like you may not have a staff of light in your list.
Right.
So say you want to take a war scythe instead. The next relic we're going to talk about is the Void Reaper.
Yes.
Now you have to have a war scythe or a war glaive.
It's a war scythe or void scythe.
Okay, so you have to have one of those, and then you can take this relic. Whereas with the voltaic staff, you need to have staff light.
Yeah.
And this weapon is really good because it has flat 3 damage. So now you're starting to see all these Terminators getting up to 3 wounds, and they're very problematic to bring down, especially for like the voltaic staff, which only has 2 damage. That feels kind of awkward, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The Void Reaper, however, has 3 damage. It's AP 4, so they're taking their invuln.
I think the ability is what really comes into play here.
And then the ability is really what comes into play. Is you can't take Feel No Pain or use abilities that reduce wounds. So like the Satan, that can only take 3 wounds a turn. Nope, this weapon goes right through it.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's really the only argument you could really make for the Void Reaper. A War Scythe by itself is already pretty good. I mean, you're losing the damage, but in the long run, a voltaic staff, the difference between a voltaic staff and a staff of light is like this. But then you go back and look at the Void Reaper. The difference between a War Scythe and a Void Reaper without that ability is kind of, you know, it's more narrow. The gap isn't quite as big. But when you throw in this ability on top of it, that can really change like what certain units in your army or your opponent's army can take saves against, you know. It's a big deal because you can run into, say, Gazgul or one of the Satan or something like that and just throw wounds on them, and they can't do anything about it. They just have to take it. End of story. Yep. And then when you pair this up with, which we'll get to, you pair this up with, say, something like the Nightbringer, or use the stratagem for the Satan that it does the same thing, where you're just ignoring their ability to reduce your damage. It plays a huge role. So, yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. It's probably a B tier on this list, whereas I think the Voltaic Staff and the Veil of Darkness are like an S and A.
Yeah. So the Void Reaper is definitely more of, you'd put it in like your Novak army, something a little more geared towards having this really powerful weapon.
Right.
But it is definitely a good one to consider.
It's a winner. Yeah, it's a winner.
As far as that, well, we have the Conduit of Stars. Now, this is Mephrit only, and it replaces the Relic Gauss Blaster. So the only one who can actually really take that is your Mephrit Royal Warden. Right. So it's very select on what can even take this relic.
Yeah.
Now, with that being said, it is a strong weapon. It's got 36-inch range, rapid fire 3, strength 6, AP 2, and 2 damage.
Yeah.
So it's already locked into Mephrit. So it's actually going to be range 39. And then it has rapid fire. So in range, I believe that's 19 and a half. You get 6 shots with this weapon. And they're 2 damage.
The way I look at it like it's basically the Voltaic Staff without the Voltaic Staff's extra ability. And instead of being assault, it's rapid fire, which, depending on what you're playing, the rapid fire might be more useful, where in some cases the assault might be more useful. So it kind of gives you options there. You can kind of still use the same sort of weapon, but they do 2 different things, and like they benefit from 2 different types. So yeah, I agree. I think having that extra range is pretty huge too, because even if you can't get in the half range for rapid fire, that extra it's still 3 shots at strength 6 2. It's not anything to just ignore either. So yeah, I agree. I think it's a pretty good one.
Yep.
What else you got for me here?
Otherwise, there's not too much that you're really gonna, there's some cute things like the Arrow of Infinity, single shot weapon. It has flat 6 damage.
Yeah.
But it's a single shot, 1 use weapon. If you use it and you kill a character with it somehow, 6 damage, cool, awesome. I don't think I'm going to be taking it anytime soon.
I think the way I would look at it is if I'm running one of the new Indominus Overlords, because the Overlords get the Tachyon arrows, and you don't have anything else that you really need for a relic, and again, this kind of plays into The problem is the Veil of Darkness is still so good that you can't just give up the Veil of Darkness. But if for some reason you think this might be useful, it's better than a regular Tachyon arrow. The 6 damage is pretty solid, and the problem you're going to run into is the fact that it's only one shot. So if you could do this like once a turn, I think maybe it'd be worth considering, especially since your ballistic skill is going to be 2+. But in this case, when you only can use it once per game, it's really hard to make a real relevant argument for, unless you just don't have anything else you need. And again, like I said, that runs into the Veil of Darkness problem. So
You could also run into that problem where you just roll a 1 to hit and it misses.
well, right.
Does
And
absolutely
at that
nothing.
point, you have to debate whether or not you want to spend a command point for that reroll. Like, say, for
Yeah.
instance, it's a
So now
Rhino
you're
or something you need
investing
to finish
CP.
off. Right. So now you're putting more into something you wouldn't really have wanted to put into in the first place.
Yep.
And all you had to do was just take the Veil of Darkness.
Right.
I'm sorry.
For other ones, a lot of them really help make your character tougher. You've got the Serpentine Weave, gives you an extra toughness.
Yeah, I think the Sepulchral Weave's pretty good.
The Nanoscarab
Nanoscarab
Casket
Casket. Yep.
allows you to heal 2 wounds instead of 1 with your living metal.
Yeah.
And like Infinity Mantle is the Nihilic one that's locked in. It gives you +1 to your saves,
Right.
and you get a 6+ to ignore wounds.
Yep.
Now these are cool. They make your characters tougher, and they're already tough to kill as it is, being Necrons. The problem I personally see with them is you're either running like Lich Guard or using Crypto Thralls or just using the Lookout Sir to really protect your characters anyway.
Yeah.
So making them even tougher to kill is not going to be very effective throughout the majority of the game. Now, if they do find themselves in a fight and this helps keep them alive, that's good for you. But generally, that's only going to affect like 1 turn of the game.
Yeah. I think another one you could probably make an argument for, if you're building a melee army and you want to run Novoke, the Novoke Relic, the Blood Scythe, is actually pretty good too. It changes your War Scythe into giving you more attacks. And in this case, you could arguably make an argument. Is that a thing? Yeah. You could make an argument that this relic, those extra attacks will add up throughout a game. If this character is just running around bludgeoning everything to death. With that said, if you're running a melee army nowadays, you're more often than not probably going to be running a Scorpic Lord or something, maybe like a named character or something else like that. So unless you're taking like a Lord that uses a War Scythe and trying to make him melee, it's probably not going to be useful. But if you are running the Warlord just because you want to, that Blood Scythe you can make an argument for, because more attacks is never a bad thing. And over the duration of a game, especially if like you got a Command Barge Lord or something like that, that Warlord, that dude's going to just dice people up, and he's going to move, and he's going to dice more people up, and he's going to move, and just keep doing it all game long.
So now, yeah, there's definitely something to be said about this weapon. You can put it. I personally think you're going to be putting it on your Overlord on a Command Barge, and just screaming that 12 inches across the table, landing in, getting 6 attacks at damage 2, AP 4. And just trying to murder stuff with your character. Now, this is kind of contradictory to the way I like to play, which is more my overlords are commanding, whereas leading from the back rather than leading from the front.
This kind of gives you like a kamikaze Command Barge, which Command Barges are pretty durable. So honestly, you could make an argument for this unit. It's the best thing the closest thing they have to like a Smash Captain.
Yep.
But it's actually arguably far more durable than the Smash Captain.
Oh, yeah. I'd say by far. 9 wounds.
It's not like a Blood Angel Smash Captain where they're getting like 12 attacks and hitting with strength 10 or whatever the case is. But still, this guy is going to hit pretty hard in melee, and he's a vehicle too. So even when you've got him locked up in combat, this guy's still shooting in the shooting phase as well. So it really adds on to what you can do with your guy. But again, it also comes down to you have to be running Novoke, and it's very unit specific, like limited on which units you really ever want to run this on. So in terms of how good it can be, it still might fit that B level, kind of with the Void Reaper, but it's a little bit more, because it's dynastic locked, or dynasty locked, and because of the fact that it has to be on like 1 of 2 or 3 units that you might ever use it on, that probably pushes it down to like a C or D tier. weapon. So that's really what it comes down to.
So yeah, I think wrapping up relics, the Vanquisher's Mask is Sawtech only, and it makes target unit fight last essentially.
Yeah.
Very niche. It can change in your factor, but again, you're playing Sawtech, and it has to be in melee, and it has to be at the right timing. It's very situational.
I think it's an interesting one because Sawtech generally doesn't want to be like all out melee. With that said, though, like say if you're going to run a unit of Lich Guard and you got a Warlord running up behind him, not Warlord, sorry, the guy with this relic running up behind him. Your Lich Guard are striking first. That can be a huge deal. When I'm charging in with, 2 or 3 units of, say, like Blood Angels or something that are just going to dice your Lich Guard up, when they're able to go first, or if they're able to let a unit go and then go, rather than taking on 2 or 3 units at one time, they can turn around and smack dead whatever they want. Lich Guard will kill anything if they get an option to do so, as long as they got a full unit to do it. So,
unfortunately, it has a 3-inch range for the enemies, so your character's pretty much going to have to be in that.
You kind of have to throw them into combat with it.
Yep.
I think the best way to do it is kind of like splitting up your Lich Guards, so you space it out so there's enough base to get your Lord in there. Yeah, it's not necessarily a good thing to have your Lord in combat making, because if he ends up taking the attacks, then you're in real trouble.
Yeah.
But then the Lich Guard rule, doesn't that come into play too? Because they get the Bodyguard rule.
Yeah. So, that's only ranged attacks, I believe.
Is it ranged? Okay.
I believe it's only ranged attacks.
So you can still kind of tinker with it, so your Warlord's not just getting bludgeoned to death in the shooting phase, and then you can still utilize it in the movement phase. But like I said, it's more niche in terms of when you're actually going to be able to get to use it. I still think it's a great rule. Now, is this an aura?
No.
It's not an aura.
No.
Now, see, if it was an aura, then you could really make it interesting because you could use the Warlord trait with it to make it expand an extra 3 inches, right?
Yeah, you could.
So
no,
that's
not
unfortunate,
the way
but
the cookie crumbles.
it is what it is. It still can be good. It has to be. It's more situational in this case. So.
The Orb of Eternity, it just makes your relic or orb a little better. It's not a real great one in my experience because it gives +1 to the RP rolls.
It's kind of neat, but it doesn't. You don't need it.
You don't need it. Oftentimes you don't need it. It just makes your once per use res orb a little bit better. When you have stuff like a Canoptic Reanimator or something like a rerolls from your protocols, you don't find that you really need this thing to get a couple extra
maybe
rolls. Maybe you might not even roll what you need to use it, so it's completely wasted.
Yeah,
it's very random. That's why I don't recommend taking it.
It can be fun, but I think it's more of a fun toy than it is really worth taking in terms of competitive play.
Yep.
But I mean, you could say that about a lot of their relics too. So that's just one of them that tends to be fit in that category. So it's more of an EF tier.
yeah.
It's niche, so
it's very niche.
So
and I think that kind of rounds out the relics. All of them are really niche.
Yeah.
You have the Sovereign Coronal for the Sarkin Dynasty.
Yeah.
It essentially just adds +3 inches to your protocols for the character wielding it. It's really weirdly worded.
Yeah. It's not. I don't think it's
it
bad.
turns your 6-inch protocol bubble into a 9-inch.
Yeah.
Which it helps give out protocols easier.
Yeah. It lets you boost. It lets you boost your protocols, which is never
wouldn't
a bad
recommend
thing.
it. It locks you into Zarkin. But yeah, moving on. I think we're into stratagems.
Yeah. I think we probably won't go over all the stratagems here because there's just so many of them.
There are so many.
But we'll probably pick out our favorites here and then just kind of give a couple of honorable mentions.
I want to start off with saying the Necron stratagems are very specific.
They are.
They've got a lot of them. They're all really good.
Yeah.
But they're so specific. They're like, you need to have this unit, and this unit needs to be in this situation, and then you can use this stratagem.
Yeah.
It's really good stratagem, but it needs to be happening at the right time.
Yeah.
And it's just these aces up the sleeve that can really help you.
Right. And when you go through and you look, and they got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages of stratagems.
Yep.
You know why they have 5 pages is because each unit gets 1 or 2, and it's only in those specific situations. So I mean, it's good to have the stratagems on hand, but it can be tricky if you're just starting the army out and you're trying to figure out what you want your stuff to do, because you're going to run into a problem with, I know my army can do this at some point in the game, But let me go through and look through all my stratagems. A half an hour later, you find out, oh, well, this stratagem does this. Now you just wasted a ton of time where
Yep.
it takes you a while to get used to using these stratagems the way you need to use them and whether or not that situation pops up in a game. So they are
One of
good.
the couple ones you're really going to see is Solar Pulse.
Yep.
Whenever you're targeting a unit, you can pay 1 CP, and that unit doesn't benefit from cover. Period. For your whole phase.
Yeah.
So your whole army can fire at that unit and it gets no benefit from cover.
Yep.
That's a really good one. You're going to see that used plenty for any army. Doesn't really matter what army. Well, melee is not going to use it too much.
Right.
But even melee Necrons still have some shooting. Another real good one is it's restricted to your vehicles that have quantum shielding, but the quantum deflection brings your 5-up invuln to a 4-up. Now, just shrugging off half the wounds you take is really good for 1 CP. It makes things, even like the Annihilation Barge, which only has 8 wounds, a real problem to just bring down.
Yeah.
Because it's ignoring half of the wounds it takes.
Well, and 1 CP for something like that, that's
Yeah.
nuts. That's incredibly good.
Mm-hmm.
4-up invuln save, and then when you're when you got
And then the quantum shielding
4 or less
stops
down. Yeah, it's huge.
stops anything under 4 from
Right.
wounding you to begin with.
Yeah, well, yeah, it just turns your stuff into basically like the new Marine Terminators, like Deathwing Terminators. It just makes them so ridiculously hard to kill that you almost kind of have to just ignore that unit after you shoot at it and then move on to something else and come back to that in a turn where he doesn't have it. So, but for 1 CP, I mean, you can't argue with that.
No, you
It's
can't.
huge.
Reconstruction protocols, you're going to see plenty of. Any character, or no, not reconstruction protocols, resurrection protocols.
That's the one. Yeah.
Any infantry character, it used not to be that way. In 8th edition, you could use that in Command Barge. It's kind of ridiculous. But at the end of a phase in which one of your characters dies, you can roll a d6 and a 4+. They get up with d3 wounds left. So, just like Necrons do, you knock them down and they can just get back up.
Yeah.
Even though you've completely just wiped out this character. And it can really be a game changer.
We do have a comment here. I'm just going to go over real quick. Sub-Zero posted and said, hey guys, love your work. Greatly appreciate all you all covering the Necrons. How long do you think it'll be before we can purchase the new Chronomancer individually? Well, they just came out, right?
Pre-order, I think, just
dropped.
Just dropped.
Yeah. That's
so,
the new. Is that the new box that just came out?
Yeah, the
They
Pariah
came with
Nexus.
The Pariah Nexus.
So I want to say 2 weeks.
If
2
I-
weeks, you should be able to get your hands on those.
Well, now if you're, that's for the Pariah Nexus box, right?
Yes.
Now, so the Chronomancer individually, I would make an argument that GW has been releasing more individual kits more quickly now. Since, like, if you go back and look at early 8th edition, when, like, the original Primaris came out and stuff, it took a long time before GW was finally posting, you know, the individual unit boxes, especially the Codex, the Chaos box as well was another one too, where they came out with all the new Chaos models. It took them a while to get those units out. But if you go back and look at like Indominus now, Indominus units, they've all been coming out pretty quickly, right? So the bikes, the Chaplain on bike, not Chaplain, but the bikes, the Blade Guards, they've all been coming out in like their individual boxes a lot faster than what GW has previously been doing with it, which I think, if I had to guess, I'd say it's more likely that the Chronomancer will have its own individual box before long here. But I wouldn't take my word too much on that, because if you go back and take a look at, what's the GSC model? The one that came in Kill Team.
The
Kellermorph, I think is the name?
yeah.
So
Kellermorph.
when the Kellermorph came out, like, was there even ever a release for the Kellermorph by itself?
I don't think.
I don't know if they ever even came out with a release for that. Maybe they did, but either way, I know it was like a long time before there was any other mention of getting the Kellermorph, which I think is really silly, because why would you ever want to buy just Kill Team if you play 40k? I mean, yeah, you can use it in 40k, but the same argument could be made for just about anything in, was it Blackstone Fortress? Those boxes too, where you know those models came out and they were kind of cool. You could use them in 40k, but they were designed for Blackstone Fortress. Or Kill Team, it's miniature 40k. I mean, it's 40k in a nutshell, more specific, whatever. But I think it's unfortunate that GW has been releasing it that way. I do like when they release them as individual units, and I would think that before long, based off of their most recent history, we will see individual units like the Chronomancer and the Flayed ones probably more soon than we would have in the past. So like I said, don't take my word for it, but I would say within a couple of months here, maybe look forward to seeing something like that. If we don't, I think it just comes down to hopefully people buying enough of those Pride Nexus boxes, splitting them up individually and just reselling them, like say on eBay or whatever the case is. So that way you can buy your individual model. You might pay a premium for it, but you're going to get it for less than what you would buy if you did buy the Pride Nexus.
Yep.
And you didn't need the other stuff. Like, who needs a Space Marine captain at this point? Not many people. I mean, we already got
More lieutenants.
yeah, I think in the studio alone we probably have 10 of them, and I only have a handful of Marine armies. So it's just there's too much. So yeah, I would say look forward to seeing one probably in a couple months. If we don't get it, just keep an eye out for eBay or some of them other reseller sites that like to split them up and resell them. So that's probably your best way to get them right now. So, but anyway, so back to stratagems.
So yeah, like we were saying, a lot of them are really specific. Like Whirling Onslaught only works on the Scorpic Destroyers and the Scorpic Lord. Mm-hmm. Now with that said, for 1 CP, it reduces the enemy's wound rolls by 1 against that unit,
right,
in melee or shooting.
Right.
So all of a sudden you have this toughness 5 model that's getting shot by, say, heavy bolters. Right. They're going to wound on 4s, right?
Yep.
Now they wounded them on 5s.
Well, and that turns the Scorpic Lords into something pretty ugly in terms of their durability.
There's the Scorpic Lord. We'll get into that when we get to the Scorpic Lord, but he's an army in a can, and making him even more difficult to injure and kill.
Reductions to wound are way better than additions to toughness, because it's not based off of the weapon strength or anything like that. It's just -1 to wound. That's massive.
Yeah. There's a lot of strength 4 out there, and the Scorpic Destroyers are toughness 5. Mm-hmm. So all of a sudden, you're only wounding them at 6s.
Yeah.
That is oppressive.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's in shooting or melee.
When you can take, what, is it 6 max per squad?
Yep, you can take up to 6 Scorpics.
So 6 Scorpic Destroyers.
That you can only wound on a 6 with your strength 4 weapons, like a bolt rifle.
Well, say if you're throwing like 30 shots into them, when you're at -1 to wound, I mean, maybe the initial shots won't add up too much with the -1 to wound. That 4 to 5 or whatever can be a difference. When you're talking about like 30 shots into a unit, that's how many different 4s would this person be rolling on average as opposed to 5s. It's a big difference. So yeah, it can be huge.
Anyone who has used the Space Marines transhuman physiology can tell you that changing what your opponent needs to wound can really make a huge difference.
Yeah. Transhuman's a little better just because it's more flatline based.
It's flatline.
But this can still make a pretty big impact on pretty much any weapon that's shooting at your units. So it is a big deal.
Yep. Another one, real big favorites I like to use are the Relentless Onslaught and the Disintegration Capacitors.
Yeah.
So now those are ones that rely on you having a rapid fire weapon or a Gauss weapon. And they're really going to be used on your warriors, immortals, your basic infantry bit, pretty much. Now, with that being said, they give you your 6s, and any 6 you roll gains 1 additional hit. So it's kind of like mini Tesla. Yeah. And the other one, any 6 you 6 you roll automatically wounds the target.
Wounds, right.
Now they're only 1 CP, so you can use these together.
Yeah, pair them together for 2 CP.
Really make your infantry very devastating.
Turns your rapid fire into very oppressive weapons, even without like mass AP or anything like that. Even if you're not using Mifrit, I think it stacks on them. Every stack you add onto them, it just it makes them exponentially better. But when you take into consideration 6s are exploding, and 6s auto wound, those strength 4 weapons now no longer need to roll 5s and 6s. So that's a pretty big deal, especially if you throw in something like Sautek, where they would, they don't benefit quite from as much because of the reroll to wound. But, say if you're rolling 30 dice and 6 of them roll 6s, well, those 6 auto wound now, and that means you're getting more opportunities to use your other dice to roll and potentially get that reroll on that you wouldn't otherwise need. So I think it's a big deal. And then when you also consider the extra hit on top of it, Tesla, especially from like stuff like Gauss, it's just massive. Like,
because all the
Warriors
Gauss
already
AP,
get a lot of shots to begin
AP 1
with.
or more.
Yeah. we have they're rapid fire, right? So they're going to be 2 shots apiece if you play it right most of the time.
Yep.
And when you consider now that on a 6, so you're getting like an extra what on 40 shots, an extra 8,
Yeah.
or something
7
like that.
or 8, I want to say it is.
Extra shots. That can be the difference between getting the kill and not getting the kill, and that's a pretty big difference, especially if you need that to happen. So yeah, I definitely like both of those stratagems. They're very good.
Yep. Especially when you use them combined on a group of like 20 warriors, because like you said, that 7 or 8 extra hits on top of 7 or 8 automatic wounds
Yeah.
can really just add up to a lot of damage. I've shot at Lemon Rust tanks with my Strength 4 Gauss Flayers and just flayed them alive.
Yeah. Now those auto hits, it's 1 addition, so it is 2 automatic hits. Now, and you don't have to roll for the hit too, which is also partly why that stratagem is so good, because a lot of those kind of stratagems, you would actually have to roll the die again in order to, like Templar especially, they're one that do that all the time, where they get extra hits. Now you got to roll those extra dice again to see if you can even hit, where this just automatically counts as a hit, which is huge. So yeah, they're definitely great. And from Mars' perspective, he generally plays more of the shooting Necrons, where in my aspects, I kind of either mix it up or I generally stick more towards the melee. Disruption Fields is one of my favorite ones. And I think the reason I like this, it adds +1 to your strength for all your melee weapons. And it's any core, really.
Any core unit. So
Lich Guard would be huge.
Your Lich Guard, your Warriors, your Immortals, your Death Marks, if you really wanted to.
Yeah. It can really make a difference when you need it to. And because of the fact you don't use it until the unit is selected to fight, you're using it when you need to. And I love these kind of stratagems where it lets you choose when you need to use it. You don't use it because a lot of stratagems in the past where you would need to use it at the start of the fight phase or start of a phase, and it might never come up. Where in this case, you only ever use it when it's relevant. So Disruption Fields, I think, is really good if you're playing a more melee army, or if you just need that extra little bit of punch to be able to do the damage to help out.
And what's really nice about Disruption Fields is it gives you +1 strength, which, because you can only use it on core, is really vital because it takes your warriors from strength 4 to strength 5.
Yep.
So it's probably going to take them from wounding on 4s to wounding on 3s.
Yeah. Well, if you use Marines as a standard, yeah.
If you use Marines as a standard, definitely. Or if you're fighting Marines who are toughness 5, it takes you from wounding on 5s to wounding on 4s.
Yeah.
So it's definitely very helpful in those situations. And on the Lich Guard, who are strength 7 with their war size, it takes them to strength 8. So all of a sudden against that Marine standard, you can wound them on 2s.
Yeah. Well,
and it's AP4, so you're basically just going to be killing them.
Yeah. Well, and then you consider too that there's a lot of things out there. Like take Knights for example that are toughness 8. I mean, they're really hard to punch through. Where you're always only getting 5s against. But when you push that strength 7 to strength 8, now you're getting 4s against Knights.
Yep.
It can be a big deal. Knights can't do anything against you in combat. Nope. So
and the war size is AP4.
When you're actually hurting them in combat, that's when you need that kind of stuff. So. But that also kind of rolls into what I wanted to talk about next, which is the dynastic stratagems that are specific to your dynasty code. So Novoke, actually, in my case, this is one of my favorite ones because Blood Rights gives you +1 to your attacks. Now, you could make an argument to whether or not you're going to be running Anrakir. Anrakir has, across the board, always had the +1 attack.
He's got a little aura.
Which is pretty cool. But when you throw a unit next to him, especially Lich Guard, which normally don't get a lot of attacks to begin with, they've gotten a little better over time.
Yep, they went from 2 to 3 attacks.
But when you throw Blood Rights in there for 1 CP for an entire unit, now it gets +1 to attacks. Now if you got a 10-man Lich Guard squad, they're just going to dice stuff up anyway.
That'd be 40 attacks.
But now they can dice even more stuff up. And then if you throw Blood Rights in addition to Disruption Fields, now you're stacking those exponentially. And the amount of damage you can put out melee, it turns your army from an army that normally doesn't do melee super well to an army that does melee really well. And it, again, just like with the other stratagem, the +1 strength one, which is Disruption Fields, you use it when you need it. It's not like use it at the beginning of the phase. It's any time in the fight phase. So when it becomes relevant, you use that stratagem. It's 1 CP. Most of these 1 CP stratagems in the past generally were kind of situational, and they weren't always super good. But GW has been making it better and better they've been getting better at making these 1 CP stratagems really effective in being used exactly when they need to be used, which is huge for how an army plays. When you're not dropping 2 to 3 CP in a single stratagem for some cool ability, It's a pretty big deal. So.
Oh yeah. Like another good one we talked about earlier is Empiric Damping. That's the Sarkin one where you can just ignore psychic power.
Yep.
Real good. It's 50-50. So it's a real coin toss, but it's only 1 CP. And if you stop them from like using Gate of Infinity, that'll shut them down.
It
real
gives
hard.
you something you wouldn't otherwise get. And what I love about this stratagem is that, like, say for instance, if you're playing against Thousand Suns and Magnus is in your list, Magnus is throwing out that probably going to cast on a 13 or 14 to get his 2d6 smite.
Yep.
Or he's throwing out that big, I forget what it's called, Temporal Corridor or whatever, the big one that does like, pick a model and then everything within 3 inches of that, it's doing like d6 mortal wounds to. Just shutting that thing off on a 4+ can make or break a game. Like it's 1 CP. It might be very situational, but if they got a psyker, you can find a way to use it.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you're gonna be using it if they have a psyker.
Yeah.
Now you have to use it before they even roll because it's when they attempt. It's not after they attempt, so it's not deny.
Yeah.
But yeah, like we said, if they have a psyker, odds are you're going to be using it.
And it's only an 18-inch range, which means
From
it's
any unit.
But
any
right,
Zark
but right, it is from any unit, so that's what makes it pretty good. And that's actually what I was going to mention, because most stuff denies on a 24-inch range, but they're only from wherever your psyker is at. Where in this case, it's any unit, and 9 times out of 10, when they're casting that super strong power, they got to be within 18 inches of the unit they want to cast it at. So just being able to be like, oh, 1 CP, let me roll a 4+, bam. Nope, you can't do it. It's a big deal.
Oh yeah.
And we've played a few games here in the studio where being able to shut off a single power like that can be game changing.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. What you got for me?
Was Translocation Crypts. That was what we talked about earlier.
Yep.
So that's the Nefric Dynasty one. Their trait is not really good in my opinion. The 6+ invulnerable very, very rarely comes into play because your vehicles already have a 5 of invuln or better.
Yeah. It'll be somewhat useful on infantry, but like how much will it actually affect you throughout a game?
On what scarabs get your 6 up invuln, that's probably one of the best things.
It's kind of cool, but it's not like it's not outstanding by any means.
Otherwise, they help you advance.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, if you're bringing lots of assault weapons, cool.
Right.
But their stratagem is really what it's at. Is you can spend 1 CP to put any unit into essentially deep strike.
So yeah. A deep strike's a unit for a single CP, and you can use this. This is before the game, so you can use it as many times as you want, as long as you got the CP for it. So, yeah, it's pretty big.
You can really have this army just show up in front of your opponent if you really want.
And honestly, that's like when I was growing up playing Necrons. That's kind of the way Necrons fluff-wise worked. They just dropped all of their monoliths, and everything came in, and everybody was like, "Oh wow, here we are."
It's not core. It's not.
It's just Nefric, excluding vehicle or monster.
Okay, excluding vehicles or monsters.
So it can
no
play a
monoliths dropping in front of your opponents.
Well, monoliths already get it. They don't need it.
Oh yeah, they
already
need
deep strike. So it's not. I mean, you can't do it with like command barges and your whatever the Doomstalkers stuff like that. But at the same time, I mean, how often do you really need it for that? You probably don't. So
you're most likely going to be using like warriors, maybe flayed ones. Yeah. Stuff like
units, like especially if you're taking like secondaries like engage on all fronts or something like that, where you want to be back in lines or you want to be in a specific spot on the board. It allows you to kind of make your opponent think about what they're doing, and it can play a role in whether your stuff lives or dies too. So
the real point is it's not core restricted like a lot of the Codex is, so you can use it on almost everything.
Yeah, I do want to talk about Reclaim the Lost Empire, and the reason I want to talk about this is because Nahalac alone. It's one of those armies where it's almost automatically good, whatever you take in the army. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be oppressive or it's going to be, the best army out there.
Because everything gets.
But with that said, when your whole army is getting objective secured, and then Reclaim a Lost Empire, the unit. So what this does is it allows you to use it in your shooting phase, and then while they're performing an action, the unit can still shoot. Now, what I love about this is the fact that Nahalac is designed for being around objectives anyway, so you drop on an objective, and that means you can take secondaries you otherwise wouldn't normally take.
Yep.
And so this allows you to play a whole different game that you normally wouldn't have been able to take. Deploy Scramblers was one of them. There's a whole laundry list of those kind of secondaries in especially the, the chapter approved book.
Oh, yeah.
So it allows you to take those secondaries. I don't think any other army in the game can effectively do without bringing in throwaway units, right?
Right.
So being able to just drop a unit down and be like, oh, I'm going to perform an action, but then I'm also going to shoot you too. Especially with units like warriors, which lock down objectives so well, and now they're getting double objective secured, and all this other great stuff on top of it.
Double objective secured, performing an action, still shooting.
It's oppressive, you know.
It can
I mean,
be.
they have to be able to do, you know, get there and do what they need to do.
Yep.
But when they start performing that action, normally that just shuts a whole unit off. 20 warriors not shooting in a turn,
Oh, that's
it's
rough.
not good. So
Feels bad.
when now your unit can fire and claim an objective and do an action on top of that, they are literally playing the game the best way you can currently play the game. So it's huge. And it's 1 CP. So
Yeah. Some other good mentions. Malevolent Arcing is cute, but it's really weak. It basically, whenever you hit an enemy unit with a Tesla weapon, you can pay 1 CP, and it creates a little arc. Any unit within 6 inches will suffer 1 mortal wound out of 4.
just does some splash damage.
So, yeah, it's
nice.
like this little bit of splash damage.
Yeah.
More often than not, you're only going to be doing about 2 to 3 wounds with this stratagem. So, like I said, it's cute, but I don't know how effective it is for 1 CP.
It's kind of like a smite. Like there's a lot of stratagems out there where you can, you know, roll a die or whatever and then do D3 mortal wounds. This kind of works the same way, but it just requires you to have Tesla weapons, which it's not a big deal. So, but I mean, there's a lot of other good ones in here that you can still use, but in terms of what we've covered, I think really, you know, you kind of, like you said, everything out here is got its own specific use and a specific time, but there are a few out here that stand out just a little bit better than the others.
Yep.
Is there any other ones you want to talk about?
No, I was trying to see if there's any ones that, like, are just really bad that you should avoid. Reanimation prioritization is one specifically for the Canoptic Reanimator. I like it because you can basically switch its beam over to what you need, the added +1 to the reanimation protocols. However, it costs 2 CP. 2 command points. Sometimes that's a quarter of what you have for command points. And this just increases your roll by 1. Odds are you might not even roll those. So you could potentially spend 2 CP for nothing.
Yeah.
So I really want you people to try and use that stratagem to consider it carefully.
Yeah, if you're going to use it, you have to use it in the right situation. And I think it can be good, but it's also one of those things where do you really want to spend the 2 CP on? Most times you're not going to have the 2 CP to just throw away. But if your opponent's like shooting your Triarch Stalker to death all game long and they're focusing on that, keeping them alive for a little longer is never a problem. So.
All right. There's one other one where it's spend 1 CP to make 1 roll automatically wound. I personally feel that one's just awful, especially if you're playing Zarkin.
Yeah, there's very few times where you would actually ever use that. It would only be on something you absolutely need to go through. And there aren't very many times where you couldn't just roll it and then command re-roll it.
Exactly.
If you need to.
Exactly.
You know, so, I mean, yeah, you're still taking a risk, but at the same time, your chances are probably like 75% or better at that point. So,
Yep.
I don't know. It's weird because it kind of plays like how Sisters of Battle play, where they have a lot of stuff like that, where throwing a miracle dice in there, you know, to remove a roll that you probably would wound anyway on. I don't know. It could be good. It can not do nothing all game too. So I don't know.
Yep. But it largely, like we keep explaining, like the stratagems are very specific to certain units, and they're good. They just they're really niche situations. Stellar Alignment Protocol allows your vehicles to fight as if they're at full wounds. Deathless Arise allows your Technomancer to use his ability an extra time.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff like that. Hand of the Pharaon allows your Overlord or Pharaon to use his My Will Be Done ability again.
Yeah.
So a lot of that. Like the Ghost Ark has one where he can use his ability for D6 instead of D3.
Yeah, they just become like redundancy abilities.
Redundancy abilities that make your stuff better.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, they really, if you look at it, there's really very few bad stratagems that Necrons have. It just comes down to when you need it. Make sure you're using it. And that's another thing you got to look at too is you do have the command reroll throughout the game, and there's a lot of times where you're probably just going to need the CP for the command reroll, where you wouldn't use it for any of the basic stratagems. So, but anyway, so that covers stratagems, right?
Yep. Yeah, we can.
Okay, so we want to go to
Well,
secondaries.
we talk about Cryptek Arcana quick.
Oh yeah, let's go and do that.
So the Crypteks in your army have the small little option for taking an extra piece of like war gear. You just have to pay the extra points on top of what your Cryptek already has, and they get an extra ability. We're not going to spend too much time on this, I feel, because a lot of them are just not. They're cute, but they're not really good. Like there's one where the bear cannot be targeted unless they're the closest eligible target with range attacks. It's like you're already a character, so you have lookouts to her. You probably already have crypto thralls protecting you. This just feels like a waste of points. Some of them are locked into specific crypteks, like the Psychomancer or the Chronomancer. There's ones that are only. What's the one that's once per game?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Failsafe.
There's one in here that's only once.
Yeah, like paying like 25, 30 points for a single use item is really rough.
It's a Plasmancer one, Quantum Orb.
Yeah, the Quantum Orb. That can only be used once per battle, and if I recall correctly, it causes more mortal wounds. Yeah. So that one
out of 6.
It's basically like he's throwing out this orb and it's going to explode, but it doesn't explode until the next turn. Yeah. So your opponent has a full turn to just get away from it. Yeah. It's really awkward. Phylactery Hive allows you to use the Technomancer's ability on something other than warriors or immortals. Yeah. So like on your Scorpic Destroyers or your Spiders or something. If you're taking a Technomancer, it's probably to boost your warriors and immortals anyway. So I feel like this is a redundancy. Yeah.
Yeah. There's really not a whole lot in here in terms of what. So the thing is there's so much like the specific crypteks you already have are good enough that there's very rarely a time where you're going to want to fill a cryptek in that has any of these extra little things that they can do. And not to say that they're all bad, but even the ones that are good, are you really going to pay the premium in points to take that, or power level, to take that over, say, whatever your normal cryptek is, Plasmancer, whatever the case is. So the odds are probably no. I would say no most of the time. So it's not something that you're really going to want to spend a whole lot of time worrying about. But if you want to make your army fluffy, or you want to make your crypteks like special for whatever reason, sure, maybe look at it. I think maybe Crusade would be a place where you might want to consider it. So
definitely Crusade. Cryptek Arcana on the whole, I feel there's something you might want to look over. 9 times out of 10, you're just going to save your points for other stuff. I feel they're not good enough to really make them worth taking. Now, like you said, you can make them really cute. Like I played one game where I took the Plasmancer and I gave him the Tesla Weave. Yeah. So enemies within 6 would get electrocuted for D3 mortal wounds, and that actually proved. I was playing against Cade, and that proved to be quite a downfall for him. On top of what the Plasmancer already does, is he causes a deep mortal wound for enemies when in the fight phase when they're close. Yeah. So you can just kind of stack up and get these little redundancies. There's the Hypermatter Obligator. So target core unit within 12 can benefit from cover if they're beyond 12 from range attacks. Basically, they get the Raven Guard trait. That's a neat one. It could definitely come into play. It's probably, in my opinion, the best one out of all of them. Because just be able to target a unit and give it cover can really help a unit survive, especially when you're dealing with an army that wants to get their reanimation protocol rolls.
Yeah. So we got a couple more things we want to do that we're going to talk about before we get into like the main fluff of the main bulk of the army.
Yep.
One thing we want to talk about is the new secondaries that they've added,
Yes.
which is, you know, in some ways are kind of interesting, but unfortunately GW, when they came out with them, I think they were trying to make something very fluffy for the armies, but they didn't take into consideration whether or not they were good. So you're kind of left with one or two that is useful. The other one or two are not. So,
So there's 4 of them. In my opinion, only ones were really good and arguably almost an auto take. But 2 for sure. The Treasures of the Aeons and Ancient Machineries are just not good secondaries, especially when you consider all the other secondaries that you have access to.
yeah, they're not there in terms of what they need to be.
No, they're very hard to accomplish.
They're kind of interesting, but they're not going to get you points throughout a game.
Like Rick said, I feel they're very fluffy for the army. But when it comes to actually playing a game and trying to score points, they're really tough to do.
It's a lot of stuff to keep track of too. Like the ancient machinery ones.
You have to keep track of all the
There's
objectives.
so much you got to keep track of.
Yeah.
Like there's a reason why people don't play. What's the one where you kill every number of units or whatever you get, or models that you kill?
Oh, the thin their ranks.
in their ranks, yeah. So like, it's a great secondary in terms of like what GW is going for, but it doesn't quite hit the mark because it's just, for one, too much to keep track of,
Bookkeeping.
and there's already a lot going on throughout a game where you really don't want to sit and count every single model. In this case, it's probably a little less complicated, but with that said, you want to try and eliminate as much bookkeeping as you can throughout a game. You know, even though score does matter, I guess, to certain people, and during certain, like, especially competitive play, but in terms of, like, unless you're planning to sit down and have a 5-hour-long game, you're not going to want to sit and keep track of all this nonsense. So
Yep.
you got to pick secondaries that you can do quick, you can do fast, you can remember. Those are huge.
Yep. So the Code of Combat under No Mercy, No Respite, you score 3 victory points at the end of the battle for each enemy unit that was destroyed by a Necron Noble from your army. Now this one's not terrible because it's any unit that is killed by your Necron Noble. So if you're building that command barge with the blood scythe like we were talking earlier,
Noble
this might be the
Kamikaze?
secondary for you.
Uh,
Because if he can kill 5 units by
You would
himself, you'd
probably-
max that out.
yeah, you would probably need a couple of models that could do this, a couple of nobles that could do this. Now you can only take 3, right?
Because yeah, it's any Necron Noble. So
You could run like maybe 3 command barges
Well,
that would do this.
technically,
pretty well.
you could run 9 nobles in your list because
Well,
lords, overlords, and command barges.
I'm being
are all
realistic
nobles.
in terms of like what
Yeah.
effectively you could do to get this stratagem or this secondary to get points on it. You would need to run like 3 command barges or something with a Veil of Darkness and get there and kill everything that they touch.
I will tell you that'd be very fluffy. Just
It'd be
have like
fun.
6 nobles with the Code of Combat just
Yeah.
running at your enemy.
I mean, it'd be fun, but you know, is it going to happen?
No, it's very
No,
niche.
probably not.
And like I said, if you're not running very combat heavy Necron Nobles, because it's it doesn't say in combat, so they can shoot to destroy units as well. So that's good.
I think the problem you run into is that even, like nobles are 1 unit for one. It's one. So usually a single model,
Yep.
and in this case, how good is their shooting? I mean, it's not like they're a stalker where they're going to kill a unit every turn, or a unit of destroyers that are going to kill something every turn.
Yep.
They might do nothing all game, you know. And these are your guys that are giving out buffs and stuff. So you generally don't want to put them out in the open where they're going to get murdered.
They also give out your command protocols.
I mean,
If your nobles die, you lose them.
yeah, it's cute. It's a fun secondary. But there are very few circumstances where you're ever really going to want to do this.
Yeah.
It's not likely you're going to want it.
So
And I think we have kind of a rule of thumb here where, in our studio, where if your secondary isn't going to probably get you 10 points throughout a game, you're not going to take it. I mean, that's just a rule of thumb. It's not like it's necessary. You know, sometimes we take things we might not get any points on, but you're not. In this case, it's not really worth buying into, especially because No Mercy, No Respite has so many good options to choose from already.
because you have Assassinate in there?
There's quite a few of them that are pretty good. So you can fill this with and still benefit without ever having to worry about your noble doing this. So, I don't know.
So
That's
A
a weird
plus for fluff and fun, but probably a D or an F for actual combat effectiveness.
one. Yeah.
The real winner, however, in my opinion, is the Battlefield Supremacy Purge the Vermin. So you score 2 victory points for each table corner at the end of turn 2 onward, because you can't do this turn 1, that your opponent doesn't have any models wholly within. So if they have 10-man guard squad and only one's in table corner, it doesn't count.
Right.
It's 2 points per table corner. So if they're not in 3 table corners and they're just turtling in a corner, doing gunline stuff, you get 6 victory points just by doing essentially nothing because your opponent decided to turtle.
Yeah.
Even so, you could very quickly max this out just by doing that. Even on its lowest, effectiveness. Say you're only able to keep them out of 1 table corner throughout the game.
Yeah.
For 5 turns, that still adds up to 10 points.
Yeah.
That can very easily swing the game in your favor.
Yeah.
It's very easy to get to just keep your opponent out of 1 table corner or more.
Yeah. I have a couple brief thoughts on it. And the first thing, just playing against it, because that's generally what I end up doing. The very first thing that I notice is if I'm not running engage on all fronts, this is a real problem for me because engage on all fronts, I'm playing that way to try and stop him from getting that anyway. But if I'm not playing engage on all fronts, I'm playing another secondary. Well, in order to keep him from getting all these points, I still have to play engage on all fronts even though I'm not scoring for it, which is not good. So you're basically playing for 4 secondaries at that point and only scoring a maximum of 3 secondary potential, so 45 points. Another thing I think about this too is when you look at the Necron army, this army plays Purge the Vermin better than any other army in the game in terms of what they're capable of doing. They don't want you to get engaged on all fronts, ever, because it's bad for them if they have units from their army getting into your lines and staying in your lines for a long period of time. So when you're removing a whole quarter of a board, a unit or 2 every turn, your opponent really has to try and make up for that loss with their other secondaries and stuff. Now, most opponents will probably play into that by trying to max out their secondaries and primaries and whatnot. But Necrons can hold primaries better than most armies in the game. They just have to get there. This actually forces your opponent to try and take away stuff that they would normally be throwing at the Necrons to slow them down, to keep them from getting those primaries, into now splitting them up and getting them to a different board corner and potentially leaving behind that unit that they normally would have been able to throw into your face. So it can play a pretty big role in terms of what your opponent has to do. They really have to think about your secondaries at this point. So I agree. I think it's a really good one. It's a little bit one of those, I don't know. I think there's other secondaries out there you could make arguments for in the book, the primary book. But in terms of 4 Necrons, this is arguably, I think, undeniably the best one. And arguably you could make a reason to find a way to fit this secondary in almost every game that you play with Necrons. There are certain lists that you might run where you might not run this, but it depends on how fast you can keep up with your opponent, and it depends on what kind of firepower you bring. And Necrons do bring a lot of firepower to the table. So. So that's it for the secondaries, yeah? All right, so we're going to start getting into the more bulk of stuff here.
So
we want to talk about the army-wide overall rules.
So that's going to be reanimation protocols, your
Living
dimensional translocation, your living metal. So this is what your whole army has. Your whole army has reanimation protocols, and your whole army has living metal. Now it's not going to say that in the book, so like warriors don't have living metal, but it's not going to work on them anyway. So it's easier just to say they all have RP and they all have living metal. Because the other end of the spectrum, your single model vehicles have RP, but it's not going to work on them.
Right.
So your whole army has both those rules.
Anything that would make a difference to or whatever effect has those rules.
And then you have dimensional translocation. So some units can actually stay in reserve, like the Death Marks, the Hexmark Destroyer, the Monolith, I believe, has that.
And the stratagem, of course, as well.
And the Stratagem,
So-
of course, as well. So those are certain units that can just be held in reserve without you having to spend CP or anything
And
like
it's
that.
not like normal reserves either, where they come in a specific board corner or whatever the case is. The fact that you can drop 9 inches away from an opponent and basically pick a spot on the board where you want them, they can be there.
Yep.
It's huge.
It is.
Deep Strike it plays positive and negative roles in the game for each army. Sometimes it sucks not to have your unit on the board for a couple turns, but it can also keep a unit that would otherwise be dying first turn alive for another turn without having to play the reserves game where that unit has to come in a specific board corner or they're limited to what they can do. The translocation really helps, especially Death Marks. I think they play a huge role in how your opponent reacts and plays their units, especially if they have Deep Strike units as well. And I think it's a really interesting rule.
We'll really get into it with Death Marks because Death Marks really they have a special rule that really makes the best out of this, or should I say they change it to a stratagem. But we'll get into that when we talk about Death Marks. Everything is living metal, so for your scarabs, to your vehicles, to your characters, they're just going to generate a wound each turn.
Yeah.
So just like Chaos and their demon engines that keep regenerating a wound every turn.
Anything with multiple wounds in the game, getting a wound back, it's a big deal. I mean, it doesn't, if it was on like 1 or 2 models, it wouldn't make a huge difference in most cases. Like you look at Tyranids where Carnifexes get a wound back, okay, cool.
Yeah.
But every model in your army that can be affected by it gets it. And now everything's gaining that extra wound back, especially the characters, where like you take a character down to 1 wound or something like that, and you're like, okay, well, I'm just going to Stormbolted this guy to death. Well, now he gets a wound back, and then you got the Protocol, which gives him 2 back.
Yep.
And then there's the stratagem for, or is it Warlord Trade or Relic or whatever it was?
Oh, well, there's certain ways to heal them.
One of them gives a third back, so you theoretically get 3 back in a turn. That's,
it's incredibly easy for like a Necron character to actually be killed. Use your stratagem, like we talked about the Resurrection Protocol, to bring them back up with deep wounds. Oh, now I'm in Protocol of the Undying Legion, so he's going to heal 2, and then I'm going to have my Canoptic Cloak, Cryptek over there, heal him. So he's back to full.
Yep.
He just died last turn. Now he's all the way back to full.
I run into a lot of problems, especially with our Triarch Stalkers and our Doom Stalkers, where I've gotten them down really low, where I figure at that point I don't even need to worry about them the rest of the game, and then, a turn or 2 later, they're back in it and they're hitting me like a truck again. And it's like, oh, well, I spent all this time shooting at this thing. I didn't quite kill it. I thought I could ignore it, but now I have to pay attention to it again.
Yep.
And it is obnoxious for players who have to go against it.
The vehicles that bracket, like the Ghost Ark and the Triarch Stalker, really make the best use of it, especially when you're healing like 2 wounds or have a Technomancer heal them too, because it'll bring them from bottom bracket up to middle bracket or even top bracket if you get enough.
Yep.
So all of a sudden, this vehicle that was down and out of the game is a real menace again. Moving on from there, reanimation protocols. Now, so this doesn't work on your vehicles really, because they're only 1 unit models. If a unit gets wiped out, you can't use your RP rolls. Now, they are the best on warriors and big horde units like that, because unless they can kill all the units or all the models in the unit, you'll get your RP. And unlike any army, this allows you to return models to the tabletop.
Right.
It's less effective on things like Scarabs or Scorpic Destroyers, because when the model has multiple wounds, you need to successfully perform multiple reanimation protocol rolls.
You have to match its wounds on your rolls.
Yep.
Which
So like a Scarab,
your odds
you need
decrease
4 successes just to bring back 1.
Yeah.
Whereas with a warrior, they only have 1 wound, so you only do 1.
Yeah.
Any excess, like say you're rolling for Scarabs and you roll 7, you only get back 1.
Right.
Because you need 8 to get that second one. Now, 3 of them are really wasted, and that feels really kind of bad.
And I think,
but I understand why they did that.
I think it's interesting because if you look at like previous editions, where reanimation protocols, it's changed every edition really. They keep switching it up to doing something different, and So what you want to do with reanimation, like it's more beneficial, like Mars said. It's going to be better on the smaller units, the non-elite style units. With that said, though, you can still make it effective with certain units. And then when you roll in like Cesaric in that Dynasty trade, that gives you the reroll. As it is the Dynasty trade, right? That gives you the one extra
Command
reroll.
Protocol.
That's the one, Command Protocol. That gives you the extra reroll. It can be the difference between getting that unit back or model back or not.
Yep.
I think a lot of problems with reanimation in terms of the elite units comes down to the size of the unit you can run. Primarily because when you start losing models, like we'll take for instance like Scorpic destroyers. You know, you got 6 of them in a squad and they lose 5 of them. You're probably going to get 1 or 2 of them back. But if you're running a 3-man squad, you're probably not getting 1 back, even if you lose 2 of them, right? So your odds are much smaller the less models you have in the unit and the more wounds you have. Where with like units like warriors and stuff like that, stuff with only 1 wound, you're getting them back pretty regularly, enough to where they can impact the game throughout the entire game, and they're never gone for good. You can never count them out without wiping the whole unit out. And that's the way Necrons have always kind of played. You really got to kill the whole unit in order to just completely ignore them the rest of the game, because if they're not completely dead, they're going to reanimate. But then if you look at like 8th edition rules prior to where the Codex came out for that, the old reanimation, where like your destroyers, you know, say if you got a destroyer, a single destroyer would survive, you know, after losing 5 of them in the unit the previous turn. Well, now you have a pretty good chance of getting all 5 of them back, or even a few of them back can make a big difference, especially when you consider, like, what was their old stratagem? It was the Annihilation Protocols, I think was the name of it, or something like that.
Extermination protocols, where they'd reroll hits and wounds for 1 CP.
And they were one of the best shooting units in the Necron army at that point in time. So you kind of needed those reanimation to get back your units to be able to continuously have enough firepower throughout a game to do something. With that said, though, now that they've changed Warriors, Immortals, and some of these other units to kind of carry the load, the reanimation benefits them better than anybody else, and it effectively works with them better than any other unit in the army. So because they're carrying the load already, being able to throw that reanimation on them and having an effective reanimation on them is more important than having it on, say, destroyers or, you know, a couple of Lich Guard, or whatever the case is. And that's not to say that they still don't get it. You're just more than likely getting less models back than you would otherwise, if you compared it to like the 8th edition version. But that's fine, because you can give up those units and still have enough firepower and enough objective holding throughout a game that you really don't have to worry about those units dying. Big deal. They died. They lasted a turn. They did some shooting. They're gone. Okay, it's not the end of the world. Whereas in like 8th edition, losing a unit of elite models, especially with, you know, the point costs of a lot of these models, Necrons were expensive, you know, and when you lose those units, it hurts you so bad. Where nowadays, as long as you got your Warriors and your Mortals alive, those smaller units with 1 wound, that's really all you need, and it's enough.
I've had plenty of games where it came down to just, I have like a unit of Immortals, a Noble, and a unit of Warriors left. But we're in like round 4, and my opponent just doesn't have enough firepower to chew through it, because he still has to worry about RP.
Yeah, there comes a point in the game.
I'm not going to be able to deal the 40 plus wounds with my remaining army.
I found playing against Necrons, there comes a point in the game where if you have not killed the units, especially the smaller units, fast enough, at the end of the game, there's nothing you can do about them. So you have to play your game and completely ignore them, or just hope that they don't do enough during their turn to be able to keep your army from doing stuff. So that's not to say that Necrons ought to win if they make it to turn 4. With that said, it gives them the ability to rely on their troops, their infantry, stuff like that, to actually be able to carry the load of the game, which is really how the army's been designed to begin with since day 1.
The army's been designed, like you said, from day 1 to really just outlast their opponent, because they are undead, soulless robots. They're already dead. They're going to outlast you. Now, like you were saying, like, you don't need to give up, though. Like, if I have 20 warriors left on the table at turn 4, you're not necessarily going to lose, because we've had games before where a single unit kills 20 warriors just in a single volley. Just 20 warriors are down. Well, I don't get a RP. And that's 260 points that I don't have. So it's definitely possible. It's just a real balancing factor of do they have enough firepower left to do so,
Yeah.
or are you going to outlast them?
Well,
And that's what I feel is really makes games real close and real
Yeah.
fun.
when you look at those units too, the amount of firepower you need to put into 20 warriors to kill them, even if they don't get their reanimation, is enough to where warriors. I mean, they are expensive troops, but they're cheap enough.
Comparatively.
They're cheap enough to where losing a unit of them isn't going to cost you the game in most cases. You're going to have enough units left over. If they put their whole army into killing a 20-man unit, well, congratulations, you killed a 20-man unit. Big deal. I still got 40 other, 50 other models on the board. It's not the end of the game for me, right? So turn 3, turn 4, if they got all their elite units left and all their troops are dead, well, they're still going to beat you with all their elites and their heavies and stuff. So I think reanimation is really interesting how it works now because it forces you to choose what you need to kill first. And when you decide to put stuff into those one wound models that get to reanimate, I mean, you kill them until they're dead. You don't have a choice. But that being said, even if you do that, especially with the way the new reanimation works, one unit, unless that one single unit kills off that 20-man warrior squad, it doesn't matter because you're going to put 5 or 6 other squads in them, and they're going to keep reanimating and bring models back. That 20 warrior squad turns into more like 30, 35 warriors at that point, and that's assuming you even kill the unit by the end of your shooting. So the next turn they come around and they get whatever. There's ways to get D6 back.
There's ways to get them back. So when you fail your reanimation protocol rolls, you can't. It's not like an 8th edition where at the start of your turn you get them back. That's long gone.
Yeah.
You have to rely on other sources like a Cryptek, a Ghost Ark, a Resurrection Orb.
Yeah.
So there are multiple ways to recoup your unit.
Yeah.
But if you don't have access to those, you're relying solely on the RP rolls.
Right.
And when you fail those, they're gone for good.
It hurts. It does hurt. And I like that's actually what's one of my favorite things about reanimation now. If they didn't have those little extra toys in there at the beginning of the next turn or whatever to bring models back, I don't really think reanimate would be better than its 8th edition version. But with that said, I mean, maybe on par. I don't. Maybe not worse. Maybe not better.
It's really hard to compare.
But
They're very different.
But when you throw in all those little extras that they get on top of that at the start of the next turn, it makes them so defensively powerful that you can't rely on winning a game by killing their units. You can only rely on winning a game by doing what your army's best at doing. And unfortunately, some armies are only good at killing other armies, and they don't do anything else. Like you look at Tau. They can kill a lot of stuff, but they can't hold objectives to save their life. So, yeah, it hurts, with if you're relying on just reanimate, even if you don't get the +1s, for the 4-up reanimate. But another thing that we haven't talked about yet that what I want to mention here is that reanimation, when you get that model back, you're not putting that model back right where it died at.
Oh.
You pick where the model goes. And that is probably one of the biggest things about the new reanimation that makes it good.
The new reanimation is actually really weird because the way it's worded, it has no depiction on where the model needs to go.
Right.
You simply return it to the table. It doesn't say anywhere.
I think it still has to be within...
No, there's no limitation. You can put it anywhere on the table. Now, the reason you don't see people doing this is because all of a sudden that unit is now out of coherency. So when it comes to the morale phase, you're going to have to kill
You'll
units.
lose some models.
You'll lose some models.
Yeah.
So rules as written, by all means, you can take all your reanimated models and put them somewhere else on the board.
Yeah.
And then just delete the rest of the models that survived.
Right.
Like that's, as far as the Codex says, that's perfectly legal.
Yeah.
I don't know how effective that is because you're losing models now.
That's right.
So generally, 9 times out of 10, you're just going to see people putting up incoherency, so they don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. But you can still string them out too.
You can still
You can take one from, say if he's not within range of an objective,
yes,
and the rest of the unit is. Well, now you're putting him over on top of the objective to stack more models on the objective.
Yep.
And you can outweigh your opponent on what they kill. Like, say if they charge your unit with, to get to the objective and try and take over that objective, you can just keep piling bodies on top of that objective, and there's nothing they can do to stop you.
Yeah.
you're actually making it worse for yourself by
It's
killing their stuff.
sometimes that little like movement bonus you're gaining out of RP, especially when it comes to like warriors, is really ridiculous what you can do.
Yeah.
You can, oh, I'm not an objective, but hey, you did enough damage. I'm gonna put these guys, string them out over onto objective. Now I'm holding that.
Yeah.
Or you did so much damage that I'm gonna pull all the casualties from the front and just put them in the back. Now you can't consolidate into me, and I'm out of combat during my turn.
I think you can play some other shenanigans too, like with secondaries. Engage on all fronts is another one too, where like if you got your unit, when you go in or whatever, you're done with your unit, and your unit hasn't quite got engaged on all fronts. Well, now you can charge a unit, let them kill a couple of your warriors, and then move the little back stragglers that are keeping you from getting engaged over onto that side. So now you are getting it. So there's a lot of little things you can do like that with Reanimate that allows you to play the game better. And it almost, I don't want to say easy mode, but it definitely makes it a lot easier to play your army.
It's not easy mode. I can definitely understand from a points point of view how powerful reanimation protocols are. Being in the shoes though, it is a lot of strategy.
Yes, you do have
figuring out where each individual model needs to be, especially in a 20-man warrior squad, because you have to be in range of 2 others before you lose models.
Yeah, you really have
they kind of have to
what
clump
you're
up.
doing, that's for sure. And then like we mentioned living metal too, like living metal, I think it's a cool rule and all, but honestly at this point it's just icing on the cake for Necrons.
It is.
Reanimate's the big bulky rule. That's the one that really can make or break how Necrons win or lose. But living metal, like, it's a great rule, don't get me wrong.
Yep.
But even if it wasn't there, the army would still be fine without it. It's that good. Yep. Reanimate's just that good that living metal is just kind of, it's cool, but okay.
Like other codexes have access to rules similar to living metal, so that doesn't really make them stand out. But the reanimation protocol is what really defines Necrons as operating differently on the table than just here's another shooty army of like marine equivalents.
Yeah. All right, so we are going to move into individual data slates, data sheets. We'll probably only spend about a minute on each unit. I think we'll probably take a couple more minutes with the Satan, just because their rules has their own page for like their abilities.
The powers and whatnot.
But we just kind of want to cover the characters and kind of what we think about them. Not characters, but the units and what we think about them. So,
all the data sheets.
So I think I'll start with Imatech, and I'll let you kind of go through some of them, because I think there's a lot of them that you don't like to use.
Yes.
Primarily because you build your army a certain way. So the name characters I think I'll cover, just because I have a lot of experience with these guys, mostly in 8th edition, but their 9th edition rules hasn't changed enough to where it makes a huge difference. The very first guy on the list is Imatech the Stormlord. If you're playing Mefrit, I think it is Mefrit, right?
Nope.
Sorry about that. So yeah, so if you're playing Sautek Dynasty, you're going to include him in your list. More often than not, if you're playing Sautek, you're playing it to run Imatech, because he's just great. His Lord of the Storm ability is really cool. The Grand Strategist ability to get the extra 2 command points is awesome. It's not good. It's awesome.
Yep.
And he has all the other great stuff that Lords get, Overlords get.
He's a really powerful Overlord. He's got a 2-up armor save.
Yeah. Well, his profile overall is just phenomenal. But then you also consider like the other stuff that he gets on top of it. Like he has more special rules than most Marine characters, and that's saying something. So, he's got his Gauntlet of Fire, which is a cool little heavy flamer. It's kind of neat, but whatever. But then he's got the Staff Destroyer, and the staff has 2 profiles, which is great. And what's even more interesting is the Gauntlet of Fire is assault, so you can use both the Gauntlet and you can use the staff.
Yep.
Whereas anything that's 12-inch range is generally
he just has more
pistol.
weapons. It's icing on the cake.
Yeah, it's crazy. So, Imatech's one of those guys where I generally tend to play in the back, because Lord of the Storm ability is what I take him for most of the time.
Yes.
And then in 9th edition, if I'm going to take him, I'm taking him for Lord of the Storm and the Grand Strategist ability, and then just to dish out buffs here and there. So I try and keep him out of harm's way most of the game. But if he needs to get in there and do some damage, he can do it. The guy's got 4 attacks. I mean, he's strength 6, strength 6. Yeah, so strength 5 base.
6. Yep.
AP 3, 2 damage, and then his shooting profile is 3 shots with the same profile. So, honestly, the guy isn't bad in terms of being able to do stuff, but when you're running him for his auras, for his abilities.
Yep.
And he just makes Sautek that much better.
So you can use his My Will Be Done twice. What was those? 2 times. 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 2 times.
Yeah, so he's got the relentless march ability that
Yep.
gives the extra move. He's got the my will be done to add it for a second time, which is kind of
Yep.
neat. He's got the 4-up invuln, 2-up base save, so
Yeah.
he's great. But
So he's really tough. He's basically a Marine in Terminator armor when you
yeah,
think about it.
yeah. So we're gonna move into Oricon here now.
We'll just want to find out on Emotech.
Oh,
He
sure,
has
go
the Grand Strategist, so he gives you 2 CP, right?
Grand Strategist is 2 as long as he's your warlord. Yes.
Yep. So when he's your warlord in your Sawtech den, he gives you 2 CP, and then on top of this, he's locked into the stratagem for Sawtech that makes you generate extra CP on a 5+.
Right.
So he
He's
can give
feeding
you
you
a
CP
lot
all
of
game.
CP.
Yeah.
That's like between 3 and 5 CP.
On average, it's
just
gonna
for
be about
running this
4
guy.
to 6 CP a game. Yeah, it's good.
So he's real good.
Yeah. So okay, moving he's got the Pharaon rule too. So like you said, you can do my will be done twice, which is cool. But moving into Oricon, Oricon is very rarely played nowadays. He's always been one of my favorite characters just because of his lore, and then just because of like how he turns into like a mini Satan. I mean, he's more of a fluff character, but he's got some neat rules. I mean, he still has most of the stuff that all the other Chronomancers get. He's got the Master Chronomancer, Prescient Strike, which is cool. It allows him to do some stuff within the fight. So it basically makes your units fight first. It's not fight last. It's you get to pick. I think it's pick a unit. Well, this model is Engage Marine. It can fight first. So he basically fights before everybody else, which is cool. He's got the 4-up invuln, which not a lot of. I think most of them are 5-up, right?
Most cryptos don't even have an invul.
Right.
So
So
he's got a 4-up.
if they can get it, that's probably going to be a 5-up. But yeah, just having a base 4-up invuln is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then the stars are right. I mean, the fact that he's not dynasty locked, I think is probably my favorite
Yes,
part
that
about him.
changed from 8th.
I think that's my favorite part about him. The fact that he's a dynastic agent, so you can take him in any dynasty.
Yep.
Makes him kind of an interesting pick. And if you want to use a named character, he's kind of a cool guy to go to. Thing is, you run him like a regular Cryptek, and if the stars are right goes off, it turns him into a melee beast where you can just end game, turn him around, and run into characters and just
More or
fight
less turns into
characters.
a monster. I mean, toughness 7,
Strength
strength
7, AP 3, D3 damage.
Yep.
4 attacks.
Yep.
He's better than your overlords in combat,
Yeah.
which is pretty crazy for a Cryptek.
Just throughout the game, he has an increased chance of turning into this monster.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, he is a little more expensive than your average Chronomancer. With that said, though, he's got some pretty cool rules, and I think he's worth at least looking at. Not
Especially
necessarily
since
taking.
you can put him in any dynasty now.
Right. Yep. Speaking of taking a unit in any dynasty, this is one of my favorite guys, Anrakir the Traveler. He was great in 8th edition. He was the best character in 8th edition for Necrons. Turn around to 9th edition, I still think he's really good. You're probably going to run him more often than not if you're running Novok because of his ability to give the +1 attacks to units. With that said, though, I mean, even giving like your core warriors
Just
2 attacks
warriors.
a pop,
Doubling their attacks.
he can be good at any dynasty, really.
Yep.
And then you also have the stratagems too you can lock into to make your guys strength 5 and all that stuff. So I mean, it's never a bad thing to have those extra abilities. But in terms of what he does, he gives a lot out to the army. He still has a living metal. He has command protocols. He's got the Tachyon arrow, which your new Indominus ones come with, and comes with a war sight too. So I mean, he's pretty decent in combat. He smacks stuff dead, so he's kind of fun. But I think really, if I'm going to run him, even with all of his other rules, the Mind the Madness thing with being able to take over vehicles and stuff is kind of cool, but it's just more of a fluff rule than anything. But if you look at his ability to give the +1 attack, I think that's really where he shines. And I think generally more often than not you're going to run it in Novok just because the only time you really want the extra attacks, or the reason why you would run him to give the extra attacks, is to throw it in an army that's melee based, which Novok is the way to go. So, but yeah, so that's him. Like I said, he's not dynasty locked, so he's pretty cool. Vanguard Oberon. You're going to pair him with Nemesis Zandrek.
You're pretty much just always going to pair him with Nemesis Zandrek.
Yeah. Zandrek gives him so many extra rules. As long as they're nearby each other, they do a lot of stuff. You can teleport Zandrek, or you can teleport Oberon to Zandrek, which is some cool stuff. Kind of works like the Terminator Homer rules and stuff. But overall, he's one of those characters where if you want a melee character, he's kind of neat. He's not like super special by any means, but I think he's probably worth his points.
I'd say he's not too bad. He's like a really kind of beefy Lich Guard character
Yeah.
for Nemesaur.
Yeah.
Because Nemesaur, he's got some good
He is
abilities.
Sawtech, so that's another thing you got to be
Yeah, they are
careful about.
Sawtech locked.
Yeah.
Nemesaur is really good at buffing your army. I believe he can use his My Will Be Done twice, and then he has.
Sandrick has a lot of interesting stuff for making,
Yeah.
like the counterattack thing is a big one. Where, so declare. So once per battle, your opponent declares a stratagem before any command points. If your opponent does, they cannot use the stratagem this battle round. So basically, you can shut off their stratagems.
You can shut off a stratagem. That's really cool.
It costs 4 CP for almost everybody else. 3 CP, I think, for GSC. 4 CP for Drakari. So
Yeah, and you got this on a character.
this is on
Once per battle, but still.
Well, you only use it once per battle in the other armies too.
Well,
so
once per phase, right?
they can use it more, but when you're
When
spending,
you're
3 or
spending
4
3 or
CP
4,
on
yeah.
a single stratagem,
It's
you're only
basically
ever
once
going
per.
to do it once most of the time.
This is locked on a character. Yeah.
But yeah, it's a cool thing where you can use Oberon and Xandrek together. They're both pretty good. I think the problem comes down to the fact that Oberon is Sawtech, Xandrek is Sawtech. Yeah, do you want a melee character in Sawtech? Sure, it's kind of fun, but he just doesn't benefit from all the other cool stuff Novo gets.
Yeah. The thing is, if you're playing Sawtech, you're probably already playing Emotech.
Yeah.
And then if you want to put Nemesaur, Xandrek, and his buddy in there, you're talking about 3 really expensive characters. That's going to take up most of your list.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of, I don't know, you can make an argument for using him, and the counter tactics ability is insanely strong. With that said, though, it can potentially not be ever, like, if you use it in a game, how often are you going to run into a time where you absolutely have to turn off their stratagem? Maybe it'll come up, maybe not.
Might come up.
I mean, it's great to have when you need it, and I think that's what it comes down to. But more often than not, I mean, Emotech does the job just fine.
Yeah.
Where you don't need Xandrek and Oberon together.
Because honestly, he's just another Overlord.
He is, yeah.
At the end of the day.
And he's got a Staff of Light too, which is another thing. It's like, you can't take the Relic Staff of Light on him. So
Yep, you can't give him relics.
it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so Luminor's Zeras. Now, him and I can both talk about this primarily because we're both kind of looking at it.
I think we're on opposite ends of the fence on this guy.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's very good for multiple reasons.
Yeah.
But why don't we let you go over him first?
Okay, so his rules are pretty interesting primarily because of the fact that he's got a lot of, he's definitely a beefier version of your normal Cryptek.
Yes.
He's a super Cryptek with a lot of, interesting abilities. He's got the Bile buff where you can make a unit a little better every turn. It's not always the one you want, which is probably the only thing about it that I don't like. With that said, they're all stuff that makes your army better, and why not? If it's a 20-man warrior unit with toughness 5, great.
Oh, yeah. Great.
Yeah, but if it's a 20-man unit with, strength 5, that's still good. It's never bad.
Less good.
It might not get used in the game, but there's also, it allows you to do other stuff with your army you wouldn't otherwise do. I think one of my favorite things about it is the ballistic skill buff, which gives your warriors and stuff like ballistic.
+1 ballistic skill.
That's monstrous when you don't need to use My Will Be Done on them. You can almost basically take Caesara's without a
You can
lord.
use both, because My Will Be Done is +1 to hit, and that's a ballistic skill increase.
Right. But what I'm saying in terms of like what you can do is you can choose not to take a lord, an overlord, and run him instead, and still potentially get that.
Yep, get your 2+ to hit.
Or, and obviously it's risk, so you're running into problems with that. But with that said, it allows you to take a guy who does all the stuff a Cryptek does, but now can kind of do stuff that lords do, which is interesting. I think my favorite thing about him, though, is the fact that I think a lot of people overlook the Eldritch Lance. It's not like super great in combat.
It got better.
Means, but Assault D3, it doesn't sound like a lot, but like we've played Samael, the Dark Angels chapter master, or whatever, the master for the Raven Wing, and he gets D3 too, but it can almost, his D6 damage, strength 8, AP -4. It's a mini Melta without the Melta rule that theoretically can be 3 shots a turn at 36-inch range, which is monstrous.
It used to be like 18. It was really short. It was really short, but they changed it in the Codex.
Yeah,
it's a lot better.
That extra range turns your character from a guy who's just giving out buffs every turn to not have to worry about ever getting him up close. You can just keep him back all game and still shoot at full firepower.
He can still contribute to the
and
fight.
hit like a truck, when he does
yeah.
hit. So he's interesting. He gets a lot of attacks, which I think is pretty cool.
4 attacks plus 2 from his little limbs.
Yeah. So, which is way better than a Cryptek.
Yeah, well, the Cryptex have 1.
Yeah.
They're not combat at all.
Right. But even like some of the other special Cryptex and stuff, they get like 2 or whatever. Even if they could get up to 4, it doesn't make a difference.
So he's no slouch in close combat.
He's pretty good. I think it comes down to whether or not. I think my favorite thing about him is the fact that he's not dynastic locked.
Yes.
And then
he can go on anything.
the fact that you got that long lance shot, so it kind of gives you some shooting to your army you wouldn't always be taking. Like, say, for instance, I'm running a melee army and I don't want to run your Doomstalkers.
Yep.
I could take that and still get some of that D6 damage shots that hit really hard, but I could still, he's still a melee character. And he does some augmentation, which is pretty cool. So he does kind of a little bit of everything. I think it culminates enough to where I believe he's worth the points.
He really is an army in a can.
Yeah. He does a lot.
He does do a lot. I'll agree with that. He's got 7. He's got 7 wounds, toughness 6.
Yeah.
He's got that Eldritch Lance, which, like you said, is basically just a melt-a-gun at 36-inch range. Multiple
Only
potential
Sisters of
shots.
Battle are the only ones that have a range.
He can buff your core units, your Immortals. Yeah, your core units. Yeah, so he could buff your Lich Guard potentially.
Yeah.
He has the ability to stop. He makes Psychers in 9 inches potentially perils on any doubles they roll.
It's kind of like he's like a librarian where they get the psychic hood at 12-inch range or whatever.
Yep.
But this is actually a little better than the psychic hood.
He's just got it kind of built in. So if he gets close to Psychers, they're going to start wigging out.
Yeah.
And if he kills units in melee, he gets to use his augmentation ability again. He can use his rites of reanimation twice. Not on the same unit, of course, because it's locked out of that.
Yeah.
But he can really be a force multiplier for your army.
Right.
Now, the bad things about him. Yes, the lance is really good, but for some reason he's only ballistic skill 3.
Yeah.
This is the Albert Einstein of the Necron race, and he only has ballistic skill 3. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Why is my phone going off?
You're being paged. I think the ballistic is due to the fact that if you look at all the other Cryptex, their ballistic is 3. They all kind of meet that.
Yeah, so all the other Cryptex are 3, but I mean, with all of his, because he's basically obsessed with augmenting himself to make himself even better. Yeah. So why he's still ballistic skill 3 is beyond me. And when you get a mere D3 shots and you roll a couple 1s and 2s, it can feel really bad.
Yeah.
The other bad things is his augmentation is random. You can only do it on a unit once throughout the game. So if you get a +1 strength on those warriors, you can't give them anything else.
Yeah, you
throughout
can't
the
go
game.
back and give them the
You can't
toughness
give them
instead or whatever. Yeah.
So you could be sitting there with a shooting army fighting against like Imperial Guard, who are never going to charge you, and oddly enough, just giving your guys plus strength, that's going to feel really bad.
Yeah.
Another thing is he has a 3-up armor save with no invuln.
Yeah.
If he gets into a fight with a Smash Captain and he's not killing that Smash Captain, it's going to go south for him fast.
Yes.
And that leads to my final point, which is he is 160 points. A Catacomb Command Barge is cheaper than that.
Right.
And that has an invuln and quantum shielding.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
he's definitely pricey for what you get.
He is a real army in a can, but he's got some real weaknesses which make me really hesitant to take him.
I would mention, with kind of as a counter argument to the fact that he doesn't have the invuln, this almost kind of helps him in that term, is the fact that you can still use the reanimation ability on him because he is a character and he is infantry.
Yes.
So he can still get back up when he dies, which not having the invuln sucks, but very few characters can get back up after they go down. So this almost kind of turns that invuln into, okay, well, you can put as many attacks as me as you want. Well, normally a character would roll those 4-up invulns, and enough will go through where they'll die, where this just doesn't care how many attacks you have. It just lets him die, and then on a single 4-up, he gets right back up. So, if you compare him to the other Necron characters, I think there's an argument to be made that the other characters probably are a little better for what they do. With that said, though, Caesara's works really well in armies with a lot of warriors, a lot of smaller units that can use the augments. So it comes down to really what you want in your army. And I think he's worth the points, but like you said, he's got to be protected at all times, really. And otherwise, you're running into the problem where you're probably going to lose. So.
Yep. So closing out, definitely consider him. Go over how he'll fit into your army, because he can fit into any army. He's a real force multiplier, but just be cautious of some real setbacks that he does have.
Okay, so we're going to move into, since we kind of covered Xandrek, I think there wasn't really a whole lot else to go over with him. The problem is that he's Sautek, and you're going to run...
you're going to be running
You're going to run Amatech over him most of the time. So he's still a great character, does a lot of cool stuff, but yeah. So Trazen is the next guy we're going to jump into here. What do you have for opinions on him?
I am so saddened because his lore is phenomenal. This is the mad collector of the Necron race.
He is the most flavorful Necron character, in my opinion.
So he's no longer dynasty locked. He can go in any army.
Yeah, as he should. I mean,
as he should.
Jumps from dynasty to dynasty.
So to put it simply, he's an overlord, just like your standard overlord. Yeah. He gets, I believe, 1 extra wound. And he doesn't have a Staff of Light, but instead he has this... Obliterator, which is a melee weapon, which is Strength 7, AP 1, D3 damage. And then...
if he kills characters...
If he kills a character, he causes mortal wounds to nearby enemies.
It's a 6-inch aura. It basically makes your characters explode.
Yep.
Your enemy characters explode, which is pretty cool, but it's... is he going to kill them? Maybe, maybe not.
Now, outside of that, he's got the standard stuff. The Phase Shifter and Overlord has the My Will Be Done, the Relentless March. He has Surrogate Host, so if he does die, you can put him into another character and they just swap out.
You just sacrifice your infantry character to put him in
your
instead.
Royal Warden, your Cryptek will just be removed and you get him back at full wounds or 3?
Three wounds remaining. Yeah.
So he'll have half his wounds remaining.
A little more than half. And then if you're in the Living Metal protocol, when that comes back around...
He's tough, 6 wounds.
Oh, okay. So, but if you're in the Living
Metal
Metal
if you're in the Living Metal...
He's almost back up to full by turn he comes back. It's interesting.
But yeah, because he's not Zarkin, he wouldn't... No, he'd get the protocols. Yeah.
The Zarkin just helps.
Yeah, Zarkin just helps.
Yeah. But the Ancient Collector...
Outside of that...
It's interesting.
So outside of those, he has the Ancient Collector. So you get a free relic for taking this guy.
-1 to any command points you would spend on a relic.
Yep. So you get a free relic. So you get your auto-include Veil of Darkness, and then like a Voltaic
You
Staff.
get another relic for free.
You get another relic for free.
Yeah.
Which can't be on him because he's a character.
Well, a named character, so he's not going to take it. But.
He's not going to take it.
But you got 2 other, right? So.
Yep. So it's unfortunate. He really doesn't do anything really cool like Stormlord or Zarez or Xandrek. He doesn't do anything. He's got these cute little surrogate host. He takes over another body.
I think it's interesting.
I mean, is that really helping you?
I mean, it can. So if you got like a bunch of Crypteks in your army and they're just basic Crypteks, you don't really need them that bad.
You get an Overlord.
Trazen can bounce around and it's kind of fun, but I think I kind of agree with you here. I don't think he's great. I just think he's more of a fun type character to use.
Yep.
If you're going to use him, and even his Ancient Collector ability allows him to do stuff in Crusade as well. So he's almost kind of built for that style of play.
I feel like he's more built for Crusade.
He's unique. He's kind of cool. He's got some neat stuff, but none of it is enough to where you're going to be like, oh, hey, I'm taking Trazen every time over this non-named character that I can just fill out the data sheet.
That's exactly the problem I feel with him is he is almost identical to an Overlord, and now you have to consider, do I need to pay 5 more points for Trazen?
Right.
Instead of an Overlord?
Yeah. And you can customize the Overlord. You can't customize him. So,
you can't customize him.
All right, so jumping into some other characters here.
We got the Royal Warden. So he's a simple little character. He's nice and cheap, I believe, 75 points.
Yep.
He's got a really good gun. So not only is he giving out your command protocols, he can also contribute to the fight with his nice 2 damage, strength 5, AP2, rapid fire 2, 30-inch range blaster. So
Yeah.
he's out there killing Marines
He's got a decent gun. Yeah.
He's got a real decent gun. He's got relentless march, so he makes your core units march faster. And his real reason you take him is his adaptive strategy.
Yes.
So a unit within 9 inches, you can select to, I believe it's only core, but
Yes, the Dynasty Core.
Dynasty core, they can fall back and still shoot and charge, I think. Shoot
They can
and charge.
still fall back, shoot, and declare a charge in a turn.
Yep.
Fall back.
So you can fall back with your warriors, shoot the enemy, and then charge back into them with this guy, which is really why you're taking him.
Yeah, I would agree here in terms of how he works. The adaptive strategy is really where it's at. He's still kind of fun without it, but when you add in the adaptive strategy, that literally is the make or break for taking him.
Yep.
Because of the fact that, like, warriors, for one, don't want to be in combat. No. And, I mean, there's not really any great ways to make them viable in combat. I mean, it's not saying that they
Strength
can't
4,
do stuff.
AP0.
Even with the stratagems and whatnot, they're still not great in combat. So when you can drop a unit out of combat, shoot, and then charge, there's some other units in the game too that might actually benefit from the ability, being able to charge or whatever the case is. So it allows you to kind of let you do what you want with your army without having to worry about your army being locked up. And especially with armies in the game, melee armies becoming so much more prominent now, and the boards becoming so much smaller now, that being able to have that unit that can, let you fall back or whatever with 20 warriors or whatever it is, having that extra thing in there, that little extra niche, can actually be the difference between whether or not your warriors are actually killing stuff in a turn. Because 20 warriors shooting is a lot scarier than 20 warriors punching.
Well, like we said earlier, performing an action with your warriors and losing out on all that shooting feels bad. But when you have a Royal Warden, you don't have to lose out on all that shooting.
Yeah.
So that's really why you take him.
Yeah.
Now, that's a really good ability.
Yeah.
And I like taking my Royal Wardens. However, the downsides are he has 4 wounds, a 3-up armor save, and no invuln.
Well, and they take a character slot too.
He takes a character slot.
In my opinion, I think they should be elites. They are cool, but they're like an elite immortal.
Yeah, because they're not even a noble.
Right.
So they're not. They don't give you command protocols. He's a character, so he gives them out, but he needs to take his orders from a noble.
And there's so many characters that are good in Necron armies nowadays that even if you're not taking a name character, it would be nice to not have to use a slot for the warden to take something else.
Yep.
Another lord or whatever the case is. Command barges and stuff like that. So yeah, they're good, but they're you got to kind of pick and choose. And if you're going to take them, you would say probably 1, maybe 2 in an army. Likely never 3.
Never 3, rarely 2. I don't know if you'd ever want 2.
The only time I would see 2 being useful is if you have like your army split up, where they're on like 2 sides of the board. Then you can utilize all that stuff. But then you got like the Veil of Darkness, which could play a role in that too. So
you got a lot of characters in your army to consider. That's probably his biggest problem is he's fighting for position in your army.
Yeah.
Next up is the Scorpec Lord. Oh my God, is this guy a beast? He is an army in a can. He has everything.
It's been a long time coming.
Yep.
GW needed to feed Necrons some kind of melee character.
Some sort of melee
they have
smash
been
captain
so
monster.
weird in the past.
They have.
But this turns melee around for Necrons.
Yep, so you got movement 8, so he's fast, weapon skill and ballistic skill 2, strength 6, toughness 6, 6 wounds, 3-up armor save, a 4-up invuln, so it's not going to be easy taking this guy down.
He's a beefy lord.
Yep.
Overlord. And,
he's got the Enmitic Annihilator, which is 2d3, strength 6, AP1, 1 damage blast at 18 inches, so it's not even like a short-range gun.
Yeah. He's got a couple of melee profiles, which is cool.
His melee profiles,
it's like the Bloodthirster, where they can do like the one really strong type attacks, or they can do a lot of small.
So he can do his 4 attacks at strength 8, AP4, D3, or 3 flat damage. Yeah. That's going to chop up any character that's going to try and fight him.
And for 1 CP, you add another strength onto that. Now he's strength 9 and taking out knights.
Yeah.
Like, goodbye.
Wounding knights on 3s?
3
is
damage
incredible.
pop. That's
Or
good.
if you're just fighting guardsmen, they're trying to just like, I don't want to fight that guy, just throw some chafe at him.
Oh, yeah.
He can instead use his Flensing Claws to get 8 attacks instead of 4.
Yeah.
Hitting on 2s, strength 6, AP 1, 1 damage.
Yeah, the fact that he's not stuck between choosing either
Yep.
always fighting big tough stuff or fighting little stuff, he can pick and choose whatever he wants to fight and do good against them. It's huge. And then the destroyer cult rule. That's where
so
it's at.
that's where it's at. So he's the Destroyer Cult, so he can reroll. He can reroll wound rolls of 1, as well as any other destroyer.
All destroyers within 6 inches.
within
of him.
6 inches
And it's
of him.
any destroyers. That includes even like your ranged destroyers.
Even your ranged destroyers.
Which is
It's
hilarious.
any wounds, ranged or close.
Yeah.
And also he has hardwired for destruction, so he rerolls 1s.
Yep.
So you have weapon skill and ballistic skill 2. You're rerolling 1s to hit. You're rerolling 1s to wound.
Yep.
Your strength 8, so you're probably wounding anything you're fighting. Even a knight, like you said, could wound on 3s, rerolling 1s.
Well, those rerolls allow you to chop up infantry pretty well too. I
Oh
think.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
those extra attacks that you get into there, having all those
Like
rerolls are really
strength
nice.
6, when you're using your Flensing Claws against guardsmen, you're wounding them on 2s,
Yeah.
rerolling 1s, so
Well-
you're probably just gonna kill 8 guardsmen.
Yep. Well, your orcs, your fire warriors, your guardsmen, they're just
Yeah.
See ya.
The
Nice. knowing you.
only downside of this guy is he's 140 points.
Is that a downside though? For what you get out of them, I think it's probably
It's-
worth the price tag.
I'm not saying it's not worth it.
You just got to be careful with them.
You
I
just
think
got to
that's
be
really-
careful. You
That's
know?
what it comes
If
down
he
to.
gets, he's got 6 wounds, so if he gets hit by like a melter or something and you fail,
Yeah.
it could be a sad day for
Well, at
you.
that point, you're spending the CP to resurrect him, and hopefully
Yeah.
he'll survive.
Because
And not take another
he is
meltdown.
an infantry. That's the other thing. He's infantry.
Yeah. So okay, so moving into the Locust Lord. Now this guy is the destroyer, the old destroyer lord.
So he's the old destroyer lord. He's a lord, but has a destroyer body. We're practically gonna skip over him because everything he can do, the Scorpic lord does better.
yeah.
The only reason you'd want to take him is if you for some reason want like a Scorpic lord kind of with like a resurrection orb. That's the only reason you would ever consider this guy.
One of the things I find really funny about him is the fact that, I mean, he's more customizable, which is kind of cool, because you can take like a number of different weapons. But what I find really weird about him is the fact that his movement is weird. Like, why is the Scorpic Lord, the little skittering guy, 8
With
inches,
3 legs.
where the destroyer who floats is only moving 8 inches too?
Yeah.
It just seems kind of weird.
It's so weird.
I don't understand the
he's got
reason.
fly, but he's just as fast
Well,
as the
in
Scorpic
the
lord.
9th edition, fly has really been reduced to,
Yep.
it's minimal compared to what it used to do.
It
so.
really is.
Okay, so moving into the Lord.
The Lord, he is your cheapest option, I'm pretty sure, at 70 points. He's
Just a
okay
lieutenant, right?
stats-wise. He's toughness 5, 4 wounds.
Yeah.
You're only really taking him if you want a cheap access to a Res Orb. Otherwise, his ability is the Lord's Will. A core unit within 9 can reroll 1s until your next command phase.
Yeah,
So he's also a noble. He's your cheapest noble.
he is noble. That's right.
He's your basic guy if you ever want to take something real cheap just to get access to
Yeah.
protocols.
Yeah, I don't think really much needs to be said about him. He's
Not too much.
he's all right. I mean, he's pretty good for what you get out of him and the points you pay for him.
He's kind of like a lieutenant.
You just kind of fill him in just like you would a lieutenant. Right.
Yep.
So
Yep.
you got a spot open, you can take him if you got the points. So there you go. Here's a good one.
The Catacomb Command Barge is really good now. It's, I believe, 145 points, 150 if you take the Gauss cannon on the bottom. But put it simply, it's an overlord on a annihilation barge.
A very tanky mobile flyer
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
vehicle.
So these are really good, and any Necron army should be considering taking this as your warlord.
Yeah.
Because it is incredibly durable at 9 wounds, toughness 6, quantum shielding, so you can only ever wound down 4s. It is a 5-up invuln. It's got a 3-up armor save.
His stats are great. His customization is phenomenal.
His customization is really where it's at.
and
Like we said earlier, you can give him the Blood Scythe and a Warlord trait and go to town with him. Because
Yeah.
his movement is 12. He
Yeah.
will scream across the battlefield, firing a Gauss cannon
well, and I think
at the enemy.
one thing people overlook with these guys too is their hovering rule. Now, normally you would measure a vehicle from their, unless it says otherwise, from their base.
Yep.
All your lords are measured from their base. This guy is measured directly from the hull or its base. So what's really unique about this is that your lord can cover a monstrous amount of ground.
He's a footprint
For being, whatever, just slightly more expensive than your average overlord, which what you get out of them, I mean, it's worth taking these guys.
Yep.
So yeah, definitely great. They're a great unit.
So he's what?
And then the
he
quantum
ends up
shielding plays a huge role.
Yeah,
so.
the quantum shielding makes him very difficult to deal with, and then the living metal, and then you can give him like a relic so he can heal more wounds. And the only
the fact that he's under 10 wounds is also kind of unique.
Yes, I was going to mention that he's 9 wounds and not 10, and he's also a character.
He's right where
so
he needs to be.
He's right where he needs to be for Lookout Sir.
Yeah.
Now Lichguard can't block for him because he's not infantry; he's a vehicle.
Yeah.
But Lookout Sir and your quantum shielding should keep him pretty safe from snipers.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the only real downside, if you could consider it one, is when you take him and a res orb on him, he gets up to 180 points. So he really starts getting expensive. And his combat abilities are a little lackluster for something that expensive.
Well, they're interesting because you can take like the relics to make them very melee based. I think just like with the Overlord, they're very customizable units, and you can build them however you want, and they can be good at everything. They may not be able to do certain things as well as some of the other characters can do, but the fact that they're so flexible allows you to build your unit how you want it to be built and play the way you want it to be played, with that massive movement, that that quantum shielding ability, and then the hovering measuring from the hull. So even the auras are measured from there. So it's a big deal. It's really interesting as a unit. That's still a character. That because a lot of times you won't see characters that can do that kind of stuff, and if they do, they're only
not often
buffing.
you see vehicle characters.
Well, they're only going to, if you do see a character that can, give the auras off in big ranges and stuff like that, they're going to be vehicles or units that can only give it to a specific type of unit. So, like, take for instance, you got the Tau Hammerhead character, Longstrike. He can only buff hammerheads, right?
Yep.
So, even though you measure from his hull, I mean, the aura is great, the range is great, allows you to spread out a lot more, but in this case, this guy can do it all and still have a big enough range to where he can keep everything in range of the buffs and still be able to do what he wants to do all game. So he's a great character.
Yep.
So, moving to Overlord, I don't think there's really a whole lot that needs to be said.
Not a whole lot to talk to him.
Basically, the command barge with a little more infantry-based stats.
More infantry-based stats. He's quite a bit cheaper. He's only 95, I think 100 points if you take the Tachyon arrow, but that's a one-shot. Strength 12, AP 5, D6 damage.
Yeah.
So you get like a hunter killer missile, strong hunter killer missile, but still.
They're very generalized models.
I think the only real thing to say about the Overlord is, again, highly customizable.
Yes.
You can really make them exactly what
Build
you need
them how you want them. You can do whatever you want with them. It's pretty cool. I like them.
Now we're getting into the Cryptex. Oh boy. So.
Yeah.
We're starting off with the Technomancer. So this is the one who has been around for, well, not forever, but he's the one you saw all the time in 8th, because he was the only Cryptic.
Yeah.
But now he's a Technomancer. Yeah. He is the one who's going to buff your core units. So the main reason you're taking him is for his Rites of Reanimation.
Yep.
He's going to act like the Necromancer in your undead army. He'll bring back one
like
core model to a unit, unless it's warriors.
Apothecary, right? Kind of.
Yep, kind of like an apothecary.
Yeah.
He can bring back one model in the command phase. If it's warriors, he can bring back D3 instead.
Mm-hmm.
So he is more effective on warriors.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of customization, and you can give him a Canoptic Cloak, which will allow him to repair Necron units, because they're like the Necron engineers. Yeah. Or you can give him the Canoptic Control Node. So that gives him an aura, I believe it's an aura, of 6 inches, and any Canoptic unit within range of that gets +1 to their weapon, ballistic skill, and weapon skill.
Right.
So he can be kind of your controller for all your machines.
Yep.
So he is kind of customizable in what you want him to be. Do you want him to be this engineer, this necromancer, this robotic like puppeteer?
Yeah.
And then you can add on relics on top of that, like giving this guy a voltaic staff. He's only ballistic skill 3, but still, this little shrivelly old guy with his toughness 4, 4 wounds, 1 attack, is all of a sudden shooting you with a voltaic staff.
Yeah, they're interesting, they're worth their points. I think you could argue for most of the cryptex that they're worth their points. Some of them are more situational than the others, but I mean their stat lines are all pretty much the same. They all just do different things for the army essentially.
Yep.
So
Moving into the Psychomancer,
yeah.
he
Now, he's a new one.
he's
I
a
just got
rough
the
one.
model, right?
He's a new one. Well, there's 3 new ones.
Well, he just
he's
got
one
his
of the new.
model, right?
He just got him. I just picked up mine the other day. I
Yeah.
need to assemble him.
Yeah.
He's very shrivelly. 4 wounds, 1 attack, 4 up save. Most of the cryptex are pretty vulnerable if they're ever attacked, and they can't fight very well.
Yeah.
His staff is essentially just a staff of light with strength 4 and AP 3.
Slightly different version of a staff of light.
Yeah, slightly different version of staff of light. So that's nothing impressive there.
Their AP is a little better in melee, but
The only reason you're really going to take him is for his Harbinger of Despair.
Yeah.
So the problem with this is you need to get within 12 inches. So that's already a problem. And you have to beat their leadership value on 3d6, which isn't too bad. You're looking like a coin flip.
Yeah.
And then when you complete those, you have options you can choose. You can prevent them from completing an action. You can make them fight last.
so they can fight. You can make them fight last, which is probably their best rule.
Yep.
You can make the unit lose objective secured, which is also really good.
Yep.
The advanced, you can have the advance and charge rolls made for a unit that's selected, which can be hilarious against armies that make charges, especially if they
Yep.
got to start on the other end of the board. Like I guess my best example would probably be like Thunderwolf cavalry and stuff.
Yep.
Having their charge range is a problem for them.
Oh, yeah.
But then the last thing is it just shuts off an action if they're performing
Yeah.
an action.
So these can all be a huge thorn in your opponent's side.
Yeah.
However, the hoops you have to jump through, you have to be within 12. You have to beat their leadership.
Yeah.
And then you get to perform one of these.
It's
appropriate. Yeah.
it's not always going to do what you want it to do, and that's the biggest problem. But you don't ever want to take a unit that won't always be able to do its job. Generally, you can just fill another unit in place of that. But it can be fun if you want to do it. If you want it to do something, or you're going against something you could use those abilities against. But are you willing to pay the points to do that when you could just fill in like a couple of warriors or something like that? I don't know. He's interesting, but good. That's a question mark for me.
One thing I will mention is he's got a Psychomancer specific Arcana for him alone, which allows him to, I believe within 18 inches, you just beat their leadership on 3d6 and they suffer D3 mortal wounds.
Is that the Plasmancer?
No, the Plasmancer has something similar. That's what I was getting in.
Oh, sure.
To, is you can give him this Cryptic Arcana to
right.
kind of turn him also into a Plasmancer, which is cute, but I mean, you're spending more points.
Yeah, it's like 20, 25 points more.
Yeah. It's cute, but it's notable. Because it's only him who can take it.
Right.
Moving over to the Plasmancer then. So the Plasmancer, again, save is 4 wounds, 1 attack. However, he doesn't really have any abilities that hinder your opponent or help you in any way. He's more of just a
Pain in your opponent's side.
Well,
He can poke at stuff.
Yeah, he can poke at stuff, and he
It's
does it
mortal
real
wounds.
good.
Yeah.
So, first of all, he's got an 18-inch Assault D3, Strength 7, AP3, 2 damage staff.
So he's got a better staff than the other ones.
The Strength 7 is nothing to sneeze at.
With the exception of the Chronomancer.
He can hurt vehicles pretty good.
Yeah.
He gets multiple shots. He also has the Harbinger of Destruction. So he, at the end of the movement phase, within 24 inches, you select an enemy unit and you roll
It's 3d6 and any
3d6 and any 4 it does mortal
Yeah.
wounds. So it's basically a smite.
It's like
he gets a smite every time.
It's like a weird psychic power. It's like one of the targeting ones where like you target a unit, roll d6, and then out of 4+ it does mortal wounds. Normally that's not very good, but the fact that he's kind of cheap to begin with, which is kind of nice.
70, 75, yeah.
Well, when you consider like librarians and stuff, you're paying like 80 to 100 points for a librarian. I mean, yeah, it's not a psychic power too. That's another thing
Nope.
too. Is you're not relying on passing a psychic test. You're not risking perils of the warp. It just does it, and
He just does it.
it's 24 inches, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be. It's never going to be game changing, but it can be fun and
like
somewhat
a Marine.
annoying to your opponents to actually have to turn around and pay attention to them.
Yep.
Because if they got like models that they can't afford to lose, you're just sitting there poking them off every turn. Yeah, that's a problem for them.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, he's an interesting one.
So he can definitely reroll a thorn in the opponent's side just through damage he deals because he's shooting his gun, which is 2 damage. He's using his psychic power.
Yeah.
And then he's got living lightning.
Yeah.
So in the fight phase, any unit within 6 inches of him suffers a mortal wound on a 4+.
Yeah.
So just another thing you have to be aware of.
Well, what's wild about it is the fact that it's anything within 6 inches, because like a lot of those kind of abilities, you have to be touching their base to be able to do that.
Yep.
They have to be in combat with you. In this case, they don't even have to be in combat. They just need to throw this dude in the center of your stuff, and now he's just blowing everything up. Even if it's only one mortal wound, it can still matter,
So yeah, he's
it's an
basically
interesting
this
one.
crypt tech who's running around the field electrocuting anything that he can.
Yeah, he's more annoying than strong, but he's interesting.
He's interesting. He's not a terrible take.
Yeah.
He's just more fighty.
Well, if you got 3 of these things running around too.
Yes, if you had 3 of these guys, that can be a real nuisance. They're not a force multiplier, which I think is the only bad thing to say about
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
Probably the best one, the Chronomancer.
He is the general standard.
So he's
For
the most
Cortex.
expensive at 80 points, I
Yeah.
believe, before upgrades.
Yeah.
But unlike the others, he instead of movement 5, he's movement 8. He has fly, so you can get him where he needs to be. He still only has a 4-up save, but he has a 4-up invuln.
Yeah.
Which can really help him survive
Well, I think
anything attacks.
his ability, what is it, the Chronometron? So
The
it
Chronometron,
brings you back to the 8th edition Cryptex.
Yep.
That 5-up invuln doesn't always make a difference, but it can on a lot of stuff that normally doesn't get invulns.
yes. So this is the real reason you're going to be taking this guy. The Chronometron gives a 5+ invuln to a dynastic unit within 9 inches, and they also get to re-roll their charge rolls. And it's any unit, dynasty locked.
Yeah.
So this is your Monolith, your Warriors, your Scorpic Destroyers,
Lich Guard.
your Lich Guard.
Yeah.
They just get a 5-up invuln and re-roll charges.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
very good.
And what's funny, the reason I mentioned Lich Guard is because Lich Guard can take their scythes, or they can take the dispersion shields with the.
Yep.
What is the other weapon called?
So the
They would-
Hyperphase Sword.
But they would normally get like a 4-up invuln with
So-
like a +1 to their saves, right? Because it works like a storm shield now.
Yep, it is exactly a Storm Shield. Now.
And they have weaker weapons to make up for that invuln that they get.
Yep.
However, now you can run the War Scythe and still give them a 5-up invuln, which is it's not as good as the Storm Shield. But that said, it kind of makes up for the fact that they don't get an invuln. Now you're throwing invuln on your Lich Guard with reroll charges.
Oh yeah.
Now, if you're not playing Novoke, that's huge. So it's a game changer for them.
Oh yeah. These are definitely things that immediately come to mind. You're like, oh yeah, my Lich Guard are gonna be super
there's a
tough
lot-
now.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things you can throw it on.
But you can throw it on almost anything.
Yeah.
Scarabs with a 5-up invuln.
Yeah.
That reroll
Well, it's
charges.
scary, yeah. It's weird.
It's like, what?
It's weird all the different things.
What?
You can do.
Oh my god, I have to deal with Scarabs that have a 5-up invuln? No, this is bad. This is
Well,
a bad day.
Scorpic Destroyers on one too.
Yep.
The Ophidian Destroyers, they don't get invuln saves, and now all of a sudden they do. It's like,
Flayed ones.
it's a big deal. Yeah.
Not a whole lot of things hit flayed ones. This
Yeah.
does.
Yeah. Yep.
The only other thing I think to mention is he gets 3 additional attacks. They're just strength 4, AP 0, but that gives him 4 attacks instead of just the 1
That's
that all the
because of the little legs on the
Yep.
little flyer thing.
that all the other cryptics have. And then we're not going to talk about his Aeon Staff because it's very weak and ignores invulns. But
He's customizable, which is you can take a bunch of little stuff. You can take the Entropic Lance, which is kind of neat.
The Entropic Lance is where it's at because
Yeah, it's
he's
pretty
got an 18-inch Assault 1, Strength 8, AP 3, D3 plus 3 damage staff.
Yeah.
So that can really mess something up. And also in combat, he only has the 1 attack, but it's a 3 flat damage attack.
Yeah. Which, not a lot of the other
AP3?
ones. None of the other ones can really say anything about that.
You can
They
just
can't compare.
die Terminator.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, that covers our cryptex.
Yep.
I think overall, what our winners we'd probably argue are the Technomancer, the Chronomancer. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so now the Chronomancer is a little more expensive, but it gives you the stuff that you need in your army pretty regularly. Where the Technomancer is kind of more of a, it's cool to have if you're running like warriors, like a lot of warriors, stuff like that. So
he's for infantry.
they're all good in a way, but those two are the top picks generally. Just because of how much they do for the army. So we're moving into our troop choices here.
Yep.
We got our Necron Warriors.
We got Necron Warriors and Necron Immortals. I think we're going to talk about them together because they really come down to what you want to play in your army.
Yeah.
They're different enough that they're going to play differently.
Right.
But it's really going to depend on what you have in the rest of your army.
Yeah.
Now, if you're running a bunch of Technomancers, you're probably going to want to run Warriors because Technomancers work better on them.
Yeah.
Now, if you're just bringing a lot of like Doom size and big vehicles and Satan, you probably just want to take 15 Immortals and call your troops good. Yeah. Now, those 15 Immortals are no means bad. They're toughness 5, 3-up armor save with a
better warriors,
strength 5 AP2
better weapon
gun.
Yeah.
There's nothing that you're going to sneeze at.
Mm-hmm.
But they're so comparable. There's not one that you're going to be like, oh, I'm just always going to take this, no matter what list I'm playing. It's really going to come down to your personal preference.
I'll chime in a little bit on this one, primarily because I think if you're the average Necron player, the Necron Warriors is going to be the go-to choice every time because the Necron Warriors are just so good for what you get out of them, and they're cheaper, sort of. So like the thing is if you're taking a bunch of stuff in your army and you have to fill troops in and you need to fill in some cheap troops, Immortals, you can just take them because the Immortals will give you, the 5-man unit that are still, they're kind of killy and they're somewhat durable, but they, their objective's secured and they can pop on an objective and hold down that fort all game long. Where the Warriors, if you're going to take them, you're taking them in bulk for the most part. You're almost always going to run the 20-man squad. Your weapon choice might be a little different, but what's interesting about Warriors is that they literally are the carry for the army. If you take a bunch of Warriors, you're sitting in a good spot no matter what else you take. Where Immortals, they're still great. They're one of my favorite units still. I just think you have to build the rest of your army to kind of make up for some of the stuff that Warriors would otherwise make up for. The fact that Warriors reanimate so well, as I think is where the real winning card is. Reanimation is so good on Warriors as opposed to Immortals. And it's primarily just due to squad size and points per model that the Warriors kind of win out in that case most of the time. I mean, having those extra bonuses to reanimation make a big difference. Immortals are still phenomenal. And honestly, I think if you need like a troop unit that's got to be kind of killy, and especially if you're going to utilize like Veil of Darkness or something like that, that 10-man Immortal squad picking up off the ground and dropping down somewhere, or even a 5-man, can really make a difference in how you're playing your army. But again, like I said, you almost kind of have to put other units in your list to make up for what that extra, the fact that you're not going to reanimate as much with the Immortals.
So the
Warriors...
Yes, the Warriors definitely reanimate a lot better, and they do synergize with the rest of your army a lot better, like the Ghost Ark, the Technomancer, your Lords, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't have all access to those supporting units, say you've just brought too many big monstrous toys, you're probably going to be more inclined to take the Immortals, because while the Warriors do reanimate better, the extra toughness and the extra save of the Immortals is really going to carry the day for them. I've had games where they don't go down because they don't get wounded, they make their saves, and even when they do go down, they still have RP.
Yeah.
They're just that much tougher to bring down.
And they are far better warriors. They're just more quality warriors for less models.
And they're 4 more points, so they're not a whole lot more points, because you give them the Gauss Blaster, and for that 4 points, you get an extra toughness, you get an extra save, you get a better gun, and you get an extra attack. They have 2 attack space.
I think, honestly, you can go either way and still be sitting in a good spot. You just have to be a little more cautious about Immortals. I think that's really what it comes down to. just because warriors just do everything you want them to do.
Yep.
And there's not a lot of other units in the army that can compare in terms of like they fill the one role that nothing else in the army can do, which is they're a blob. You cannot kill them. Everything else in the army you can kind of kill.
Yep.
Immortals sort of play the same role because they can be taken in 10-man units, so they're still big enough to survive with reanimation.
Yes.
But the question is whether or not can they survive the heavy enough firepower from those elite units that get a lot of shots in long enough to be able to reanimate. That's what it comes down to.
It does.
So,
So the real question I feel is like they're so comparable. It's really whether you want warriors or immortals. Both are equal in consideration.
they're both good choices, no matter what you do. And in fact, you can take them together, and you won't notice huge differences in your army play.
I think we will talk about the warriors' weapons specifically because you'll see it everywhere on the internet. Flayers or reapers, flayers or reapers, flayers or reapers.
Yeah.
I will start off by saying, unless you're playing Mephrit Dynasty, you will almost always want to take the flayers because the range 12 on the reapers is so difficult. Like the Eldar Guardians have 12-inch range on their guns, and you never see them used because of that 12-inch.
Yeah.
It's so hard to get that in range. You're just losing firepower.
One argument I can make for that, for the Reapers, is, I mean, they are more, the firepower is better quality, for sure.
Yes,
it's just
for
that
sure.
the range is limited. And the shots, the 2 shots is always guaranteed, which I like, as opposed to rapid fire 1, you have to get within half range and all that, Mephrit and stuff. But you mentioned something earlier about the dislocation arrays or whatever, so they can teleport and theoretically they can go in like the night scythes and stuff like that, or even you could pop them into your ghost arcs. So they can still kind of be mobile and still utilize the Reapers. It's just that you have to be very aware of where you're moving your models, which you kind of have to do with Necrons anyway.
Yep.
It's just that you have to be even more so with the Reapers than you do with the Flayers.
So in my personal experience, I have used Ghost Arcs, I've used Night Size, I've used Veil of Darkness, and I've used the Reapers to really maximize that 12-inch, just for that delivery mechanism. I've used all the delivery mechanisms to get them into range. Yeah. The problem I found is like they work well. When they get there, they shred stuff. Strength 5 AP2 is nothing to sneeze at. Right. The problem I often find is that after they've shredded that thing, I need them to target something far away because I'm sitting on this objective and I need to kill something over on that objective and I can't do it because I have 12-inch range.
Yeah.
So once you've dropped them off, shot up your thing, your one-trick pony is kind of done. And that feels bad, at least in my opinion.
Right. All right, so we're going to move into the elites. We're going to probably chew through the elites, the fast and heavy, pretty quickly here just because we want to kind of keep this in a certain time frame. However,
so
we'll kind of just kind of walk through. So we'll let you start.
So we got the Canoptic Reanimator here. Yes, he's still bad. He dropped to 80 points.
He's cheaper.
He's cheaper. He's a lot cheaper. He's 80 points, which feels a lot better. Take him with caution. Because at the end of the day, you're using him for his reanimation beam, and that's going to affect like 16% of your rolls on one unit. Yeah. So do you want to spend 80 points on this guy or take a Chronomancer?
Yeah.
It's up to you. Moving on.
Well,
we have...
I was going to mention one thing.
Sure.
My problem with them is the fact that they can't... They're so easy to kill that you can just throw one mediocre, middling, heavy unit into them.
Like, why aren't they at
and
least
they're
toughness 6?
I just... The wound count, the toughness count, it just seems silly for a model as big as they are, because they just stick out like a sore thumb on the battlefield. They're probably easier to ignore now that they're cheaper, so there's a lot of times your opponents just won't have that extra few shots that they can afford to put into them. Yeah. So they may ignore it for a turn or two, which, it's all right, but I don't think it's quite to where it needs to be just yet. The points reduction helped, but I don't think it was quite enough. So
I don't think it was quite enough. It definitely helped a lot. I don't feel bad when I take one anymore. I'm
Yeah.
like, it's 80 points.
You're gonna lose it, but it's like
it
big
helped
deal.
a couple wounds. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, sure.
yeah. Well,
But
it might kill something, maybe.
it might kill something. Yeah,
I mean,
over 2 games.
you
Kill
haven't
one
had
thing.
much luck with it, but yeah,
Yep.
he's funny.
Moving on to the Hexmark Destroyer.
Oh,
I really, really want to like this guy. I really do. He's so cool. He's ballistic skill 2. He re-rolls ones. He gets 6 shots.
He's got 6 pistols.
He's got 6 pistols. He overwatches on 2s
He's
and
the-
re-rolls 1s.
He's the ultimate gunslinger.
So when you charge him, he's pretty much going to land 6 hits.
Yeah.
So he's got the same thing that the Deathmarks do. So he can come in from deep strike and shoot something. 6 hits, pretty much guaranteed. If he gets charged, again, 6 hits, pretty much guaranteed. The real problem, though, is he's only AP1 and 1 damage on his guns.
Yeah,
they're strength 6.
He
which
hits.
is cool.
He's very accurate, but his quality is not good.
His shots
It's
just
not like
aren't very deadly.
Well, people try to compare him to the Kellermorph, and the reason the Kellermorph is so good is because his quality of shot, plus the fact that every time he lands a hit, he gets extra shots. It adds up, and it makes it so it's kind of like this guy is dirt cheap, whereas the Hexmark Destroyer isn't necessarily dirt cheap. The Kellermorph is just
75.
the Kellermorph is just kind of fun, whereas like the Hexmark, you can't. His base is also kind of big too, so you can't always fit him where you want him. And unless you're running him with, I think if you're running him with the death marks, you could make an argument for maybe taking him.
Mm-hmm.
But as a character that costs you points, it probably will not kill a character. Is it?
Yep.
Is it really worth taking him?
I feel he is so close to being a really good model. He just needs like that 1 iota more.
Yeah.
He needs like 6s to wound, cause immortal, or he needs like damage 2, or something small like that. I don't.
The pistols just aren't quite enough.
They're just not.
They're unique and they're kind of fun, but they're just not quite there. It's
So,
like watching Wraiths shoot. It's painful.
Yep. It's really hard to take this guy and get a lot of killing value out of him, because that's what he is at the end of the day. He's meant to kill stuff, and he just comes up a little shy.
He's a one and done that can't always do the one.
Yep.
And I think that's where his problem is.
Yep.
If he had a better opportunity to maybe kill something.
If he was like the Kellermorph and he got extra shots just for hitting, because he's going to hit.
Yeah.
Like 6 hits and gets 6 extra shots.
Yeah.
Just for hitting,
Well,
that'd be great.
That makes the Kellermorph.
But no,
good.
he has to kill stuff.
Yeah.
Hell, even just give it like for every wound he causes, you get an extra shot. But no,
Right.
he has to kill something to get an extra shot.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Yeah.
All right, moving on.
Moving on to Lich Guard.
So Lich Guard,
We both have our thoughts about this. You're the War Scythe guy, right?
I like the war size personally, and that's just a personal preference. The Storm Shield, Hyperphase Sword, the Sword and Board are real good, especially because the new Storm Shield gives you 2-up armor.
Right.
So they're essentially Terminators.
Mhm.
They're real good in that respect.
What,
And they have
T5? They're durable.
Yeah, T5,
They're
2
durable.
up, 2 up, 4 up,
Yeah.
with 3 attacks, and it's a strength 6 power sword.
Mhm.
So by all means, run those. They are good.
And they have the new Bodyguard rule, which is so much better than
Yes.
the 8th edition Bodyguard rule.
Yes, the new bodyguard rule. So
The fact that you can't even target stuff, that you can't target nobles, or that's all nobles. With
it's all nobles, so it's
Infantry
only affecting
nobles.
your lord and your overlords.
The fact that they can't even
Unfortunately.
touch your lords,
But they can't even shoot it.
is scary. Yeah,
Just I'm within 3 inches, I believe it is.
Yeah.
You can't even shoot them.
Yep.
Can't even target them.
doesn't matter if your lord's out in
Is
front
it
or whatever.
only ranged attacks?
It's only range attacks.
Yep.
But it works just like the other bodyguards, where you can put your overlord out in visibility, and you can put your Lich Guard
behind a wall.
back behind a wall where they can't be seen, and you can't target either one of them.
Exactly.
So it's like, well, okay, I guess I just won't target
So
them.
that's really good. Unfortunately, it only works on nobles, so it's like 2 units in your book.
That's right.
So it's really good. I personally prefer the war size because I've often found in those situations where I'm fighting like a Mortarion or a Knight or just like Gilliman,
Yeah.
just these big monstrous things that are just being shoved down the center of my battle line,
Yeah.
and I can't deal with it. I want the war size to feel confident that I can counter charge
And chop him up.
chop him up.
Yeah.
And the war size do that really good.
Yeah. The hyperphase swords lack in that area because of
Yep.
the 1 damage.
Because
I
of
don't
the
think
1
I don't think the strength is quite as important because even at strength 6, they're still decent. And then you have a
They
stratagem for the +1
are.
strength if you need it.
And the stratagem is what I was getting to is like we talked about earlier. The stratagem will bring them to strength 8.
Mm-hmm.
So against a knight, I will wound them on 4s.
Yes.
And I also have AP 4 against those knights.
Yep.
And we have 3 attacks per.
Yep.
So if I have 5 models, they get 15 attacks. Let's say I'm lucky and all of them hit.
Yeah.
Now I'm now wounding them on 4s. That's 7 wounds going through. That's like 14 damage
Yeah.
to a knight.
Yeah. And
That he has nothing to do with.
they're scary. I mean, we played a game was versus my Grey Knights, right? And he ran in with a unit of I think it was 5 or 10. It might have been 10.
Mm-hmm.
So he was running his Lich Guard. Ran him into a unit of I want to say it was Terminators or Paladins.
Yeah, the Terminator.
I think it was Paladins.
I think it was
actually.
Paladins.
I think
Yeah.
it was- and these are 3 wounds apiece. And they're toughness 4, but they have transhuman physiology. So even wounding on 4s, and he still diced my Paladins up like they weren't even there. I mean, he just walked right through them.
I mean,
of course,
the Lich Guard got trampled in return.
yeah,
but-
I mean, I turned around and went and did the same thing to them, but it also took me a turn to do it. So,
Yep.
honestly,
the war sites.
the
are
war sites are
real
scary.
nasty.
Yeah. Well, then you also consider, like, too, we were talking earlier about how you can use the Cryptek to give him a 5-up info.
Yep.
I mean, that gets rid of the reason to have
The Storm Shield,
the
essentially.
dispersion shield at that point, yeah.
Yep.
So, it's an interesting one. And you can run them both ways. I think they're both good.
Yes.
My only problem with the War Scythe is if you're ever trying to protect a character, it's probably not going to last very long unless you have a
Yes.
lot of obscured terrain on the board.
Mm-hmm.
If you can obscure them pretty well throughout a game, I think the War Scythes are definitely the winner. But if you need to put them out in the open for any reason, the Dispersion Shields make up for that lack of melee.
Yep.
Just because they stick around forever.
Yep. I think both options are very viable. It's just really what you need in your list.
Yeah.
The war sides are very killy, and then you don't have an invuln. Whereas the storm shields are very tanky. I mean, having 2-up, 4-up, with 2 wounds and 5-up toughness and reanimation protocol makes them very hard to shift.
Right.
But on the downside, you have a power sword.
We did get a comment here from a Nicole Martins. Oh, that's your lady.
Yep.
She said, "Hey guys, stream looks great. Glad I stopped by. Nice to learn all this."
Oh, okay. Cool.
So yeah, she's learning about Necrons and how to beat you, right?
Hi.
So when those sisters get on the table,
Right. Well, I need to do some
We-
streams with
we got
her
some
and
time
get her back into Peyton is what I need to do.
We gotta get those sisters in the battle here.
Yep.
And honestly, sisters are probably one of the better codexes out there right now.
We also got a bunch. She's got those ponies for AdMech.
Oh, the
needs to get
Cerberus
those-
dogs?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are cool.
She was real excited about those. She likes horses.
Those are neat.
Moving on to Death Marks.
Yeah, into Death Marks.
Death Marks. I love these guys. In 8th edition, they were so terrible because they basically had like bolters that caused mortal
Hey,
wounds on 6th.
you tried to make them work in 8th edition.
I did make them work.
You tried to make it work.
I did make them work. I mean, I ran Mephrit and they got AP1, and I really kind of felt like I made them work anyway.
Yeah.
Now they moved them over to true snipers. They have 36-inch range, strength 5, AP2, 1 damage, and they still cause mortal wounds on 6s, and they can target characters.
Yeah.
So they're true snipers now. They're
Great.
heavy 1 instead of the rapid fire 1 that they used to be.
Yeah.
But this is largely offset by the upgrade to ballistic skill 2. They hit on 2s.
In addition to it as well, I mean, if they're on the board, you can give them "I will be done," and now they're back up to 2s, even if they move.
Even if they move, yep.
So yeah, it's
Yep.
There's still ways to make them better.
Oh yeah.
And
So
that's never a bad thing. So.
they're highly accurate now with that ballistic skill 2, and they went up to toughness 5. So you put these guys in
Yeah,
cover.
they're durable now.
You put them in cover in windows, and they have a 2-up with the cover, and they're toughness 5, so
Yep.
they're really hard to shift.
Yeah.
All the while, they're sniping down your characters. And we're going to mention the stratagem. So in 8th edition, they used to be able to intercept enemies that came in through deep strike.
The Auspex scan ability.
Yep.
Yep.
They basically got to use Auspex scan. Now they can still do that, but they don't have to be in reserve. you can have them on the table, and then when someone brings them in, at the end of the phase, you get to shoot at them for 1 CP.
Yeah.
It's real good.
It's yeah. So now you're spending CP, but interestingly enough, you see a lot of the new GW codexes that have come out recently, and they've taken away a lot of rules that units got before that were really good, and they turned them into spend a CP and you can do this. Like, for instance, look at smoke grenades. You used to be able to, pop smoke for the -1 to hit. Well, you can still do it, but you got to pay a premium to do it. But the option, it changes it, so now you can do it every turn. Or like death marks, they have a stratagem, and they can keep doing it over and over. They don't just do it when they come in now, which is huge. So now every turn, some drops nearby them, death marks are doing it. So I'm in kind of an in-between on these guys. Now, 8th edition left a really bad taste in my mouth with the death marks.
I don't blame you.
I don't think, honestly, they're cool-looking models. And I've never really found anything that I can really complain about with them because they fill the sniper role that some of the armies in the game that probably should have that never got. Like, look at Chaos. They don't have snipers. Necrons getting snipers is a cool thing. Even if they're not the best snipers in the game, I mean, you go back and you look at, like, Guardsmen. They have Ratlings. Well, Ratlings aren't great snipers, but they can do it.
But they have them.
But, yeah, now, the changes in 9th edition has made it so they're not as random. They're a little more focused, so they're able to do what they need to do the turn that they need to do it. But they just don't have as much potential as they used to.
Yep.
But now they're more consistent, which I think is huge for them.
I
Consistency is a big deal for them.
I do find them really consistent.
Well, you want your snipers to be consistent.
Consistently putting pressure on those characters is real good.
Unless you're playing an army where you're using a lot of snipers, you want your snipers to be able to do the 1 or 2 units of snipers you take to be able to do the job you ask them to do. Yes. Now, if they're not doing that, then why do you have them? Death marks now can do the job you're asking them to do almost every time, especially if you're taking like 10-man units. So it's a big deal.
So the only bad things I want to say about them is they only have 1 attack. They're weapon skill 3.
Yeah.
So they're not terribly fighting in close combat. It's strength 4, AP 0.
Yeah.
So they're not meant to be there. But they're snipers. So if you're playing them right, they won't be there. The only other thing is they're 17 points a model.
They are a little pricey.
Or no, 18. They're 18. They're 1 point more than Immortals. They're a little pricey. Yeah.
They are a little pricey. Yeah. I still... The thing is the way I run Necrons, I probably would never use them. But I cannot fault, for any reason, a player for wanting to run them. Because there's nothing wrong with them. They're fine. They're good at what they do. So, yeah, I agree. I like them.
They're the Necron sniper, and that's what they do.
Well, you got the elite slots, too. 6 elite slots in a battalion nowadays.
Yeah. They're not fighting too much for slots.
Right.
No.
Yeah, they're in a comfortable spot. So.
All right, moving on to Flayed Ones. Their new model looks incredible, and I love it. The bad side is I don't feel their stats are very good.
No.
So
there's 2 major problems with him. He's going to explain the first one.
So they're not core. So a lot of stuff that works on Warriors doesn't work on them. Like My Will Be Done, The Lord's Will, the right... no, Right's Mission works on.
Rights does, yes.
So that's a huge problem, is you can't really assist them as much. I don't believe you can buff them with Illumina Zares, because that'd be really cool, having Strength 5 Flayed Ones, but nope, can't do it. They lost the ability to reroll their wounds, which really crushed them.
Yeah.
So they're just AP 1, 1 damage, 3 attacks.
Yeah. I don't know. I have some thoughts about them, too.
They dropped down to 13 points. So they're now the same as a warrior. But they're basically just a melee warrior.
Yeah.
The only other, good thing I can say about them is they have Terrifying Aura. So enemies within 3 inches, it's -2 leadership. That's nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah. When you're forcing, especially if you kill 3 or 4 models every time they're fighting, in melee, they're going to make it hard for you to pass your leadership most of the time. Yeah. And that's big. So, a couple thoughts I have about them. One, why are they elites? They're a warrior that fights in melee. They should be troop choices. I don't know why they're not. At the very least, they should be core. It's really silly that they're not a core unit, and maybe GW just doesn't like them enough yet. I don't know. But with the new models coming out, maybe next edition they'll be a little better.
I don't know. I feel it's just like a lore thing why they're not core in their elites. Like they don't want entire armies of flayed ones, I guess, because there aren't that many in lore.
Well,
I don't know.
Okay, so there was one dynasty that did run nothing but flayed stuff, but that kind of was sort of phased out. So I get it, but
you can still run a lot of them.
The other,
60 of them.
Yeah, you can still run a lot of them. The other thing I have that I find kind of interesting, and I actually think this is a good thing, they did lose the reroll wound thing. With that said, they are now spiking 6s for another hit.
Yep.
In melee. So now, when you start throwing
exploding
on like,
6s.
when you start throwing on like the Novoke stratagem, which gives the +1 attack, and Rakir for another attack, these guys have 5 attacks going into combat each, and then on top of it, all those 5s, or those 5 attacks for each one of them that's tagged. You can take up to 20 flayed ones.
Yep.
So 100 attacks going into the charge. All those 6s that you're rolling to hit, which you can actually give reroll hits, I believe, right? There's reroll hits of 1 or something like that for units.
Not the flayed ones.
Oh,
they're not core.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so that's a problem. But with that said, even so, I think actually the flesh hunger ability, the change to the exploding 6s, almost makes up for the lack of the reroll wounds, in a way, because you can still spend the 1 CP to make them strength 5, which is, sort of the same thing.
It helps.
It's working its way that way, but then you're also exploding 6s, which just makes your attacks that many more attacks that you're adding on. Even if you're only wounding with a portion of those, it's still so many wounds they have to save. At AP -1, it's a big deal. I mean, they can butcher Blade Guard, they can butcher, Deathwing Terminators.
Now, this is one of the units where the +1 AP from your Novak Dynasty is really going to go a long way. Going from AP1 to AP2.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's quite big.
And like I was mentioning too, you look at some of the more stronger melee units nowadays, like, for instance, Deathwing Terminators being one of the big ones. Only being able to wound them on 4s, that's amazing for flayed ones. Flayed ones don't care about that because they're running in, they're only strength 4 to begin with. So they're only ever at best wounding on 4s anyway most of the time.
Yeah.
So that becomes relevant for them.
Relevant, yep.
At AP -2 with Novoke, and then all those extra attacks. You want more attacks against Deathwing Terminators to kill them. You don't want the quality attacks because quality attacks are irrelevant. They don't do anything for you. So I think in terms of what you can get out of flayed ones is really interesting because of the fact that you can take them in 20-man squads. I just wish they were a little bit cheaper than what they are. And I wish they would move them to either troops and make them core or just make them core at the very least. That's really the only thing I can find where you don't want to run them. And then you also can consider, too, flayed ones are never better than warriors. And you can just take the warriors instead. Warriors will win you the game. Flayed ones, they can make your army fluffy, they can make it fun, but if they fail their charge, they're dying. They just don't do what everything else does.
And not core. So they can't even relentless march.
Yeah.
It feels bad.
I think it
feels bad.
They're in a better
put core on there. That's all they need is just put core on there.
Yeah. They're in a better spot than they were before. I'll give GW credit for that.
This I will say. Death marks, the snipers are core. But flayed ones are not.
Yeah. It's kind of silly.
What?
Yeah.
What? Okay.
So GW was working their way to making them better. They are definitely better than they were in previous editions.
In 8th edition.
Well, they've always been bad. But they have...
In 5th edition, they were monsters. Monsters, I tell you.
They were good, but the question is, are you going to play flayed ones over warriors? And again, that's where you run into warriors being better.
Yep.
Flayed ones are still in that same boat where they're better than they were before, but warriors are still better. So, I don't know.
All right. So end of the
then,
day, I think warriors are just better, but they're fluffy. Crypto thralls. These, as I call them, the murder buckets.
Murder buckets.
They're 20 points, and you get a unit, 2 of them.
Yeah.
And they're just so good.
Yeah,
they're toughness 5, 2 wounds, 3 attacks with a 3-up save.
Yeah.
They have a pistol. They have a gun. You get so much out of these 20 points. If they're next to a cryptech, they get 6 attacks that hit on 3s And then if that Cryptek has a Canoptic node, because they're Canoptic, they're hitting on 2s. So that's 2 models, that's 12 attacks,
Yeah.
hitting on 2s.
For 40 points?
And it's strength 5, AP 1, 1 damage.
Potentially up to strength 6, AP 2.
A flayed one costs 13 points. This guy's 20. Yeah. And it's just like way better.
They're silly. They're weird because you can only take a handful of them in your army, right?
Yes.
One thing I've always thought about that I didn't like about them was the fact that you only get 2, and there's really no way to keep them alive because they don't have like character rules or anything like that. But they body block for characters, which is kind of cool. So what you want to do with these guys, which Mars does a lot, is find ways to get them -1 to hit, which with most terrain nowadays you can do that. Or find a way to get them obscured. And obscured is where you really want to benefit from most from. Because if you can keep them obscured, your characters are pretty much untouched.
Yep, because they have the Lich Guard, but for Cryptex, where if they're within 3 inches, you can't even target them.
Right.
So you can have your Cryptek out there, and then within 3 inches, you have your Cryptothralls in like obscuring or terrain. And then all of a sudden, they have like a -1 to hit, or they have light cover for a 2-up armor.
Yeah.
And they're toughness 5 with 2 wounds.
Yeah.
So they have to shift these annoying little wounds off before they can even target your character.
Right. Yeah. They're a silly little unit, but they are effective.
Yes.
As long as you can keep them from getting shot to death, they are pretty awesome.
They're relatively easy to kill, because they're only 2 models and 2 wounds. Yeah. So you just have to do 4 to get rid of them. It's
but
not too bad.
They're such a cheap unit to be able to,
but they're so cheap.
If you get them obscured, they do so much throughout a game.
Yep.
Like the fact you can't even touch the characters.
Even if they're not shooting these things, they have to still be aware of them. Because like I said, they could just charge at you, get 6 attacks, hit strength 5, hitting on 2s.
Yeah.
And that's after they shoot at you with their little eyeballs, which are pistol 2.
I want to see somebody run like 6 of these guys with Cesaros nearby, or Zeros, whatever. Because then they're all like scribbling forward, just little skittery guys running forward. And then when they get there, they get all these attacks, and then Zeros gets into combat too, and they just decimate everything they touch. So
if only they were core, then Zaras could give them bonuses.
Still like 120 points for like. How many attacks do you get? You get 6 per?
Like 36.
Oh my lord!
36 attacks from these little murder buckets.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
They're murder buckets. I mean, if you have the points for them, take them.
Yeah, it's a shame.
You will not be ashamed.
Now they are not destroyer, right?
No, they're Canoptic.
So it's unfortunate in this case that they're not destroyers because they are Canoptic. Okay.
Yep.
But it has to be destroyers. So I was gonna say you could take like a plasma sight with them if they were destroyer and turn them into. Could you imagine if
for extra strength and extra attack?
It'd be a nightmare.
Just kills the one, the other one goes mad.
Yeah. So we're moving into the destroyer section right now. So let's go ahead and go over them.
Yep.
They're fun. So okay, Scorpic destroyers is what we're going to talk about next. You are running these guys if you're playing a melee army most of the time.
Yes.
They're one of the better melee units, and they are very fast. 8 inches a pop for a Necron model.
Yeah.
Whew, that's hard to keep up with.
Now, like we talked about earlier, they have the Whirling Onslaught stratagem, so they have -1 to wound in melee or shooting.
Yeah.
Which I feel really takes them above any other melee choice in your army you might be considering, like the Ophidian Destroyers or Flayed ones. They're just going to outshine, and mostly because of that stratagem. Yeah. When you're fighting against toughness, or you're getting attacked by strength 4, and that only wounds you on 6s, they're going to have a real time just shifting this unit.
Yeah.
With that said, when they hit you, they're going to chop you up. Probably not as good as some of the other units, like Ophidian Destroyers. But it's pretty comparable. They have flat 3 damage and flat 2 damage weapons.
So they're expensive units. They are expensive for what they do. The fact that they don't have any shooting is kind of a bummer. But with that said, especially if you run them with the Scorpic Lord, they are unbelievably powerful. And if you run a plasma sight with them, goodbye to whatever they get into combat with. I mean, you probably are going to lose 1 or 2 here and there with the plasma sight. With that said, though, they get 3 attacks apiece, which is more than most Necron units get anyway. And then they're not normal attacks. They're quality, like really high quality attacks. Obviously, the Reap Blade does more, but the fact that even the Hyperphase Threshers get the +1 extra attack, It's scary how hard they can hit. And then they get reroll wounds and hit rolls of 1. Hit rolls of 1
No,
naturally, but wounds of 1 with the Lord
the Lord.
nearby.
Yep.
So they can be a real nightmare for you.
Hmm.
And then when you charge them up with the plasma sight, they
Yep.
go berserk and they just dice everything to pieces.
So I feel they really have enough quality and high damage attacks that they should be able to chew through almost anything you're fighting, aside from like maybe a knight or Mortarion might survive these guys and be able to hit back.
Yeah. I think the only thing I've ever had survive against them is my paladins.
Yep. I think
That's because of transhuman.
that's because of transhuman. Yep.
Yeah.
Defensively, they're toughness 5 with 3 wounds, a 3-up armor save, and the whirling onslaught stratagem. So I feel they are very. Oh, not to mention you could target them with Chronomancer
Right.
for a 5-up invuln
Yep.
and reroll charges.
Mm.
They are a great target for that. But they are very durable and hard to shift.
For sure.
So you got these mincemeat guys just charging at you, and they're going to be really hard to get rid of.
Well, and you can't ignore them either. I mean, their bases are big enough. There's enough models in the unit. Whether you're running 3-man or 6-man, you literally cannot ignore them for long because once they're there, they will chew through an entire army really fast, even with 2 or 3 of them. You know,
Yep.
they're gonna dice through whatever they get into combat with pretty quick, move on, and they're gonna just keep chewing through stuff until you turn around and start killing them. And I think this is probably where I think reanimation makes up for all the other Necron units that benefit from
Yes.
reanimation from them. These guys will not reanimate very well,
No.
and that's partly how they balance these guys. Because they do have a lot of wounds. There are 3 wounds apiece.
Yep.
You're probably not reanimating them very often. And if you are, it's a model here, a model there.
Yeah.
But with that said, I mean, as long as you get them to do their job, and if they survive past that point, it's all just icing on the cake at that point. So, and they're not incredibly expensive.
So yeah, bringing up they're not incredibly expensive. Well, it's 35 points a model.
Yeah.
110 for 3 of them?
Yeah, they're cheaper than your average Terminator, so
Yep.
they're not bad.
Or 105 for 3 of them. But yeah, bringing up the RP, warriors can feel really bad when you're fighting against them because the RP just doesn't let them die.
Yeah.
Now
You
against
just can't chew through them.
against Scorpic destroyers, if you only kill 1 or 2 of them per attack per unit that you
Around,
engage
yeah.
them, their RP is going to be nearly useless.
Yeah, and
Because
generally
if I
never
kill
comes up.
1 of them, I need to roll 3 5+ to get it back.
That's right.
And then you attack it with another unit. Again,
Yep.
I have to roll 3 5+.
Yep.
So you, by doing this little chip damage to them, is the best way to defeat them. By completely ignoring their RP. Now, if I lose 5 of them, I get 15 dice, and then I only need 6 to get 2 back. You know.
I think they're in a weird spot because if you kill 1, 2, 3 of them, the reanimation might never play a role. If you kill all of them, the reanimation will never play a role.
Yep.
But there's kind of a gray area within that if you kill 4 or 5 of them, where now you're letting them bring models back,
Yep.
and that becomes a problem. So
And because of that reason, you're almost always going to want to play them in about squads of 5, maybe 6.
yeah,
Because
better
they're
than
minimum
every
squad 3, and at that point, they can almost completely ignore your reanimation protocols.
yeah,
In a squad of 6, now you have to deal with coherency, so they have to keep this rigid formation instead of a line.
right.
And they are also subject to blast.
That's true.
So it's really, do you want 5 or 6 of them?
Yeah. I think you can make an argument for running just the 3-man squads. And the reason I say that is because with as strong as they are, especially if a plasma site nearby, 3 of them will do enough damage to take out full units, marine units, any kind of elite unit. So you can get away with running them as 3 models without worrying too much about reanimate. Yeah, they're probably not going to reanimate, but as long as they kill whatever they need to kill before they go down, fine, whatever. Not a big deal.
They're cheap.
But, in most aspects, if you want them to survive, you kind of want them to hang around and do some stuff and kind of be a scary target. Yeah, running them in bigger squads is definitely going to be the way to go. Especially because you can stack the stratagems on them, and they all benefit from these stratagems and buffs and stuff like that, as opposed to multiple little units that can't fully benefit all the way through. So it's an interesting way, but it depends on how you write your list. I think that's what it comes down to. So
But like when you're picking destroyers, I personally feel they are the real win. Moving on to the Canoptic Plasma Sight. He is a funny little guy at 15 points.
Yeah.
So he's just got the 1 wound, toughness 5, 4 up save. It's not going to be too hard to kill him. But if he's within range of a destroyer cult unit, you can't even target him.
Yeah.
Which he's almost always going to be, because if he's
He
beyond...
just follows him around.
Yep, because if he's beyond 6 from a destroyer cult unit, he just dies.
Yeah.
He gets extremely lonely and just dies.
And the only thing he ever does is buffs them, so
Yep.
that's really all you keep him around for.
He has like a very weak single melee attack at AP1 damage.
Yeah,
Which
he doesn't do anything really for
I
you
did
or
kill a
anybody
Terminator
else.
with him one game.
Yes. That's it's weird because it's kind of like the reanimator
Yep.
dude. It's kind of like the reanimator where they generally don't do anything, but it's funny when they do something. It's kind of like a fire warrior, killing a Terminator.
So you're going to be taking him to buff your destroyers. He can buff any destroyer cult unit.
Any destroyer calls.
Even a Scorpic Lord. But if you roll a 1, you lose a model. If you roll a 1, you lose your Scorpic Lord.
So the reason I actually like it on the Scorpic Lord better than I like it on the destroyers is because I'm pretty sure you roll 1 for each model, right? Yeah.
No,
so
you
if
roll
do-
1.
So you can
You roll
select
one
one
dice.
friendly unit within 3 inches. If you do roll 1d6 and a 1. Okay, so it is only 1 for them. Okay.
Yep.
With that said, I mean, you still, it's what, a 18% chance?
16, 17? Something
So,
like that.
yeah,
Yep.
the odds of you killing your Scorpic Lord are next to none. I
Next
mean,
to none.
if you roll a 1, it's not good for
Because
you.
you can't re-roll it.
That sucks.
It's going to be bad.
But with that said, I mean, if you need the extra juice, it's there, and it is good juice.
Yep. No matter what you roll,
It's strong.
unless you kill your Scorpic Lord,
Yeah.
you just lose 1 model.
Yeah.
So like in a unit of 6, you'll go down to 5.
Yeah.
And then the whole unit gets +1 strength and +1 attack.
Yeah, which makes up for that one model dying easily.
It pretty easily makes up for 1 model dying.
Yes.
The only place it's questionable, because you have the option to do it. You don't have to do it if they're in range.
Yeah, it's
you have
just
the
an-
option
yeah,
before.
it's an ability.
So if you only have like 3 destroyers and you lose 1, then you're kind of losing power there.
It doesn't buff
Especially
as
if
much
you-
as it
yeah.
would otherwise. Yeah, and that's partly why destroyers are better in big
That's
units.
that's when it gets real questionable, is when you have like 3 or 2 destroyers.
Yeah.
But in a unit like 5 or 6, do it all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
And I
He's
love
only a 15-point model.
I love that they don't take up slots either, as long as you're
Nope.
running destroyers.
Nope, he's an
So-
elite, but
The fact that he's not taking up your slots, you fill him in when you're running destroyers, and he's good to go. So it's just basically paying a little bit of a premium for him.
now he's not infantry, but he is his own unit, so he can perform actions.
And he has fly.
If he has,
So
he has flying.
You can't slow him down.
So
no,
like,
I'll just jump over
so
you.
he can't like raise the banners, because I believe that's infantry only. But something like, I don't think deploy scramblers. I don't think has to be infantry. I know there's a couple
out there.
actions he can
Yeah,
perform.
there's a couple of them out there.
Which is really cute that your little 15-point guy can perform an action for you.
I love the fly keyword for him too, because like a lot of times people will try to if they don't have an opportunity to kill him,
Yep.
if they kill the destroyers and they move on to him, well they're going to try and point you. But he's fly, so he's just going to be like, nope, see ya.
And he's got 8-inch movement, so
Yeah,
he can go
get
where
out
he
of
needs to.
Yeah. All right, so moving into the Triarch Stalker. There's one of your
Triox
favorites.
Stalker. He's one of my favorites. Well, one of the weapons anyway. So he's got 3 different
He is
weapon
a weapon.
options. He is a
It's
weapon.
a walking weapon.
He's got 3 different options. He's got the Heat Ray, he's got the Particle Shredder, and the Twin Heavy Gauss Cannon.
Yeah.
So, in 8th edition, the Twin Heavy Gauss Cannon used to be essentially a twin las cannon at strength 9. Now they radically changed it, so it's only strength 7, AP3, and D3 damage.
Yeah.
Ugh, that's terrible. But it's now heavy 6.
Flat 6 shots.
Flat 6 shots
Yeah.
instead of 2.
Yeah, it's a
It's-
lot of shots.
That's at 30-inch range, so it'll reach out just fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's
And
good.
they also had a change to his primary ability, which is the targeting relay. It used to be you just target something and your whole army gets reroll 1s against it.
Yeah.
Now you actually do have to hit the target in order to benefit from that.
Yeah.
But when you have Ballistic Steel 3 and flat 6 shots, it's likely going to happen.
He's going to hit something. Yeah.
Yep. Now, if you're so inclined, I sometimes use it, but I don't know how effective it really is. You can use the Triarch's there's a stratagem that can only be used on Triarch units, which he is, and it gives you +1 to hit. So generally you're going to use that on your Praetorians, but he can also benefit from it.
Yep.
So you'll hit on 2s instead of 3s.
Right. If you need the shot to connect, then that's the way to do it. Yep.
The other weapons, the Particle Shredder, it's heavy 8 now, so you get even more shots, but it's strength 6, AP 1,
It's
2
quality,
damage.
its quality goes down.
Its quality kind of goes
It turns
down.
into a marine killer.
That is your cheapest option. So you're going to save a few points there.
Yeah.
But again, it's only really going to be good against like Marines and infantry.
Yeah, basic troops, basic infantry, stuff like that. So
I personally really like the twin heavy Gauss cannon. Even though it's only strength 7, I still find it chewing up vehicles and monsters just because it's the heavy 6.
yeah, I think the fact that you're losing 2 shots, but you're gaining 6 inches to your range, +1 to strength, and then
+2 AP and
your
D3 damage instead of 2.
the 2 damage is most of the time better than 3. With that said, though, the potential to do 3 can allow you to, it turns your thing into potentially killing tanks at that point. So it can be good. It can be really good. So.
The last one is the heat ray. So you basically, you have 2 firing modes, which is a twin heavy flamer or a twin multi-melta, and it's identical to those weapons.
12 to 24, yeah.
Yeah. So that's your versatile option. It's not the cheapest.
Yeah.
But otherwise, other than that, he got a lot tougher from the last edition. He now has 12 wounds, a 3-up armor save, quantum shielding.
Yeah, the quantum shielding is the biggest deal, but yeah.
He is really tough to bring down now, and he's, 135 points, depending on what weapon you give him?
Yeah. And like we
So
mentioned
not
before,
terribly expensive.
there's been a couple of games where we played against him. I mean, personally, I've played against him, but Cade as well. And then we shot him down on a couple of wounds, and he's managed to tank enough to where we just can't quite get him.
Yep.
And then with a couple of turns, especially once that living metal protocol jumps into space, that dude's right back up to full health again, firing out at his top bracket. And at that point, you got to turn around and try and kill him again. It's like you have to almost kill the thing twice sometimes to make sure it dies.
Yep, you got to guarantee it's down.
Yeah, they're good. They're good.
So the real reason you take him is that targeting relay to give you reroll 1s for your whole army against that targeted unit.
Yeah. But he's a good weapons platform, too.
He is a really good weapon platform. I was going to mention in combat he got a lot better because now he is strength 7, AP 2, 3 damage. Yeah. And he's got 3 attacks, but he hits on 3s.
Right.
So even if you do like smash capping it into him to try and tie him up so he can't be shooting other stuff and getting rerolls to your whole army, he can still smack that guy around if he doesn't roll well.
I think there's a melee stratagem for them as well. Gives like a unit or something like that of yours, like the targeting array, but in melee instead. So like reroll 1s to hit or something like that in melee.
I don't believe so.
I was reading it earlier and I don't remember exactly what it was. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was something interesting, but it was Triarch Stalker only.
But yeah, I'll go over some of the disadvantages of him. He only has the 1 ranged weapon, which, I mean, like depending on what you have, it's 6 or 8 shots. So it's still quite a damage output, but it's not quite like what a knight's going to throw out. It's not like what a lemon Russ is going to throw out. It's not this huge weapons platform. The only other downside is he's not Dynasty, so he's not going to get benefits from any of your Dynasty traits, and it's going to lock him out of a few stratagems and abilities. For example, like the Chronomancer cannot target him. I mean, you probably don't want to because he's already got a 5-up invuln, but stuff like that. You can't target him with Dynasty locked abilities.
Oh, here we go. So it's Judgment of the Triarch for 1 CP, and then use it in the shooting phase when a unit is selected to shoot, or in the fight phase when a Triarch unit is selected to fight. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, add 1 to the attack roll.
Yep, and that's what I talked about
Attack
earlier.
roll,
so you can use that with your ranged weapon to make him hit on 2s instead of 3s.
Is that just for him specifically? Well, it's when a Triarch unit is selected to fight.
Yep, he is a Triarch unit.
Is there any other Triarch units other than the
Praetorians.
Praetorians, okay. So
No,
you can use it for,
not Canoptic, Triarch.
right.
So
okay.
Praetorians and Stalkers are the only
Gotcha.
Triarch. So
Okay.
they're kind of like the...
So it makes him a little better, both shooting and melee, which is kind of neat. I mean,
It's kind of neat.
it's not like super good, but
I don't know if it's worth the 1 CP because he's not a whole unit like Praetorians are.
The number of
but
shots that he gets are pretty quality, so it could be useful.
It could be useful.
Especially if you're running low on like some anti-elite, anti-tank, and you kind of need to get those shots through. I can see a reason to take it.
So now we're going into the
Ooh.
Satan, and I'm
So-
going to let you talk about these. I personally don't feel Satan are very good anymore, and I know a lot of you out there are going to hate on me.
This is one of my more favorite subjects to talk about with Necrons because I've always been a pretty big Satan fan. Even prior to, I mean, the fact that they weren't. There's a lot of time in GW's history where Satan have been bad rules wise. Other times where it's like, can you afford to take them with their point costs and all that? Yeah, I don't know. Satan are in an interesting spot because they're not. They're good. They are very good, but are they worth their points? And I think Mars is probably in the boat of where they're probably not worth their points.
I feel like they're not. It's mostly just because of one rule, but we'll get there.
Yeah. So here's the thing: is you got all three shards, the standard shards, and then you got your whatever the other one. What's the other one called? The transcendent. There we go. So these guys all get the two powers, which are kind of like librarians essentially, but these are far more powerful than your librarian powers, and you get to pick which ones you want, and then you can spend a CP to do another one at random. Which, yes, it's random. I get that. It's kind of annoying, but all of them, for the most part, are pretty good. So a lot of times the CP is worth spending. I think they can be situational in a lot of cases. The Deceiver is probably the most situational, primarily because of the way they change his rules. So in 8th edition, you used to be able to pick up D3 units, and then remove them from the table, put them back over anywhere on the board you wanted outside of 9 inches of your opponent. And if your opponent left their backfield open, you can drop 3 really nasty units in the back of their lines, and now they're forced to fight you. The Deceiver's rules changed, so you can't do that anymore. Now it's in your deployment zone. I understand the reasoning behind it. However, this actually changed exactly what I wanted to do with my Necrons into not being able to do what I wanted to do with them. So initially, when the stand came out, they did make the rules so you can only take 1 per detachment or whatever, which is really annoying. But understandable considering they are basically god shards. They're characters, but they're better in every way, shape, and form, and they fit in the elite slots, which you get 6 of. So I understand the reasoning behind it. With that said, the Deceiver not being able to teleport 3 Satan in the backfield was initially the way I wanted to play the army when the Satan came out with their new rules. They showed them up, they're like, here, this is what the new Satan are getting, all this stuff. I'm like, oh, great, I'm going to use all these Satan, and I'm going to throw them all into my opponent's deployment zone, and then just hope I make the charge. If I make the charge, great. If not, whatever. I mean, I think the Deceiver's rule actually made it so if you did have them, if they did deploy using his ability, you couldn't charge that turn.
Yep.
With that said, I still potentially could take like a 20-man unit of warriors, Veil of Darkness those warriors to be a screen for my Satan, and the Satan are all benefiting from the character rule. Now, they changed it so you no longer get the character rule. I get it. But being able to take 3 wounds a turn is still ridiculously strong. My only thought about that is if certain armies can be able to do 3 wounds to a Satan in every phase. Off the top of my head, Grey Knights, Thousand Suns, there's a few of them out there that can do it. So you can lose them pretty fast. I think what's interesting is the living metal rule. As long as they survive your turn, or your opponent's turn, they're going to get another turn, another phase they wouldn't normally get, which is
essentially
pretty cool. I think most people would argue that the Nightbringer is the strongest model. He's definitely the strongest in melee. He's definitely the strongest in terms of his
ability to ignore
ridiculous ability to just be like, you don't get anything against me, I'm just going to kill your stuff. And he gets 6 attacks base, which is far and away amazing compared to other Necron units. Nothing compares to this guy in terms of melee in the game, really. Nothing in the game can compete with this.
That can ignore all the saves
there
like that.
There are some other units in the game that are pretty vicious in melee, but this guy just says no. You don't get that, you die.
You don't get
He hits on 2s. He's wounding probably on
Probably
3s. He's strength
well,
7 base, but he's wounding on
times
2s
2.
in a lot of cases.
So, like most Titanic things, or really powerful things, he has 2 modes. He can use a weaker attack and get more
It's
of
the
them,
sweep, yeah.
or he can get stronger attacks but less of them.
Yeah. I mean, most often not. The reason you're running the Nightbringer is to run this Entropic Blow ability, where you can get rid of their saves and stuff, and now he's strength times 2, -4 with d6 damage. It's absurd
Yep.
that this guy can hit as hard as he can.
That's the real
But
reason.
but frankly, when GW released the Nightbringer, this is what he did in 3rd edition. He picked something and it just died. That's the way he was built and designed to begin with. Over the editions, they balanced him out so he wasn't quite as broken, but he costed a lot less. With that said,
yeah, because when he first came out, he was like half your army.
so he was like 300 and some points when you first got him. Now, the most expensive unit in the game at that point compared to him was one of 2 units. It was the Land Raider and Abaddon the Despoiler. Those are the only 2 that compared to him in number of points, except for like Forge World units, which, well, that's a whole other story. So, in terms of what he gets now, he's almost on par with what he got back in 3rd edition in terms of his overall strength. But, you got your Necrodermis, which is a 4-up invuln, so you can only take 3 wounds per phase, which is huge. Everybody kind of knows the main rules for him. And when he dies, he blows up, which is cool too. And generally you want him in your opponent's lines anyway, so when he blows up and takes a bunch of their stuff out with you, good, great, that's what you want. Just make sure he doesn't do it before he gets there, because now he's blowing half your army up with it. The fact that he can also use the Drain Life ability, they cannot use wounds to ignore wounds, and then the invulnerable saving throws can't be used with his Entropic Blow. So Mortarion's rules don't work against him, Gazgul's rules don't work against him, other Satan rules don't work against him. He just says no to everything,
Well,
which
he's
is
also
huge.
AP4 for strong attacks, so
Yeah.
if you have like a 2-up or 1-up armor, you're gonna get that.
So
and
a Blade
nothing
Guard will
else.
get like a 6-up against him.
Yeah. You
5-up against him.
Yeah.
But yeah, more often than not, you're not getting a save, and if you are, it's not going to be a very good one. And when he's swinging at you with 6 attacks, you got to make a lot of those 5-6-up saves.
Yeah.
Yeah, not likely. So the last thing I want to cover over with these guys is their Satan powers, and that's really where you're playing them. The Satan powers, basically, they make your Satan like librarians. They're just stronger librarian powers, and they don't work based off the psychic phase. You don't risk losing anything from not, from doing it. They can't fail. They just go off. It's just whether or not you make the rolls in the 4+, 2+, 6-up, whatever it is, for whatever the rule's written as. So they make up for the fact of the army not getting any psychers. The only trade-off is you don't get to deny any psychic powers, which the army does have ways to deal with now, which they didn't in the past.
Yes.
So the main one I'm thinking of is the Zarkin dynasty.
Yep.
So the last part of the Catan I want to talk about is the Void Dragon. He is the more ranged version, which really isn't saying much because it's only 12 inches.
Yeah.
But like he deletes vehicles. He is. If you have a vehicle on the board, he will target that thing and take it down, and there's nothing you can do about it. He just he's interesting because in a way he's almost as strong as the Nightbringer, just not quite there. But in terms of what he can do throughout a game, is actually a little bit more versatile than the Nightbringer. So you kind of got to decide whether or not you're willing to pay the points for such an expensive model for any of them. But it comes down to what you need those models to do throughout the game. The fact that they all get Satan powers makes them really good no matter which one you take. But there are ones that you probably would consider over others. In this case being the Nightbringer and the Void Dragon. So, and then last but not least, there's the cheaper version, the Transcendent Satan,
It's
which
almost 100 points cheaper.
Mars, he is exactly 100 points cheaper, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Mars tends to run this guy when he does run a Transcendent, or when he does run a Satan. And I don't think it's ever been completely useless except for the Grey Knights game.
So the reason I like him a lot cheaper is because I feel the reason you're taking Satan is for their psychic powers, essentially.
The Satan powers, yep.
Now the other three, aside from the Satan or the Transcendent Satan, lock you into a specific one, like the Voltaic Storm, the Nightbringers
Yeah,
one,
it's
and
one of their special types.
it's one of
and
theirs,
then pick one.
and then they get to pick one. Now with the Transcendent Satan, you get to pick from like one of six abilities.
2 of 6 of any of them.
If you
They get
pick,
2.
you get two if it's
If it's a random, and then 1 if it's
yeah.
if it's selected at random, and then 1 if it's no, it just says
no, that's the powers.
You do get to pick
these are the abilities it gets.
yeah.
So you get one of these six abilities. The only one that's really good, in my opinion, is the Cosmic Tyrant, which gives him 2 psychic or the 2 Satan
2
powers
of the abilities, right?
instead of 1.
Yeah.
And that's why he's 100 points cheaper, is because he only has access to 1 unless you give him that.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's kind of like an exalted greater demon, where like you can pick the 1 ability, or you can roll for 2 randomly, and they're all pretty good.
Good in their own ways. Like, they help them fight a little better or survive a little
they all
better.
do
but
some cool stuff. And
like I
since
said,
since the units are pretty versatile,
I feel you're taking him for his Satan powers. He's your access to mortal wounds consistently.
they are the most consistent mortal
Now,
wounds for sure.
the other Satan are really range restricted in their powers. They're like 18 or less.
Yes,
I think the Nightbringers is like 9 inches.
Um,
So you have to be right up on top of them to use these abilities.
yeah,
Now, the Transcendent Satan, you get to pick 2 from the generic 6.
yeah,
And there are 2 that are really good. It's the Animator Meteor and the
the cosmic.
Transdimensional Thunderbolt.
Yeah,
Those 2, I feel, allow you to consistently throw out between like 3 and 6 mortal wounds every turn, provided that he's alive. Whereas the other Satan are going to be maybe lucky to get 1 or 2 through.
if they're in range. And
If they're in
they're
range.
more.
They're much more situational.
They're based off of what your unit sizes are and what kind of units you're targeting and stuff. So yeah, they can be a problem as much as they can be a boon. So
Yep.
I agree.
So that way I like the Transcendent one, because I'm going to save 100 points,
Yeah.
which is a lot.
That's the biggest thing, is you're saving.
And I'm
points.
going to have more consistent mortal wound output.
Yeah.
With that being said, he is slightly weaker in close combat than the others.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. He's still a monster.
Stat wise,
still a 4 invuln.
he's actually fairly similar still.
Yeah.
He's exactly like the Deceiver in terms of stats.
Yep.
And he's interesting because like his melee is -4 d6, whereas like you look at the Deceiver, it's AP 3, when it's only 3 flat damage.
Yeah.
The flat damage is more consistent, but d6 has potential to do a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, especially against like a knight who has no save against that AP4.
And for 100 points more, you're still getting the same number of attacks as all the other Satan except for the Nightbringer. So
So you're
they're still good. They're
arguably
great
getting a better one for less, in my opinion. Now that's not to be said, like the Nightbringer not getting any save against that, no invuln, no armor, I mean, there's something to be said about that.
The Nightbringer is just terrifying, whereas this guy is more functional, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're really taking them for what I feel the Satan do, and that's mortal wounds.
Yeah. I agree.
For those things that have like 3-up invulnerables, somehow can be very annoying, and you just need a way to deal with that.
Well, they're also not locked to just 1, whereas the other ones are all named, I think.
Yep.
So I don't think you can take 3 shards of Nightbringer.
No,
I could be
you
wrong.
can only have 1 Nightbringer. You could take 3 Transcendent Satan, though.
And that's where I think it's really interesting to consider these guys, because especially if you want to run like a second one, you're willing to pay the points for it. You're getting for 100 points less, and when you pay for 3 of them, as opposed to taking like 2 or 3 of the other ones, you're paying 100 point premium to get that extra cool stuff that they get naturally. But the Transcendents for 3 of them can actually put out more than what, say, 2 or whatever the Transcendents you're paying for the same cost.
Yep. I don't know how much you want to do that though, because when you do that, you have to take 1 of every Satan power before you can double back and take another one.
That's right.
So if you take 3 of them, you have to take the 6 different powers. So you can have 1 Satan who's really only doing anything within like 9 inches.
Yeah. So the way I look at it,
It really kind of limits them, I feel.
the way I look at it with their powers, and this kind of fits into kind of what you're saying about here. They do get 2 powers that you get to pick from, which is really cool. that stratagem, I think, is where it kind of separates them a little bit, because that one CP to get an extra power, like I said, it is random, so it's kind of annoying. But if you wanted to take like a couple Transcendent, and you know one of them has to have the bad powers or the powers you don't want,
Yep.
You just spend that CP on that one, and that one can roll a third power at random.
Yep.
Which, I mean, I guess any of them could really do it.
That'd work.
But you can throw out a lot of powers pretty fast. And you're not limited to just the Satan either. We'll get to it further, but the Tesseract Vault actually adds some in there as well.
That's another thing to talk about. We'll talk about that in a bit. But ultimately, I personally feel Satan are not very good because in 8th edition they used to have character and they benefited from Lookout Serve because they were only 8 wounds.
Yeah.
Now they can be targeted at any time, but they can only lose 3 wounds per phase.
Yeah.
I don't feel that is a fair trade, especially in how much point cost they jumped up to. We're paying nearly 400 points for one model that can potentially die in one turn.
Yeah, without ever getting a chance to do anything?
Yeah,
that was annoying.
Because like psychic, shooting, fight phase, you're down. Your 400 point model is down.
Yeah.
You might not have even gotten to do anything with them.
Yeah.
That could be a huge pill to swallow. Even if you're just going to chip damage them and do the 3 wounds per turn, you got to keep in mind that they can target them anywhere as long as they have line of sight to them. Because they don't have the Lookout Sir.
Yeah.
You do your 3 wounds, you move on to the rest of the army.
Yeah.
They're going to move their 8 inches, which is okay.
It's decent.
But they have to get close. The Satan want to be up close to you because they're melee. They don't have any shooting.
Yeah.
Most of their Satan powers are very short ranged.
Yeah.
That's why I like taking the Animator Meteor and the Transdimensional Thunderbolt because they're 24 inches.
No, let's just throw them out a little further, yeah.
Yep.
And I think that's where I lost it with a Deceiver. Because the Deceiver's rule actually would get rid of that obnoxious, well, I can't get there rule. Where, if you could just pick a model up and drop within 9 inches of your opponent's army, now all of a sudden your Satan are doing what you want them to do, and worst case scenario, they die and blow up. As long as they're within 6 inches or whatever of your opponent, they're blowing up and they're taking a bunch of stuff with them. So I don't know, the 3 wound thing, it's an interesting rule.
I see why they did it.
I think the biggest thing for me is like, I've seen in the past where Satan, they had a screen in front of them, but I've watched the screen get deleted and the Satan goes down. Never get a chance to do anything. The same way as if they did now. Now, they don't care about a screen. They don't need a screen. What does a screen do for them? The only thing that will benefit them for having a screen is to keep them from getting meleeed, charged, or it would keep them from taking the psychic powers that have to be shot at the nearest unit or whatever. So it allows you to kind of push stuff out a little bit, make it less likely for them to die. But the only being able to take 3 wounds per phase, only a few armies can really take an entire Satan down in one go, in one full round.
I'd have to disagree with
you. It's getting to a point where more and more armies can do it now. But I can only think of a couple off the top of my head that can really perform and do that. Because the psychic phase being the biggest one, whereas if you don't take psychers, you can't do it in one round. It's impossible. So, when you start throwing other psychic armies in the game that theoretically can do those 3 mortal wounds, then yes, at that point your Satan become less useful and more likely to not being able to use them throughout a game. But it's kind of the trade you pay.
But so final things I want to say is like you're paying a lot of points, and I feel most people look at them like I can only deal 3 wounds per phase. Well, it's going to take all game to kill them. It'll take 4 or 5 turns.
Yeah.
It's like it's per phase, so you can deal damage to them in the movement phase, the psychic phase, the shooting phase, the charge phase, the fight phase. Granted they're pretty few, but even the morale phase you can deal some damage to them.
And the fact that you can touch them in every phase is a problem.
You can touch them in almost every phase.
Yeah.
And that on top of the fact that we are playing an edition where anything can hurt anything. Las guns can hurt land raiders. Las guns can also hurt Satan. And the Satan only have 4-up invulnerable saves.
Yeah.
They're not like Terminators where they shrug off blast fire.
Yeah, they've never been...
A few lucky rolls can put 3 wounds on the Satan.
Yeah, they've never been durable in terms of like when they get shot at or whatever the case is. And I think that's partially why they're a little better now. primarily because, 4 or 5 last cannons in the past would pretty much guarantee your Satan's dead. Where now, it doesn't matter how many last cannons you put into them, whatever, they're going to live.
Yep.
The trade-off is the fact that, yes, melee will also kind of get rid of that movement phase stuff, charge phase stuff. Yeah, you can still throw those extra wounds on there, and they only have 9. So it's not like they have 12 like Gazgul, where, he's going to survive for that full turn for sure. So yeah, I can see where that's a problem.
But yeah, that's the real problem for me is they are not as invulnerable as people make them out to be, and they are a lot of points.
They're a big target because of how expensive they are. Even if you ignore the fact that they are incredibly powerful, when you go back and look at how much you're paying for, people don't even look at like, oh, well, how strong is this model? How tough is this model? It doesn't matter to them. All they care about is the fact that that's a 400-point model on the board. That's what, a sixth of your army?
Well, fifth
of your army, and it's you take it down, and that's a huge deficit your opponent's playing from behind on.
Yeah.
So it's a big deal. So yeah, I agree. I think there are problems with taking them too. And generally, when you see people run lists with them, they're only going to run one more often than not.
One and done, I think.
I think the one you're probably going to see the most is probably going to be the Void Dragon, primarily because he kind of does it all, and he's the only one that can get wounds back other than living metal.
Yes, he can heal himself out of vehicles. That is very huge.
You can start stripping him down all game long, but when he turns around and starts killing vehicles, he will stay at full health all game long.
Oh yeah.
So he's an interesting one, and honestly, the model's better. He's got a bigger base, so he covers more ground.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. Satan, you really got to decide whether or not you want a generic. I shouldn't say generic, but
it's an investment.
You want a regular Necron army that does what all the good Necron stuff does, or you want to throw in some major flavor and kind of, churn it up a little bit and throw something else in that makes it a little bit more. I don't know, maybe not as. It depends on the player, but it may be a little more exciting in some cases. So. It's they're interesting. They're a good unit. It's so costly.
Yes.
So costly. So
it is a real investment, and they put the Necrodermis in there to kind of give you this insurance policy. I personally feel that insurance policy is pretty shaky.
Yeah.
It can be real swingy for you.
Yeah.
You can just not die all game, or you can be off in one turn.
Yeah.
It's real swingy.
We did get a chat here that said adaptive subroutine said at that point it's potentially worth using different fractured personalities on 1-2, and I think that's what should Satan get that?
Yeah, the Transcendence.
Transcendent, yeah.
The fractured personality.
So yeah, you can look at doing that instead as well.
Yeah,
I think
you get 2 random abilities instead.
Yeah, I think the Transcendent, if you're going to make an argument for like the Transcendent over the Deceiver, I think that's probably a good argument there.
Yeah.
The other two, I don't know. The other two are good. They're scary. That's really all they're there for. Yep. They terrify your opponent into doing things they wouldn't normally do. So anyway, moving on from the Satan into Canoptic Spiders.
Canoptic Spiders got a lot better.
Yes, they did.
They are now toughness 6 with 6 wounds, 5 attacks, 3 up armor save, and their melee. They essentially have a power fist.
Yeah.
So it's going to be strength 8 at AP 3 and 2 damage with 5 attacks.
They hit hard.
They hit hard. They are a mini monster. Well, they are a monster. They actually have the monster keyword.
Yeah.
You can take them in units of 1 to 3.
Yeah.
You have a couple options for them. You can give them the guns, which are okay if you have the points. They're strength 5, AP 0, assault 6.
Now 6 shots.
That's a lot of shots. So a unit of 3 would pump out 36 shots, but AP 0 damage 1. So ballistic skill 4. So you're looking at 16 hits, probably like somewhere like 10-ish wounds. You might get something through.
Yeah.
They're not terribly expensive guns. Take them or leave them.
They're interesting.
But their primary are really it's all about that melee. The AP 3 and 2 damage. Strength 8 is nasty.
The melee paired with the fact that you can bring back scarabs, I think, is probably my favorite part.
Yes, there's a couple reasons you're going to be taking these guys. One, they bring back scarabs. Each scarab unit can get 1 base back at the start at the command phase if they're within 6 of a scarab unit.
Yeah.
Just for free. You don't have to roll or anything anymore. You can also take the Gloom Prisms for 5 points, which is one of the few ways that Necrons can deny psychic powers. It just gives the Scarab unit the ability to deny psychic powers.
Right.
One per Gloom Prism. So if you take a unit of 3, you can get 3 denied from that one unit.
Yeah.
They also have the Fabricator Claw Array that you can take. So that turns them into essentially a mechanic. They can give D3 units back to a Necron unit.
D3 models?
No, D3 wounds.
Wounds back. So
They heal vehicles and like monsters and stuff. It's pretty much anything, I'm pretty sure. Just
dynastic vehicle. So it's
dynastic vehicle. So it is locked into vehicle. I think it's
3-inch range D3. So they're basically a tech marine.
Yep.
A big fat tech
I think
marine.
it's the Canoptic Cloak that can be done in anything.
Right.
Yep. So they're big. They're kind of a big tech marine if you do that.
Yeah.
They're only about 55 points, I want to say.
They're a little cheaper than they were before.
Yep.
Well, I shouldn't say that. They're about what they were before, but they do way more than what they did before.
They do way more than what they did before. I love the spiders now.
I think they're in an interesting spot because I think you can make an argument to run them, as opposed to 8th edition where there was no chance of you ever running one.
Okay.
But yeah, they're not bad. I think they're pretty good.
So they're 60 points. I mean, their guns are only 5 points per.
Well, anything that helps bring scarabs back to life is obnoxious.
Yeah, the scarabs.
Scarabs are so hard to kill. We're going to get to those next.
We're going to get into those next.
But Lord Almighty.
For a mere 60 points, the Canoptic Spiders are tougher than a Reanimator.
Well,
have
you get 1 to 3
way
too.
more punch. I mean, you have 5 attacks with a Power Fist profile.
Yeah. Well, like I said, you get 1 to 3 of them too. So if you take 3 of them, as a reanimator, you only get 1 unless you take 3 separate units.
Yep.
But with the spiders, if you take 3 of them, your unit's not just gone from a few shots.
This is
a last cannon's not going to.
I really feel like they're another army in a can unit. They're incredibly durable. I mean, they don't have an invuln, but they're toughness 6 with 6 wounds, living metal. They also have reanimation protocol. That'll be humorous if you take a unit of 3 and ever get to reanimate one. That'll be a 1 in a million game.
Lose like 2 of them in one go and then be able to bring one back.
Yeah.
That's probably not going to happen.
It's probably not going to happen, but they have it.
It's there.
If it happens.
Better than nothing, I guess.
Yep. So you can give them Gloom Prisms and Fabricator Claw Rays, so they can repair your vehicle, deny a psychic power, spit out scarabs, charge in with 5 Power Fist attacks, and be a real nuisance. Like, you're not going to shift them easy either. They're toughness 6 with 6 wounds.
Well, and most of the time, I think people have gotten into their minds where they don't really care about them because they've always been so bad. So you just kind of ignore them, really, and then. Well, in your case, when you only ever run 1, we would always lose his first before everybody else. But in terms of like what most people think nowadays, like you look at them, you're like, oh, they're garbage. No one's going to bother paying attention to this thing because it never did anything before. So they're just going to ignore it. And then by the time they get up the board, well, all of a sudden it's like now these things are taking out vehicles. They're killing your elite infantry, whatever you got.
Yep.
And you're like, oh wow, I actually got to pay attention to this model.
Yep.
So. They can get up the board because of that.
Oh yeah, definitely. So, that's the only real downside I see in them. They are slow. They're 6-inch movement. They have fly, so they can jump over stuff.
Yeah.
But they only have 6-inch movement, and what was I gonna say?
That's okay. They don't, unless you take the particle beamer, you can just advance them.
Yeah. Well, it's assault weapon, so even if you advance them, you can still shoot. I mean, you're hitting in 5s at that point. But.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're a little slow and a little pricey. I mean, when you take a unit of 3 of them with their upgrades, you're looking at like 200 points.
And
they can get up there quick.
They do have a little bit of durability, but the fact they don't have like invulns or anything like that is kind of a pain. They kind of sit in the same boat as the Reanimator in that aspect.
Yeah.
But if you can get an opponent to ignore them,
it's the fact that they still have 6 wounds and they're 60 points.
Yeah.
So it's not likely that like a las cannon, unless it rolls perfect,
you're not going to one-shot them with a las cannon, probably. But
no. And even if you do, it's 60 points. They're relatively cheap.
Yeah.
Moving on to the Scarab Swarms.
We had another comment here. Okay. Adaptive Subroutines also chimed in and said, worth noting the Scarab's res at the start of the command and scoring is at the end of the command. Everyone always starts their turn with scoring, but you can potentially swing primary, bringing a scarab back. So bringing back scarabs can help you score primaries.
Oh yeah.
In addition to that, if you go second, now your primaries are being scored at the end of the game.
Yep.
So yeah, it allows you to basically change up and make those extra movements you need to with like the scarabs to get those objectives. So,
But
moving
speaking
into
about scarabs, they are, oh God, they have got to be one of the best units in this book.
They are
auto-clued in my opinion. It's
They
just
are such a
how many
weird
you
unit.
want. It's really how many you want. They are 15 points, and what you're paying for really is just for bodies on the table.
Yeah.
Fast bodies. They move 10 inches.
Yeah.
But you get 4 wounds. It's only toughness 3, 6 up armor, but it's 4 wounds for 15 points. And they're just the screen that your opponent has to chew through or deal with. This tar pit, this hindrance, this annoyance that they have to deal with, and they have living metal and reanimation protocols, making them harder to deal with.
When I look at scarabs, what I think, a 3-man unit is not going to do much in a game. They might do nothing at all and be completely useless all game. With that said, you can run up to 9 bases in a single squad and literally just bury your opponent in wounds.
Yes.
And they're 4 wounds apiece, so it's not like you're losing models as you go. You're losing wounds off of models, and unless you're like hitting them with multi-damage weapons, you're not doing much to them, and you lose a lot of that quality on your damage if you're like damage 3, whereas like damage 2 is kind of the sweet spot, but if you're damage 1, damage 3, you're peeling those wounds off, and you're not killing full bases. So that means when it wraps back around and that damage 3 weapon hits again, it's only going to kill the base that's at 1 wound left. So it makes them so annoying to kill.
You gotta look at it as 9 scarabs cost 135 points.
Yep.
And that is 36 wounds you have to shift.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to shift 36 wounds to get rid of 135 points.
Well, and
they also have RP.
Well, and they're incredibly easy to hide too. That's another thing. Their bases are so low to the ground that if you're looking to get line of sight drawn, or if you're looking for the -1 to hit, you can get it easily with them. So it's kind of interesting.
But ultimately, I think what really makes them winners is how cheap they are, how durable they are. They can do a little bit of everything. They're fast. Yeah. They can bury you in wounds. They have 4 attacks apiece. So that's 36 attacks from a full unit. 6 is automatically wound. I've seen them just
watch them butcher Marines in combat.
We had it in the games where they would charge into Outriders and win combat.
Yeah.
And just chase them away.
Yeah.
Like the Outriders are just getting chewed up by scarabs.
Yeah, they eat whatever they get in combat with. I mean, it might take a little while, but they have enough attacks to do it.
They can get into your opponent's deployment zone. They can tie up units. They can sit on objectives. They can just do a lot for your army. Yeah. And take them in your list. Just, I wouldn't say take as many as you can, but you better be playing with some.
Yeah, I would say that they're not necessarily an auto-include, but they are the closest thing to it, other than maybe warriors. Mm-hmm. They're never gonna be the backbone of your army, but they are the most obnoxious unit in the army because even if you can kill them, you're not killing other stuff you need to kill, and by the time you get through all of their wounds, that army, that whole Necron army has blown through. Like now gets an opportunity to literally kill half of your army in the following phase or the following battle turn. So they're really good.
Yep. They are.
For what you get, I mean, they basically play a similar role to warriors, where they're just bodies on the table that you can't completely kill. And then when they reanimate and get a base or 2 back, it's annoying. So, all right, moving on to Ophidian Destroyers.
Ophidian Destroyers. I personally feel, unless you're really playing around them, I feel you should pass on them. And the reason for that is because of their durability. They have toughness 4 with a 4-up save and nothing else. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, they are probably the hardest hitting thing in this entire codex. They are incredible. They will down a knight if they touch it. They are incredibly deadly. Only downside is they're about 35 points, and they die to like bolters. It's really kind of sad.
I like them. I think they get a lot of cool stuff, a lot of their little special abilities and whatnot, and they're very fast. You can kind of compare them to just like the Scorpec destroyers with more speed, maybe a little less quality in terms of how hard they hit. But the amount of attacks they can bury you with makes up for the fact that they're not strength 8, they're strength 6, but they're still 3 damage a pop at -4 with the reblade, and then the 3 and 2 with the other. So they're basically the same as regular destroyers.
Because each one's getting between 5 and 6 attacks, unless you have like.
They just don't have the durability to destroy.
Like you can run them in Novak and get extra attacks that way.
Yeah.
And they're 3 damage, and 2 damage, and the fitting claws are 1.
Yeah. Well, it's -1 to hit them too, which kind of helps with the durability a little bit.
A little bit.
But the deep striking with them is kind of unique too.
Yes. So they're one of the few units that you can just hold in reserve and deep strike.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. They have the deep strike.
Yep.
So they tunnel. They're in a spot where, like, if you don't need durable, if you're taking a melee army or you need a few melee units, and you just need something fast to get up the board, and you want something a little bit more powerful than Wraiths in terms of what they do in melee, the destroyers would be the option, as opposed to, like, say, the Scorpec destroyers or whatever, because they're not quite as fast, and they don't deep strike. So, yeah, I mean, they're all right. I think they're fine.
They're okay. I don't hate them.
But they don't necessarily...
I just feel like they're very front-loaded. They murder whatever they touch.
Yeah.
But everything murders them in return.
Yeah.
So if you are going to field them, deep strike them, probably play them as Novak so you can reroll wounds. Right. Or reroll charges, I should say.
Reroll charges.
So you can guarantee the charges.
Yeah, gotta get them there.
Gotta get them.
Tomb Blades.
Tomb Blades are a rough one for me. I can't really figure out what you do with Tomb Blades that you can't already do with something else.
I think they're good, but they work like jet bikes, kind of. They're very quick. They do basically the same things destroyers do, being the shooting destroyers. They don't hit as hard. But you're more likely to get the reanimate with them, which is, I think, they're probably their biggest thing.
They have 2 wounds, so they're easier to reanimate.
The fact that you can reanimate, or they do get reanimate, do they not?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, yeah. So
the whole army has.
As long as they can reanimate, 2 wounds a pop, you're more likely to get a bunch of them back, as opposed to like a lot of the 3 wound units that do that. But
one thing I will say about them, they are core.
They are core.
Anything that targets core will work on.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they're biker with core too.
Yeah.
And there's some interesting rules with bikers too. They do have fly, which is not as good as it was, but it's still decent. And they got some options they can take too, which is kind of neat.
Yep.
They can get the invuln save, the slightly better save, stuff like that. So there's some stuff they can do.
I personally don't think you should spend the points to get your 4-up save to a 3-up, because honestly, it's not going to matter much when you're getting hit by AP1, AP3. However, the 5+ invuln should really go a long way to helping you.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't take the shield veins, because anything beyond an AP1 is going to be mute against them.
Right. I think the way I look at them is if you like them in 8th edition, you can still take them and be fine.
They're really cheap too.
But you don't necessarily need to take them. You're fine without them. They're not a must
25 points bare bones
by any means. But they're kind of an interesting fast attack slot unit. So I think they're fine. All right. So moving into Praetorians, they are not core.
They are not core. They're not even dynasty.
They're not. They're agents, which is a very, very... That's probably the worst thing about them, the fact that they can't get the dynasty bonuses.
The only things that can really target them are the 2 stratagems that can be used on Triarchs and the Silent King.
Yeah.
They feel very clunky with the rest of the army.
Yeah.
And to make up for that, they really don't do it. They don't really make up for this loss. They have damage to... the Rod of the Covenant is the way to go. The other option, I don't even think you should really consider it, because it's half as much damage as the Rod.
Yeah.
Even though it gives you more attacks. It's like, at best, you're breaking par.
They're just plinking stuff.
So you have the staffs, which are flat 2 damage, which are good against Marines. But on the downside, they don't have an invulnerable save. They can't really benefit from your dynasty or other things like My Lord's Will. Sure, you can give them +1 to hit with their strat. That's cool, hitting a 2s. Yeah, not too bad. They get 3 attack speeds.
Yeah.
But the only other real advantage they have to something, say like Lich Guard, is +4 movement.
Yeah.
+4. That's not very good.
They're like a jump movement. They're like a jump unit, sort of, because they do have the fly. They do have the 10-inch move. But there's nothing that stands out that makes them exceptional. So I agree. I think this is one of those units I would most likely pass on unless you really want to run them.
If you're running the Silent King, by all means, he is a great force multiplier for him.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I think it's a pretty hard pass. They're not too expensive at like 25 points, and they make good use of reanimation protocols.
Yeah. They just don't do anything outstanding. And
No.
you know, when you're taking a unit in a Necron army, you want it to play a role. These guys, they don't really fit really well in any one role better than a lot of the other units. So I think it's pretty safe to say that these guys you're generally going to pass on unless you really want to run them. So
Yeah, they're in fast attack, but they're not all that fast. I mean, most things. I mean, Scarabs move 10,
Well,
Wraiths moves 12,
they're kind of
Tomb
neat.
Blades move 14.
Yeah. There's other things you can take that can make up for what they do. So, but all right, moving into Wraiths.
Wraiths are unfortunate. They lost their 3-up invulnerable save. So they went to a 4-up invulnerable save instead. They still have a 3-up armor. They got a lot cheaper. They're only 35 points now. But unfortunately, I think they really kind of suffer the same thing as the Praetorians, and they get overshadowed by things like Ophidian Destroyers, the Tomb Blades, maybe even the Lich Guard by a lesser extent, because you're ultimately taking them to be a melee unit.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they are movement 12, which is pretty speedy, and a 4+ invulnerable built in is nothing to sneeze at.
No, it's not bad.
It's just when they come to punching stuff, they're going to be strength 6, AP 2, damage 2 with 4 attacks and a weapon skill 4.
Yeah.
So each one's going to land like 2 hits, maybe wound 1, maybe kill a Marine.
They're not generally going to kill a lot. I think, I mean, I have some thoughts on them too. And the way I look at them, they're not a unit you can consistently expect to kill whatever they get in combat with. Mm-hmm. But they play an interesting role in the army. I think actually better than the Praetorians in terms of what they do, because they are fast. They are, 12 inches is pretty quick. And I'm not going to be charging into combat with my Tomb Blades, even though they're 14-inch movement or whatever the case is. Ophidian Destroyers, I mean, they're a little bit shy in terms of movement. But like you said, these things die to, the Ophidian Destroyers they get peppered by Storm Bolters and they're dead.
Yep.
Wraiths, on the other hand, you're not taking them down with anything unless it's decent weaponry.
They are durable.
And a lot of shots. So they are fairly durable. And my favorite part about them is the fact that you can customize them to do what you want them to do, but at the end of the day, when everything's all said and done, the dust settles, their primary role is to get up close, tie your opponent's units up so they can't do anything. And now you can attack, kill some stuff. They can fall back, move, shoot, charge again. They're annoying.
Oh, they can't fall back and shoot anymore. They got rid of that too.
I think there's a stratagem for it, isn't there?
I don't believe so.
So they can fall back.
They can shoot. Yeah, oh no, they do have that.
Yeah. So Wraith form allows them to basically kind of move in and out of combat as they need to. And what I like about them is the fact that they just don't care about like what your opponent is doing. They get up there real close. They keep your opponent from doing the stuff that they want to do. So they prevent they're more of a prevention than anything.
Yeah, they are a real grapple unit. So you're going to get in there. You're going to hopefully charge like a basilisk and prevent them from shooting.
Right.
And then still be able to like fall back and charge something else and grapple them.
And they can survive a basilisk too. And that's what's so crazy about them is like there's a lot of units in the game that can get up there, get into combat turn 1 and keep your opponent from, killing the rest of your army. But not only do they do that, they also survive after that. You can put whatever you want into them, and they're still probably going to be around at the end of the day, as long as the unit's big enough.
Oh, yeah.
And, they'll turn around and keep doing the same thing until they finally go down. And they reanimate now too, don't they?
Yeah, they have Arky.
So now they can reanimate as well, which before that canoptic
They didn't
units
have
in the
it.
past did not have reanimation.
Nope.
Which
I think you could use a Resorb
it's
on, but that was
it's probably not going to come up very often. But in the off chance that every wraith counts. It can count in terms of, especially because their points cost for one, because they aren't cheap.
it. Well, they're 35.
They're not bad for their
They're not
points.
terrible.
But what I'm saying is like these are kind of like a throwaway unit where you're accepting that they're probably going to die. But if they survive, that's all you need them to do. Just hang on, keep your opponent tied up, and your opponent's going to suffer all game because of it. So take a unit of 5, unit of 6, whatever. They're getting up there, they're doing what they need to do, and then everything else at that point is if they kill models, great. If they don't, whatever, not a big deal. And then they pile in, they consolidate, they keep moving. They keep moving, they keep tying stuff up. Your opponent can't do anything about it. They're just stuck having to deal with them.
So by all means, I don't feel they're a terrible unit in any means. They do what they do pretty decently. I think their only real problem is they just compete with other units like Scorpic Destroyers, Ophidian Destroyers, Tomb Blades.
Yeah, you got to decide really how you want your army to work. And if you're playing like a pure melee army, Wraiths might not be the way to go. But even then, I think you can make an argument for taking them, primarily because of the fact that as long as you're if you're doing what I suggested, which is running up there, tying units up, your opponent's not scoring objectives, and that's massive throughout a game.
Yeah.
Even if, because it comes down to the end of the day, you don't have to kill anything to win the game nowadays. You just have to hold primaries. You have to score your secondaries. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
And these guys can get you engaged on all fronts. These guys can get you. I mean, of course, all destroyers, two blades can do the same thing. It's just that these guys play a different role in doing that. So.
I feel they're a lot more tanky of all those. Whereas the Ophidians can kill anything but die to everything.
Yeah.
The Wraiths don't really kill too well, but they survive really well.
Right. Okay, so moving into the Annihilation Barge.
I love my Annihilation Barges. Everyone on the internet hates
most
them.
Necron players in Mars are in two different aspects with these guys. I don't know how I feel about them. I think it's because I haven't played them enough to really care.
I feel they got a lot better from 8th edition, and
They're
I played them
improved.
in 8th edition.
They are improved, for sure.
So they got quantum shielding, so you can only wound them on 4s, and they have a 5 invuln. You can use quantum deflection to give them 4 up invuln. They only have 8 wounds, so yeah, like a lucky Melta-gun can bring them down in a single hit. But that Melta-gun needs 4 to wound you in the first place, and get through your invuln.
Right.
They're only 125 points, I'm pretty sure, if you take the Gauss cannon. Now, they're essentially just a gun platform, and that's their role. I personally really like them because I feel their damage output is good enough. You have, 13 shots, 10 of which is Tesla, the other which is AP3, D3 damage on a 125 point model. That is not easily gotten rid of because of the quantum shielding. So I feel that is a really good investment. Now, everyone on the internet I think is going to disagree because they're looking for like Gauss cannon levels of anti-tank, which you're not quite getting out of this. You're going a lot more wide with your 10 Tesla shots rather than getting like the Tesla Destructor on a heavy destroyer for that one really powerful like D3 damage shot. Another thing I want to say about them is I don't think people give that 10 shot Tesla enough credit, because 10 shots with Tesla averages out to 10 hits, whereas like a Lim Russ Punisher for guard gets 20 shots and will average out to 10 hits. And on top of this, this is a strength 7 weapon, so against vehicles or like against toughness 6, it's going to wound on 3s and 4s. Now, yeah, it has AP 0, but when we're talking about like 7, 8 wounds going on something, you're going to fail. You're going to go through those generally 3-up armor on vehicles and monsters. But at the end of the day, they're 125 points, and if they do nothing other than get shot by your enemy's anti-tank weapons, I feel that's a win.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't really have much to say on them. Annihilation barges are. I've used them in the past, but I don't know. The way I play Necrons nowadays, I probably wouldn't run them. With that said, I think there could be arguments made for both. Whether, people could say that they're good, some people could say that they're bad, and I think it depends on the player, whether or not they find them good or useful or whatever the case is. So in this case, we like using them in the studios, and I think anytime you can make an argument for a unit to potentially be used is good enough to play them, primarily because of the fact that there really isn't enough, there's not enough, people trying to make different units work in a faction when there are lots of options. And Necrons have so many options now, as opposed to what they've had in previous editions. So anytime you can make an argument to run Annihilation barges, I think it's fine to say go for it, do it.
But yeah, I definitely feel people should consider them. They're fast, they're cheap, they're durable, they have plenty of firepower. I mean, you kind of have to dig through it with just throwing a bunch of dice. But they're definitely very good.
Yeah. Okay.
Even if they get tied in combat, they're still a vehicle, so point blank shoot them.
That's true, yeah. Okay, moving on to the Doomsday Arcs.
Doomsday Arcs. I feel they got nerfed hard. They are now 190 points?
Something like that, yeah.
180, I want to say. 180 or 190.
Yeah, I think 180 sounds more reasonable, but even then, that's still
Look it up quick.
kind of a lot.
It's a lot, especially when you consider Doomstalkers.
190 points.
190, yeah. That makes the Doomstalkers 50 points cheaper and essentially have the same gun. It's just shorter range.
Yeah.
It's really hard to justify these guys. They're 190 points. That has to stay stationary to get the full effect of its gun.
Yeah.
Now, yes, it's got the Gauss flares as well for anti-infantry, should they get close enough to within 24 inches of you.
But you're not moving all game. So.
But you're not moving all game.
So it's like, what's the difference? What's the point of having a model that moves 12 inches a turn?
Exactly.
That can't move.
They move 12, and you have to stay stationary to fire this. It's so redundant.
It's silly.
By no means are they bad. It just they try and compete with things like the Doomstalker or heavy destroyers and the Doom Scythe, and they just fail. They just fail miserably. They need to be cheaper to even be considered, in my opinion.
I think the arcs are good. I don't think there's anything wrong with them, per se. With that said, I think, like you said, there's other units that just beat them.
Just better.
They pushed them off the edge of the table when Doomsday Arcs already were kind of sitting right there. They were kind of, they were in a spot where it's like, okay, they're good to take. 8th edition, they were amazing. At 9th edition, before, you started adding in all this other stuff like the Doomstalkers and whatnot, they were all right, but now they're just not, they're not in the mix anymore. They've gotten pushed out of the mix.
Especially considering the Necrons gained access with this codex a lot more reliable damage.
Yeah.
Now in 8th edition, Doomsday Arcs were everywhere because those were your big guns.
That was your anti-tank, yeah.
That was your anti-tank. That's how you got big damage through. But it was still kind of unreliable because it's random number of shots, it's random amounts of damage.
Yeah.
Your ballistic skill goes down when you get damaged.
Yeah.
So it's quite unreliable. And now that we have access to more reliable, like the Doomstalker, it's always ballistic skill 4, possibly even 3 with a cryptic.
Yeah.
It just gets shoved aside.
Well, the Doomstalker shoots a little worse, but in terms of what it costs, it makes up for the difference.
It easily makes up for the difference. Yeah. And that's just a side-by-side comparison because they have the same weapon.
Right.
So, by all means, they're not a terrible unit. They're just completely overshadowed.
You can run them if you...
if you have them...
If I had the models and I didn't have the Doomstalker, I'd probably consider it. But yeah, if
it's what you got,
else,
it's what you got for anti-tank.
Yeah.
Go ahead and use it.
Yeah. All right, so moving into Locust Destroyers.
Locust Destroyers, again, I feel are a unit that got really nerfed. They nerfed their strategy.
These are kind of one and the same. The Heavy Destroyers and the regular Locust Destroyers.
Yes, they're kind of one and the same.
They're very similar in terms of what you want them to do.
Yep, now they kind of lump the Heavy Destroyers and Locust Destroyers all into one thing. The let's talk about the new heavy destroyers first.
Well, they're the ones that are going to be the difference. The ones that actually change to potentially be useful.
Yes, I feel they're useful, but only the one weapon. The blast weapon, the exterminator, that's just like an assault cannon. I don't want to pay 70 points.
For a 3d3, potentially only getting 3 shots for strength 7, AP 1 damage.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
no.
want to pay 70 points for that.
No,
That's
no.
gross.
Nope.
However, I will gladly pay 70 points for a single shot that's strength 10, AP 4, 3d3 damage.
Minimum of
Potentially
3.
9.
Up to 9, yeah.
Potentially 9 damage.
I still see this as a question mark with them. Now, you can make them useful. Destroyer's the same by giving them the reroll ones to hit, reroll ones to wound. But they're not what they were in 8th edition, where you could reroll everything.
They used to be able to reroll everything. Now they can only reroll wounds with their stratagems.
Right, no, but what I'm saying is if you take like the Destroyer Lord,
Yeah.
the Lord can still give the reroll ones.
He can still give
And generally, if you're running Destroyers, you're running the character to go with it.
Yep.
With the exception of maybe the Scorpec Destroyers, because you don't necessarily need to run it. But yeah, anytime you're running Destroyers for just about any reason, you're gonna need that reroll hits and wounds of 1 to make them really useful. But it's not like in 8th edition where the stratagem really just
The stratagem
made them,
really carried them.
it really made them good. They're still all right. I just don't see any reason why you'd want to run them over certain other shooting units in your army.
They went up slightly, so they're now 55 points.
Yeah.
So the way I look at it is like I could take 2 Locust Destroyers for 110 points, or I can take 3 Scorpec Destroyers for 105.
Yeah.
That's one of the problems I'm facing. They're not great in combat. They have 2 attacks, strength 4, so they're awful in combat for what you're paying.
They're not good in combat by any means.
So you can hide heavy destroyers in the Locust Destroyer unit.
Yeah.
But then you're taking this kind of subpar unit to protect your better ones.
Well, you never want to take more than 5 in a unit because then you run into problems with the your unit coherency.
Yeah.
So you got to be very careful with that too.
So I think you can just pass on the regular Locust Destroyers, but I would definitely recommend looking into the heavy destroyers, specifically with the Gauss Destructors, because they have a 36 in range, so they can be relatively safe in the back lines and still just terrify your enemy's big Imperial Knight. Because if that shot gets through, that's potentially 9 damage.
Yeah. I mean, you could make an argument to run them. I just don't think there's a lot of other things you probably want to take first before taking them.
Yeah.
Unless you just really like them. I mean, and they're cool looking. They're a little older model unless you take the new heavy destroyers, but there's an argument for why you wouldn't want to run the new ones either. They're little short tails in the back, and I don't know. They're different. I don't know.
All right.
Moving into the Doomstalker.
The Doomstalker. So this is the guy who kind of really, first and foremost, outshines the Doomsday Arc. Because he's essentially got the same gun.
Yeah.
Now it's ballistic skill 4 as opposed to ballistic skill 3, but it never degrades. And you can also bring that to ballistic skill 3 simply by having a canoptic control node nearby.
Right.
The other thing about him is I was really surprised they did this. They gave him a 4+ invulnerable save. Just flat.
Yeah.
So having any of the wounds you suffer is incredibly powerful.
It's interesting because it doesn't have quantum shielding, which quantum shielding is really good, but the 4-up invuln kind of makes up for it. And it's different. It takes away some of that stuff that those really nasty high strength weapons or high damage weapons would do. With that said, it's not the same thing. So it's hard to compare the two in terms of what their defense is. Toughness 6 versus, they are toughness 6 as well?
They're both toughness 6.
So, but you're basically looking at whether or not you want to be able to move and fire with a low profile on the Doomsday Arc. But it never outshines the Doomstalker for the points cost, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
That is the primary problem with them. So, but yeah, otherwise they're essentially this. I mean, we talked about the Doomsday Arc. They're essentially the same thing, just
essentially
better.
the same thing, just a little better, a lot cheaper.
Yeah. They do have the little Overwatch thing, which is kind of cool, but
Yup, they got little cute things. They got the Overwatch, so they're always going to be able to Overwatch if you charge them. They got the Revenge of the Doomstalker stratagem, so if you kill a character nearby, they can get better throughout the game.
Yeah.
So there's cute little things like that, which is I picked up one because I think that's all I'd ever run.
right.
There's some people out there who are like, oh, you're going to take 3 of them, then you're going to take a control node, and then you're going to just blow your opponent off the table. You can do that. It's not terribly expensive. You're looking at somewhere in like around like
It's
500
cheap.
points. It's
Cheap
pretty
for
cheap.
anti-tank.
It's pretty cheap for what it can do.
Yeah.
But again, it's still random damage.
Well, and-
random shots.
Yeah.
Random damage.
And do you really need it?
do you really need it?
The Necrons, they rely on staying on the board. The Doomstalkers rely on doing damage.
Yep.
So it kind of does the opposite of what you're trying to do, which, I mean, is still good because it fills an aspect other units in the army can't do. With that said, you know, it still comes down to whether or not, do you really need 3?
No.
With the way the game currently works,
I
probably
don't.
not.
Probably not.
Yeah, so,
I like to take 1. It's 140 points. If he does nothing all game, it's 140 points. If he blows up a knight in 1 turn, by all means, that's good.
yeah.
You know, kind of just consider taking 1. Probably avoid taking more than that.
Yeah.
But moving on.
Okay, so going into the Ghost Arc here, I think we'll probably just do the transports together because they kind of work one and the same.
Kind of.
Neither one of them really do a ton of damage.
So you got the Night Scythe and the Ghost Arc. Both are your, because yeah, the Monolith isn't a transport. So these are your Necron transports.
Yeah.
Because the Night Scythe became a true transport. It used to be really goofy, like
Yeah.
it basically like teleported.
Well,
units in.
it carries core, infantry, and agent models.
Yep.
Whereas you only can transport dynasty, warriors, or characters.
Yep.
Infantry characters. At that.
Infantry characters or Necron warriors in the Ghost Arc, which,
Yeah.
funnily enough, I don't know how he does it, but the Scorpic Lord can ride in a Ghost Arc.
Yeah, he's infantry.
He is infantry, and I don't know how he does it.
Because he just like clings to the bottom,
Yep.
rides along. But
Oh man,
it's cool. The
you ever
transports.
you ever see a really big guy get into a really small car?
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
There's not really much to be said about the transports other than the fact that they transport what you need them to.
Yep.
They get your models from point A to point B. And transports are pretty good this edition because they add durability that your units otherwise would not have. The Ghost Arc especially because it gives you the reanimate abilities to bring
Yes.
back extra models, which is huge for warriors, making, in my opinion, the Ghost Arc a little better over than the Night Scythe, especially because of the transport capacity being a little different.
Yep.
You only get 10 for the Ghost Arc now,
Yep.
and then you only get 20 for the
Yes.
Night Scythe, which is really weird because I think it was only 5 for the Night Scythe before, right, or 10 or something like that.
It was 1 unit for the Night Scythe before, but
Well,
like
it
I
was
said,
limited.
you had to like keep them in reserve, and then you had to like teleport them in, and like if it died, and
Yeah, they
it was
theoretically
it
wouldn't
wasn't
be
a
able to bring them
real
all.
transport before.
Yeah, yeah.
But now it's a true transport, so you
Right.
can just have 20 warriors in there. When it
Yeah.
dies, they get out.
Yeah.
Standard stuff. So the Night Scythe is really tough to consider because it only has the twin Tesla destructor for its offensive capabilities.
Yeah.
It's, I believe, 145 points, so it's not all that cheap for a transport.
No.
Now, it can carry up to 20 models, which is pretty much going to be like Flayed Ones or Warriors.
That's pretty massive for a transport.
That is massive for a transport. But I think that's the only real good thing to say about it. If you need to get a big horde of warriors or flayed ones across the table, that's your way to do it.
They do
Outside of
the
maybe
point A to point B better than most of the other transports in the game.
most things.
But in terms of what you're going to take them for, I mean, they're never going to kill a lot of stuff, which is fine, I guess.
Because once they drop off that load, you're stuck with just the single
It's a
twin
flying,
Tesla destructor.
it's a flying croissant at that point.
Yeah,
It can
it can largely be ignored.
it'll
I
poke
think.
stuff throughout the game, but it'll never really do a ton, which is
Yeah.
fine, whatever. The Ghost Arc is the same, kind of sitting in the same boat because
Yep.
it gets a lot of shots
Yep.
with the rapid fire 4 times guns or whatever it is.
So it gets a lot of shots. They are Gauss and they are rapid fire, so you can use things like the disintegration capacitors and relentless onslaught on it.
Yeah.
And it moves 12 inches, so it can get into rapid fire real easy.
Yeah.
So it can pump out a lot
They
of
can
shots.
pack a little
It
bit
can,
of a punch.
It can pack a little
Yeah.
bit of a punch for a
It's
transport.
cute.
That's the most surprising thing about it.
Yeah.
And it has the reconstruction ability for your warriors.
Yep.
Um, oddly enough, it only works on warriors.
Yes.
Yep, it only works on warriors. So you're only really going to want to run a Ghost Arc if you're running warriors,
Yeah.
and probably if you're running lots of warriors.
Right.
Because if they kill all your warriors, your Ghost Arc is pretty much worthless.
Right.
Outside of being it can hurt you.
It can body block too. You turn
It
that
can
thing,
body block, yeah.
Turn that thing sideways, nothing's getting past it.
So it's fast, it's durable, it helps out your warriors. I've been running with one. I don't know if I'd ever want to run with like more than that.
If you did, you would use it for screening purposes.
Yeah, you kind of.
That's the only argument I could make for running multiple of them.
Yep.
You're
I
not
think
charging warriors when you got 2 or 3 of those like locked together, just completely screening off your warriors.
I think that's the only real downside is 145. It's a little expensive. I think it's 145. Might be 135.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there. It only works on warriors.
Yeah.
Only warriors, which is rough. So you can't put flayed ones in there. You
No
can't
immortals.
put Lich Guard or anything. Whereas like the Night Scythe you can.
Yeah.
So if you're running lots of warriors, by all means take a Ghost Arc. You won't regret it.
Yeah.
If you're not running warriors, you can probably skip it.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on. We got Doom Scythe up.
The Doom Scythe. Now the Doom Scythe is expensive.
It's
it is
an expensive
200-point model.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have quantum shielding.
No.
It only has a 3-up armor.
It does have the hard to hit abilities.
It does have
-1
hard
to hit
because
is
it's
kinda
fire. -1 helps.
Yeah.
It's toughness 6, so it's not all that durable. 12 wounds.
No.
So it is a little fragile.
It does pack a punch though.
But the Death Ray is so deadly. 3
yeah.
shots.
Yeah.
AP4, D3 plus 3 damage. That's potentially 18 damage from one weapon.
Yeah. Well, and it's more often than not wounding on 2s or 3s. In almost
'cause
every scenario.
it's strength 12.
Yeah.
So
It's an anti-tank weapon
if you're shooting at a
wrapped into one
Doomstalker,
little
you're wounding it on
super
twos.
mobile unit. Yeah. This
And-
thing picks a point in the board. It goes to that point. It shoots. It kills something.
And it's a 36-inch range gun, so you don't even need to get
interesting.
close.
Yeah.
You can move up to 50 inches,
Yeah.
shoot 36.
Yeah.
This thing is so deadly. Now,
Right.
yes, it is 200 points, and it is a glass cannon. It can be gunned down by, like, stalker bolters if enough hit it.
Yeah, they're not hard to kill.
They're not terribly hard to kill, but that death ray, I feel, really makes it worth considering.
You just need a turn or two with it, really.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
that can just wreck anything it hits.
It's one of those things you got to consider about, like, when you're playing against it. You gotta understand that you can't just put stuff out in the open that you can't afford to lose, because it will get to that point, because it can go anywhere in the board and it will pick your model and it will kill your model,
Oh yeah.
or leave it with practically nothing left, and then the following turn or during their turn, they'll just chew what's left of it up.
If it moves to that angle and gets to where your librarian is the closest model, that librarian is going to disappear.
Yeah, it's a good one, and the Doom Scythe is a good one. Whether or not it's worth the 200 points,
It's questionable. It's questionable.
flyers are in a weird spot in terms of, they're all fairly expensive, and whether or not you're going to be able to use them. I've watched them die and do nothing. I've watched them stay around all game and do a bunch of little things.
Yeah, and I think that's what the Doom Scythe does, is either it dies and does nothing, or it just kills something, and that unit does nothing.
Right. So, okay, so we're going to move back into our
Lords of
War. I think really the only one, well, the Obelisk. Okay, I don't think there's really much argument we can make for an Obelisk.
Obelisk, if you have it, play it for fun. Otherwise, it's not very competitive.
Yeah.
It's still pretty pricey. It did get a 2-up save.
It's a durable vault.
We will say that in 8th edition, it was voted as the worst unit
In the
in the game,
Yeah.
which is saying something.
Yeah.
It got better.
Yeah.
Is it playable now? Not really.
In a fluffy, fun game, sure.
In a fluffy game.
In a competitive game, absolutely not. It's kind of like the Monolith in a way, where the Monolith, you actually might be able to make an argument for the Obelisk. It's too expensive to make an argument for it.
Yeah, it's a bit too expensive.
Okay, so the Tesseract Vault, the optional, the second option to this unit.
Yes.
It's a Satan that's powered up with all the the Obelisk's rules in terms of its durability and all that stuff. So it's very durable. It's really powerful, but it also falls into the trap of, do I want to spend all these points on this model that practically
Toughness
does nothing
7, 30 wounds, 2-up armor, and a 4-up invuln. 500 points.
So it's better than it was before because the invuln makes it better. The fact that it's only toughness 7 is silly, though. I think that's kind of a weird thing.
The Obelisk is toughness 8.
Well, you look at the monolith. The monolith is toughness 8. Why is this thing only
Because
T7?
it's open.
Okay. Still made from the same material. It's all black stone, right? So, I don't know. That's a weird one. I don't know. The Vault you can make an argument for playing. It's a fun unit, and it does a lot of damage, but that's not what 9th Edition's about. It's not about killing stuff. It's about staying on the board, and it's about collecting your objectives. This thing isn't going to be able to hold 2 or 3 objectives in a turn, so it doesn't really matter that you have it on the board. Your opponent can just ignore it and place all their units on objectives. They win.
Yep. They can. That's 500 points to your army.
Right.
It needs to do everything.
Yeah. You basically get 1,500 points to try and stop a 2,000-point army with.
I mean, I don't even think your opponent's not even going to try and kill it. 2-up, 4-up with 30 wounds.
That or they're
just going to ignore it.
Either that or they're going to put something into it that's going to one-shot it. That's the only other thing I mean, I've seen it happen where you can just
charge it with a Lord of Skulls.
I throw Thunderwolf cavalry with hammers into it. It's dead. Bye. Goodbye.
Bye.
And it does nothing the rest of the game, even if it does survive. So, whatever. I mean, okay. Not much to be said about that. It's fun, but it's not super competitive. Monolith. This is an interesting one. This is the one we had for the reevaluation section.
Yes.
It's a unit. It's a unit we're both kind of on the cusp with in terms of like whether or not you can use it.
It's gotten pretty cheap. What is it? 180 if you give it the death rays, which you almost always should. Because that'll give it the firepower it needs to really be a presence on the tabletop.
Yeah.
The other guns aren't bad, but you have enough like strength 4 AP2 in your army.
Yeah.
You don't need the monolith to do it. You need the monolith to kill like knights and big stuff and tanks and stuff. Which again, just like the Doom Scythe, the death rays are heavy 1, strength 9, AP3, D3 plus 3 damage, and it gets 4 of those.
Yeah. I think the monolith's sitting in a weird spot in terms of, and we'll go over the whole Lord of War thing here in a minute, but in terms of what its stat line, its data sheet looks like, it's a good model. It's durable, and I think it's got added wounds to it, right? It's got 4 wounds more than it did before.
It's got 4 more wounds, and it's got 2-up save now.
With a T8 and 2-up save, and it's
even against Meltagons, it still gets a 6-up armor.
It'll probably stick around. Now, what I've been considering doing with this is taking one of these guys and dropping them as close to my opponent's deployment zone as I can, and then watching that thing soak up all the firepower from their army, because the turn it drops and it starts firing, it's going to kill a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And if it makes the charge, it's hilarious how much damage it does in melee.
It's not a slouch in melee either.
No, it's scary in melee.
It's 6 attacks that automatically hit, AP3, 3 damage.
It's one of those things where you can't rely on it to win you games, but it's one of those shock type units where when it pops in, it's like, wow, did this really just did this do what it think it did? Because it will show up and it will do a bunch of stuff and then it'll probably die. But the thing is nothing in the rest of your army is probably going to die for a turn, which is cool.
So it's definitely one of those units. You want stuff to be, if you're paying this amount of points, because it's like 380, it's nearly 400 points.
Yeah.
We're talking about like Catan level point investment.
Yeah.
You want it to be able to survive. You don't want it to get shot off turn 1 because it's a huge target. It can be. It's got 24 wounds. It's toughness 8. And it's got 2-up armor save. Now, it doesn't have quantum shielding or an invulnerable, which is unfortunate. You can target it with the Chronomancer to give it a 5-up invul.
Yep.
Largely, the 2-up save is going to protect you arguably just as well.
Worst case scenario, in most cases, you're going to at least get a 6-up. So
exactly, yep.
It's better than nothing.
It's better than nothing. So it's going to be really hard to deal with this thing. Now, whenever you have a really durable unit like that, let's say it did have quantum shielding. At that point, your opponent could just ignore it if it didn't have enough firepower.
Yeah.
Now, that was one of the problems with the old monolith is it didn't really have a lot of firepower.
Yeah.
It didn't really
Not
charge
enough
or kill.
weapons,
Not
didn't
enough
kill
weapons.
enough.
It
Yep.
didn't kill enough. The new one, however, I think is a real presence that you can't ignore it.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel this is one of those units that you can really consider in your army. It does have enough firepower because we didn't even talk about the particle whip, which is heavy D6, strength 12, AB3, 3 damage, blast.
Yeah. So I think it gets two of the three, right? It gets the 4 flux arcs, the particle whip, or the death ray. You can choose the particle whip or the death ray, I think, right?
No, you get 4 death rays and a particle whip.
Okay, so you swap out the flux arc for the death rays. Okay. Yep. So yeah, the death rays are going to be worth running over the flux arcs for sure.
Yep.
The particle whip is it's a pretty nasty weapon. And when you got something that shows up in your face that hits that hard, you can't, a lot of other units you can ignore. This is one you probably cannot ignore.
Well, and that's the other thing. Like, it's going to charge you too.
Yeah.
Because flat 3 damage, AP3.
What does it hurt for it to charge? It gets into melee, it kills stuff, and then it can still shoot. It can still shoot the next turn.
It's Titanic. It doesn't care about.
It doesn't even care. Yeah, it's an interesting model.
So, the downsides.
Yes.
It doesn't have an invuln or quantum shielding. It can be slightly vulnerable in that way.
It's very expensive.
It's very expensive, and the cherry on top is it's a Lord of War now.
That is the biggest, most disappointing thing about the rules. The fact that you got to pay 3 CP to take this thing is what hurts the most. 3 CP at that 1 CP, sure. 2 CP, 3 CP is game changing.
It is. Game
That's an entire for 3 CP. There's a lot of things that can happen in 3 CP.
Oh yeah.
That a monolith, I mean, just to be able to take this thing, can this make up for that? I don't know. It's a hard one.
I'd say it's close, but it needs something more.
If this was a heavy support choice, it would be good. It would be very, very good, and probably almost the vast majority of Necron lists would probably be running it right now.
I'm actually thinking that's probably why they put in Lord of War is because it would outshine most of the other things.
It would be
in the heavy slot.
It's still very expensive, but yes, it would be good enough at that point to be able to just be like, yep, I'm taking this every game from now on.
Yep.
So yeah, I agree. What blows my mind about it though is that GW came out with this gorgeous new model for it.
Yes.
Like, take me, please. And the rules were made to match the model, and then they were like, let's put this in a spot where nobody's going to touch it. Like, why GW? So, but anyway, that covers the monolith. It's good, but the Lord of War thing is what makes it kind of a cringy. If you have to take it, if you really, really want to run it, sure, go for it. Spend the 3 CP, but
take take it.
That cost is
Take the
expensive.
Stormlord who gives you 2 CP, then it's not gonna hurt so bad.
Well, yeah, but even then, I mean, 2, 3 CP. When you talk about 3 CP in a game, regardless of how much you start, you can start out with 30.
Oh,
but even eating 3 CP is just a lot.
Because it's Titanic, I believe it doesn't get dynastic.
It does not get
traits.
dynastic codes.
It's so bad.
With that said, it's in a separate detachment, so you can still run it with South-Tech or whatever you want.
Yeah, you can still hit it with stratagems and stuff.
So it's not like it's ever going to be a problem in terms of like when you're running it. You don't need the dynastic codes. They're all right, I guess, but whatever. The fact that you're spending 3 CP is really what it comes down to. So, but anyway, so that covers that. Now here's the guy we all want to talk about.
Silent King. I personally feel he is too expensive.
He is probably the most controversial unit in the new Necron army.
Yep.
Because of his rules, because of his model, because of where he's at and what he does for the army. Go for it.
He's a lot of points to invest in your army. He is very deadly. Oh, by all means. He'll go toe to toe with that knight and probably even win. I have a problem with how fast he falls off. The Meniers have 5 wounds apiece. They don't really get to use.
They have the invul, but other than that,
They don't get to use like RP.
No.
Not that you're rolling five
Well,
pluses anyway.
Yeah,
But
they're
they're going to fall off really quick and easy. And then at that point, you're just looking at Silent King. And then when he takes wounds, he loses guns, he loses attacks. At his bottom bracket, he has 2 attacks. 2. That's it. At his bottom bracket. This is a nearly 500 point model.
Why you make me sad?
So, yeah, by all means, like when he's at his top bracket, he gets a whole bunch of shots. He gets 6 attacks. The Meniers are strength 12, AP 4, 6 flat damage. Yeah, he can really hurt you. But I've seen plenty of games where he just dies turn 1. They just shoot him up. And even if he doesn't die, like I said, dropping him down to 4 wounds, he has 2 attacks. And he's got a staff for Assault 3. That's it. That's not going to kill anything.
Yeah. So okay. Some thoughts I have about him. Stat wise, the fall off is a bit annoying. The reason I like him, and I would argue for using him, is because he's very similar to the Sisters of Battle Triumph of St. Catherine, where the entire point of it is to take it and buff the living heck out of your army. And it does it very well. Yes, you're probably going to find a point in the game where you want it to do something at the end of the game and it can't because it's been reduced so far in damage.
Because he loses abilities and stuff like that. Yep.
Yeah. But with that said, it's still going to do the base buffing and all the stuff you would need, where you don't need to take a Lord, you don't need to take Cryptex, you don't need to take anything but this guy for a character, and he's a one-man army by himself.
Oh, yeah.
I think if you're playing the Silent King, what you should be doing is you should be ensuring that however you set up your board, there is enough obscuring things in your army that can give you the -1 to hit and stuff like that, because he's not 18 wounds, he's 16. So he's under that limit you need in order for him to still be able to benefit from cover stuff. And if you can shield him through cover, you can make him last on his higher brackets longer turns than he otherwise would. And when you get him to, say, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, and he's still at his top bracket, that's when he shines the most. Because then he comes out, and those Meniers just light things up. They are flat 6 damage at 36-inch range. Strength 12, AP 4. Goodbye. You pick something, those 2 shots go into it, they kill whatever they target. Their ballistic skill 2. They're unfortunate because of the fact that they are the first things to go, and they are the biggest.
You have to kill them first.
They are the biggest damage. So unfortunately, you're losing the best
gun.
The best thing about the king, other than his buffs, first, which is unfortunate. With that said, though, like I said, if you can find a way to keep him and his Meniers around turn 2, turn 3, when he's going to be very much harder to kill, much harder to take down, you pull him out, you can get him out in the open at that point. There's not a whole lot that's going to be able to take him down. And if they do, they're spending all this time trying to kill your one big dude or your whole army. You got, what is he, 400, 500 points?
450.
So he's, you still got 1,500 points. Well, okay, you probably have a little less than that at this point. It depends on how your reanimation works out. If your opponent targets all your warriors and your warriors are still alive by the end of the turn 2, turn 3, you still have 1,500 points worth of Necrons to shoot with the Silent King buffing them, because now that opponent is going to turn and target the Silent King with everything they've got to try and take him down. Because if that guy gets anywhere near your army is toast. Not just like, ouch, your army is gone. He will wipe everything out by himself with just his platform and the 2 Meniers. They will decimate all your all your tank, all your elite infantry, and then if he gets up there in combat, there's very few things that will compare to him. And I don't think there's anything outright that will probably kill him. There's things that can kill him in one go, but very few things that will likely do it.
It's definitely tough to kill him outright in one go.
I think the reason I like him so much is because he's buried in so many rules. He has so many rules. Just an absurd list of abilities that, like, even if you turn off his auras, even if you do stuff to him, there's always something he can do, and it's vicious. It's not like it's, oh, okay, well, he's useless for a turn, but he'll be fine next turn. No, he's always good every single turn of the game. So that's the argument I can make for him. With that said, 450 points. If he goes down, that's a big chunk of your army gone, and you're probably not winning the game at that point.
You're probably not winning it because you've built him as a force multiplier, so now you're fighting an army that probably has no characters.
That's right.
Because they're all in him.
Yep.
It's putting all your eggs in one basket.
It is.
Some real downsides.
Yeah.
He doesn't benefit from your dynasty trait. He is Zarkin, so you can target him with your dynasty, like for the Chronomancer and stuff like that. That blocks in there, but he doesn't get Uncanny Artificers, so he can't reroll wounds. He can't ignore mortal wounds on 5+,
Right.
which is really bizarre. His army can ignore mortal wounds, but he gets it with a psychic power. I guess I take it.
Yeah.
Kind of weird how that worked out.
It is, with him being a vehicle and a dynastic agent, those keywords are kind of awkward for him. The vehicle one makes sense, but the dynastic agent one, it's weird because he's both dynasty locked and he's a dynastic agent.
Yep.
Which all the other dynastic agents are universal, right? Yep. So yeah, I think that's true.
The other thing about him is not only does it lock you into Zarkin, well, not necessarily locks you into Zarkin, but he has to be your warlord, and he has to have the Charg's Will, I want to say, where you pick two command protocols in a turn instead of one.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's locked to that warlord trait.
Yep.
I think it's
so if you don't really care about your command protocols,
well,
unfortunately you can't get them.
He can alter your protocols, and that's one of the things I think is really interesting.
Yeah.
You can just be like, oh, hey, well, I didn't assign this one, but I'm just going to go ahead and use it because I want to.
Yep. So
this turn
more
I'm getting
control over command protocols.
Yeah.
But essentially, you have no option over your warlord traits.
Yeah.
No. He is your warlord trait.
Another thing that's interesting about him too is he fits the same role as the Primarchs, where if you look at like the command point thing, you can run the Silent King in your Supreme Command attachment. So now your battalion costs 0 points, and then
unlike the Monolith, he's not going to take CP away from you to run him.
Well, not only that, but he also gives you 3 CP too. So his Silent King rule, as long as he's the warlord, you get 3 additional command points for being your warlord. It's the Primarch rule. So just like Gilliman, you get 3 extra command points.
And then because he's Supreme Commander, it doesn't take
Supreme Command costs 0, and then if you're running a battalion and your warlord is in the battalion, or in the Supreme Command, you don't have to pay for the battalion.
Yep.
So the battalion's free, and you get 3 extra CP on top of it. So you get
so it gives you a lot of
15
CP.
to start the game if you're not running extra relics or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
So that's another argument you could use for
and then you take
points
the monolith.
cost. Right, yeah. And then you drop the monolith in. So now you got
all right. There's half my army.
now you got 2 500-point models on the board. Yeah, good luck with that. But no, I think he's a good unit, and there are plenty of arguments to be made about using him. I think he's definitely a good. Is he competitive? Yes and no. Yes and no. I think anytime you're spending that kind of points on a model, you're losing competitiveness. With that said, he is just that strong. And one of the weird things about him is, as a vehicle, you look at all the other Necron vehicles, there are very few that are toughness 7 or better, aside from like the Monolith and some of the other ones.
But yeah, he doesn't have quantum shielding.
But he does not have quantum shielding. But he gives up the quantum shielding for the 4-up invuln.
He does have a 4-up invuln,
which is
nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah. So like there's a couple other things though, like the Doomstalker. He gives up the quantum shielding, gets the 4-up invuln. Is it better? Is it worse? Arguments can be made for both reasons, but in the long run, I think you can get away with running the Silent King in a competitive list and still probably do pretty well with it. The one trade-off you're going to run into is the fact that do you want to throw that many eggs in one basket? And a lot of times the answer is going to be no. I mean, I'm not running the Supremacy suit in every game I play either. Is he worth 1,000 points? Probably. But is he worth throwing in every list for 1,000 points? No, because he won't win me games that way. Takes away from a lot of the stuff that you could be doing otherwise. So that's a lot of warrior units you could be throwing in his place. Two units or four 10-mans? Oh, two would be like 2 10
40
mans.
warriors would be 520.
Yeah, so I mean you could run like 30 warriors for his cost essentially. And that's
Do you
30
want
30
a Silent
warriors
King,
is good.
or do you want 30 warriors?
Normally you're gonna, the warriors are probably better. But whatever. You build your army the way you want. If you're running the Zarkin Dynasty, he's gonna be fun. He's gonna make the game really enjoyable, unless he dies in one go, and that's really the risk you run playing a model that expensive. So.
I think, we got a Silent King in the studio. We just need to get him built up.
I have the Minears built, and I've built half of his
stand,
throne, the barge or whatever. Yeah. So I'm getting there, and then we'll get him painted up, and then we'll get him in.
We'll get him on the table. We'll be able to give him a real evaluation once we get him on the table, I feel, because he's just got so many rules.
Yeah.
It's really hard to judge how well he's going to do.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you really need to play him at least a little bit to give a real definitive answer on whether or not you want to use him. But I think in terms of what it looks like on paper, you can make an argument for both. A lot of players don't like spending that kind of points on models, so I get it. So, all right, last thing we're going to talk about here for the book, the Codex, is the Convergence of Dominion.
Convergence of Dominion. Now, so you have to take 3 of them, and they're 120 points. So 40 points per model, essentially.
Yeah.
Now, for that, you're getting 10 wounds, toughness 8 with a 3-up save. I mean, that's incredibly tough for 40 points.
Yeah, durability-wise, they are really durable. They're good.
Yep. Now, what we were talking about earlier, or at least I was, you can't have something that's incredibly hard to kill and not do damage because your opponent can just ignore it. So these are incredibly tough to kill and will probably just get ignored. Now, can they kill your enemy? That's where they kind of lack. They're only
one weapon, 12-inch range.
12-inch range, assault D3.
Yeah. Strength 4
is gross.
Trash.
AP 3 damage.
Yeah.
It hurts when it hits you.
Yeah. It's the Wraith's trans-dimensional beamer, but it's not mobile at all, and it's random number of shots.
It's It's strength 4, so odds are it's going to be a coin flip if you even wound.
Yeah, and what are you going to kill? 1-3 wound model?
One Terminator.
I could kill a Paladin or a Terminator.
Now, with that being said, they're only 40 points. So when one of these kills a Terminator, okay.
It just paid its 40 points.
It just paid for itself.
Yeah.
I would really want to like these things because you can run Cryptex next to them and teleport them across the table.
Yeah.
Like Deep Strike. So you can cause a real trouble for your opponent just with position.
Yeah.
And they'd be even better if they weren't buildings, because then you'd get not only your dynasty traits, but you'd also get the ability to hold objectives.
Yeah.
Like if I could plop this down on an objective, I would take these things all day long.
Well, it's like drop pods. Drop pods do the same exact thing in terms of what they do.
Yeah.
And these things, the building keyword is really what ruins them.
Yep.
I actually think it's kind of interesting that they're in fortifications, which is fine.
Well,
I mean, it doesn't really affect them any. Yeah, you got to take a separate detachment, but big deal.
Yep.
It's not like it's costing you a ton for them either, so whatever. But I don't know. They're cheap, and I'll give you that.
They are cheap.
They are very cheap, and that's kind of cool.
Very durable.
With that said, the building keyword, lack of codes, lack of any other involvement with the rest of the army, really. And you almost need a Cryptech, right, to be able to utilize them properly?
Yes, you need a Cryptech.
Yeah, to be able to jump them around.
Yep.
So it's a problem. and it's not a problem you really should have with an army that doesn't have any other problems. You know, it's everything else has been flushed out with the rest of the army, minus a couple of little things here and there. But this unit would be so much more fun to bring if it could somehow, you know, synchronize with the rest of the army, and it just doesn't have the ability to do so.
The only real synchronization it has command protocols, but it also gives out command protocols.
Yeah.
So in the absence of characters, it can give command protocols to your characters or your units.
Yeah.
Which can be real nice when you're
little
taking your
40-point
Night
buffers.
Scythe and zooming across and dropping out 20 warriors. All of a sudden you throw the Dominion over there, and now those warriors are getting protocols too.
Right. Yeah.
Largely, it's just a big pass for now. I don't think it really has the potential to really change the game in your favor, at least not for what you're paying for.
I think GW needs to work on fortifications a little better.
Yep.
In terms of fortifications, they're probably some of the better fortifications in the game.
They're very unique. I want to like those things.
Because they're almost there. Really,
They're almost
if
there.
you look at all the other fortifications in the game, the rest of them are not to offend anybody who likes fortifications and tries to use them, but in terms of what you can do with them, they are not good. They are actually really bad. With that said, the Convergence and the new Primaris Hammerfall Bunker, they are almost worth taking. Almost. They're just not quite there yet. So GW needs a little bit more tweaking with fortifications to make them unify with the army a little better, and then they'll be fine. And at that point, because, you know, fortifications were never really designed to be like a take every game sort of unit anyway. If they can make them so they're still usable in an army without taking away from the army, that's really all you need them to do. So, but that covers the Codex. Is there anything else you wanted to mention about the Codex at all? Because we're going to do the Forge World ones quick.
Yeah, let's go over the Forge one quick. Unfortunately, Necrons only have the 8 units.
Yeah, we kind of flipped through them a little bit,
7, 8.
and there wasn't a whole lot in here we were real interested in.
There's not a lot for Forge World that Necrons get, and I think we largely dismissed pretty much all of them. Not necessarily because they're bad, but because you can take something in the Codex that does the same job. Better, usually.
Or cheaper.
Better or cheaper.
Yeah.
I guess we'll go over them real quick. Canoptic Doomstalker, it's 90 points, so it's not too expensive. Toughness 7, 9 wounds, 3 up save. It has no invuln and no quantum shielding, so it suffers the same problem that Dreadnoughts do. It's just it has few wounds. It has very little protection.
I don't think there's anything really worth mentioning in there that it does that you can do with something else in your army. I mean, it's a cool looking model, but it doesn't.
You can deep strike it in. It's got the
Gauss
slicers, which are
it's more points than it should be.
rapid fire 2. I don't see it being very deadly. It's got 6 attacks at strength 7, AP2, 2 damage.
But for something that monstrous, it should not.
But it's weapon scale 4.
Yeah. It should just eat things apart for being a
very,
monster, and
it's not very deadly.
it's a big model too. You know, something that size.
yeah.
Something that
It's a big
size
target.
shouldn't just be poking
It's
stuff.
a monster, so it
Right.
can't benefit from cover and stuff.
Yep.
The only real good thing to say about it is they can deep strike in.
Which is not necessarily great either.
Not necessarily great. Next up is the Arcanthrites.
Yeah, the Acanthrites.
They are 40 points a model. That is way too much for what they are, I think.
Yeah.
I feel like Tomb Blades outperform them. Their only real good thing is they have a Melt-A-Gun. And that's it. There's one. So you got this 40-point model that's toughness 5, 3 wounds, 3 up save, and has a Melt-A-Gun.
Yeah. So what they are is they're wraiths with a Melt-A-Gun that can't melee. And they don't have the invuln save for it either.
They have -1 when you shoot at them.
Yeah.
But otherwise, just charge them. They have 2 attacks and no melee weapon.
They were kind of interesting in 8th edition prior to the Necron Codex coming out. With that said, they were never great. They were just an expensive Forge World model.
Yep.
And they only got worse with the revamp. So I'm sorry to say, anybody who likes them,
It's a cool model.
Set them on the shelf and they look pretty. Sorry.
Canoptic Tomb Sentinel.
That's the same as a Stalker.
It's the same as a Stalker.
Same model. They just do two different things.
They're two different things.
One
again,
shoots, one melees.
Again, it's got a nice cannon, 18-inch range, heavy D6, strength 6, AP4, 3 damage blast.
Yeah.
But again, I think it's like 125 points.
It's too
so
much.
You're,
It's actually quite a bit more expensive than the other
it's
one.
quite a more expensive, and you're just getting a gun.
Yeah.
For something that could really just get
Yeah.
down
Just
with
run a
two
Doom.
las cannons.
Just run a Doomstalker instead.
Yep. Tesseract Arc. It's basically a weird like Doomsday Arc. It's 180 points, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Again, it's got 36-inch range, heavy D6, strength 8, AP3, D6 damage. So again, random shots, random damage. It has other profiles it can choose to shoot with, which are basically just like flamers.
Yeah, you can customize what kind of shots you need it to do for a turn.
Yeah,
which is
so
kind of cool.
It's kind of cool. You have options. But at the end of the day, it's just a 10 wounds Doomsday Arc.
It's like a mix between a Doomsday Arc and a Command Barge.
Yeah, it has 4-up invulnerable save always, so that's cool.
Yeah.
And quantum shielding.
Yeah, it's got the little shield on the front too. It's kind of
One thing I noticed, which really made me hate it, it explodes on a 4
so
for
this,
6 inches and D3
so
wounds.
this is actually a carryover rule from 8th edition, where if it used its weapon system at all, it had an opportunity to blow itself up when using the weapon system. I actually like this rule better because now it's only when it dies that it explodes on a 4-up, whereas as before it used to be able to use its weapon and then blow itself up, which is not good. So it's better than it was before in terms of what it doesn't cost you to use its weapon like it did before, but it's for the points cost you're paying for it. It's not good enough to make up for what you're getting out of it.
I think another good thing
It was a fun unit in 8th edition.
it can move and still fire its heavy gun.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Honestly, you're probably just better off with a Doomstalker.
well, there's worse things in the game to take, but for Necrons, there's no way you're gonna fit it in over something else. So
The Night Shroud. So this is the other flyer.
Yeah.
Is the Necron Bomber. It actually is 190 points, so it's actually slightly cheaper than a Doom Scythe.
yeah, which is weird because
Which is
it's
weird.
way bigger than a Doom
It's
Scythe.
bigger and it's tougher. It's
got
tough as
that,
7.
got that big old shield out here.
Yep, it's tough as 7 with 14 wounds.
Yeah.
So it's definitely tougher.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's almost identical. It's got the twin Tesla destructors, but it swaps out the Death Ray for Death Sphere Bombardment, which is only once per game.
Yeah.
This is what you're paying for.
Yeah.
And
Bomber should never be once a game.
now, and when you move over, a unit, you can use this, and for you roll a d6 for each model in the unit. You roll 3d6 for each vehicle or monster in the unit.
Yep.
And for every 3+, the unit suffers 1 mortal wound.
Yeah.
So if it's a single vehicle that you're doing this against,
3
at
max.
most you can do 3 mortal wounds
At max. Yeah.
once a game.
It's not good.
If you're fighting like Orc Boys, they have 30 of them. Sure, you're probably going to kill like 20 Orc Boys.
Yeah.
But this is nearly 200 points to kill Orc Boys. I think I'd rather use my warriors to kill Orc Boys.
I mean, it can be fun. It's kind of in certain situations you can make the bombs be kind of fun, but yeah, it's niche, and there's a good chance you might not ever get to use the bomb anyway. So
yeah,
it's kind of a pass for me.
it's
a gorgeous looking model for Ford War, but it's not. Yeah,
it's
not
just that
good.
once per battle. If you just got rid of that, I think I could totally see this being used.
Yeah.
But no, you use that once per battle, and then at that point, it's
One and done.
It's like a terrible night scythe.
Yeah.
Gauss Pylon.
Yes. My favorite.
So this is the big one.
This is probably the best one in the book.
So this is your stationary big Death Star laser.
It's the big Death Star.
So
Shaped like a disc.
So 10-foot range, heavy 2d3, strength 16, AP 4. Damage is d3 plus 6, so anywhere between 7 and 9 damage.
Yeah.
It's blast.
Yeah.
And when you attack an aircraft, it gets +2 to the attack roll, so it just goes right around. It's hard to hit.
Yeah. It actually benefits from it's hard to hit. +2 to its hit roll.
Yep.
Oof. That's silly.
So it, oddly enough, it can teleport in.
Yeah. So what you want to do is you want to drop this thing either in your backfield, or you want to drop this thing right in front of your opponent and just watch your opponent be like, "What is going on?
What?
I don't understand."
I don't know. What is this thing? So it's toughness 8, got 30 wounds, 3-up save. It does have a 5-up invuln save, if I'm pretty sure, because it has a phase shift generator. So Necron units within 6 inches.
Everything gets a 5-up.
Gets 5-up.
Yeah.
Everything gets a 5-up.
It does get a 5-up.
It explodes on a 5-up, which is not that bad. 6 inches for D6.
It's not good, but the odds of that rolling is only
It's not great.
1/3.
I mean, they have to do 30 wounds to it first.
Yeah.
It's got living metal, so it's
T8
slowly.
too, so.
Yeah, toughness 8.
T8 with a 5-up
I believe
invuln,
it's
30 wounds.
475 points, somewhere around there.
Yeah, she's pretty expensive.
She's pretty expensive, but
It's
she
kind
also,
of fun.
you know,
The Aura 5-up invuln.
oh, that's what
can
it
be
is.
really
The Tesla
fun.
arc. Each time attack.
When
It's got this weird, like, 3-inch.
when a unit's
gun.
within 3 inches of it, just blows units up.
Each-
Assault 3d6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's got this weird, like, little arc that electrocutes people when they get close to it. Otherwise, it's just got, just the Gauss Annihilator.
Yeah. It's a fun unit, and I think you can make an argument for using it. But it's not like I think you'd almost even run the Monolith or the King over this.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you really want to use it, I guess you could throw it in your list and just for a fun game.
If you want to throw it on the table and have this Death Star laser and have maniacal laughter going on, by all means, go for it.
Well, it's a hilarious thing.
It is, because by all means, it could kill like a knight.
Drop it down and boom.
Yep.
Yeah, that's cool.
But otherwise, it's just a big stationary gun.
That's it.
The Straptic Heavy Construct.
Yeah.
Oh my God, 650 points.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, the price right here automatically makes this thing like, no.
Oh my God. It's actually less tough than the Gauss Pylon, oddly enough.
Yeah.
It's toughness 8, 28 wounds, 3-up save, 5-up invulnerable save. He couldn't even get a 4-up. I mean, I'm paying so many points.
650 points for garbage.
For 500.
A giant walking garbage can.
It's
No,
not really good.
It's a gorgeous model.
Yes.
It is super cool to own one, but just like a Thunderhawk, you're not playing this thing on the battlefield because it's not ever going to do you anything to play it. Like, you're never going to benefit using this over anything else.
It's
For what it costs, you can take so many more models that will actually do stuff throughout a game, where this thing can hold a single objective and shoot everything off the table over the entire duration of the game. But that's it. Now, it's also decent in combat too, right?
Yeah, it's got 6 attacks at strength 16, AP 3, which actually seems a little low, flat 5 damage.
Yeah. It hurts. You know
Flat
what?
5 damage is cool, but I mean, like a knight's chainsword is flat 6. Yeah. Why am I weaker?
Well, a knight costs what, 400 points?
Like half
300
as much
points
as
for
this
melee?
guy.
Yeah.
You'd be like 2 to 1.
Yeah.
Its guns are a little underwhelming too. I mean, the Synoptic Obliterator is flat 6 damage at strength 6.
Isn't the range like really good though?
72.
Yeah.
It reaches out far.
Yeah.
Um,
If it wants to shoot you and kill you, it can. But for what you're paying, 650 points to kill a unit
because
a turn.
you're basically playing this in like apocalypse games.
Yeah.
And at that point, your opponent's going to be bringing scarier stuff that's probably just going to kill this.
Yeah. You would.
It's only got a 5 of invuln.
Yeah, I can't see a reason why you would ever want to run this thing other than just to get a pretty model on the table.
Yep, it's a pretty model. If you have one, and paint it up, make it look great, by all means try and get it on the table.
Yeah.
If it dies turn 1, I'm sorry.
GW's new rules for the Imperium, whatever this is, the new book, Compendium. So the Compendium didn't do most Forge World models any favors. Necrons, most Xenos especially. So you can see why you can see why GW made the changes, but at the same time, you look at some of the other armies like Imperials and Chaos, and the fact that some of their Forge World stuff actually got better is kind of mind-blowing, mind-boggling.
So, one of the ones we can almost recommend is the Sentry Pylons.
Yeah, 100 points a pop.
100 points, plus 25 if you take the heat cannon, which
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're going to do.
Yeah.
It's just a better gun.
Yeah.
Yep. So,
They're all
so it's a bit. It's not like the big Death Star gun, but they're a stationary, 125 point, toughness 8, or no, toughness 7, 8 wounds.
Yeah.
3 up save. Do they have an invuln?
I don't think they do.
I
No.
don't think they have an invuln.
But they can sit.
But they're cheap as a annihilation barge,
Yeah.
and they've got a 36-inch range, heavy D6, strength 8, AP4, D6 gun.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're kind of sitting in the same boat as like a Doomsday Arc or a Doomstalker.
Their downfall is
But
they're
cheaper.
Their downfall is that they're stationary. They don't get the invuln.
Yep.
But you can throw 3 of these things on the table, and they can kill stuff pretty quick.
Yep.
So they're kind of fun, but they're also in a spot where there's probably better things to run than them. So, I mean, in a game where you want to run some Forge World, sure, take them. But anyway, so that wraps up the Forge World stuff.
Combos.
Yeah, we'll go over a couple of combinations we like to use here. We kind of already did a little bit of that, but
Yeah,
Mars
as we're
can
going through it.
elaborate. Mars can elaborate a little better on some of them.
So yeah, some real combos is when you can really start to use the units together and start getting their abilities to overlap. Like for example, using the Triac Stalker to give your whole army reroll 1s, and then all of a sudden, like your Mineers don't feel so bad when they roll 1s. Because that's real bad when you have one high power shot and you roll 1.
Yeah,
You can reroll it.
that's the problem.
It's also really effective on warriors because you're just throwing so much dice that you're bound to get value out of those reroll 1s.
Right.
Another one is like if you're running a Technomancer and a Ghost Arc, even though the Rites of Reanimation can't be used on the same warrior unit more than once, you can use both those abilities. So you can actually use Rites of Reanimation, get back 3 warriors, and then use the stratagem for the Ghost Arc to bring back D6 warriors instead of D3, and potentially just bring 9 warriors back from being down.
Yeah.
They can get pretty demoralizing.
It's probably
for your
one of the
opponent.
better combos, I think, too,
Yep.
for Necrons. Anything that you can do to bring models back is huge. And when you're bringing back a lot of them in one go, it is horrifyingly demoralizing as an opponent to play against. Because all that effort you just spent literally is redacted. And then on top of it, they're also gaining all that shooting back, too.
I think there was one game where I had like 2 warriors left in a unit. I used a Res Orb to get back to like 14-ish. And then between the Technomancer and the Ghost Arc, I was back to 20.
Yep.
It was just bonkers.
It's very much bonkers. And is incredibly frustrating to play against. But that's how Necrons are supposed to play.
Yep.
That's what they do best. You can't argue with it. It's annoying to see that happen, but that's what the army's designed to do. So, more power to you.
Yep.
You watch Death Guard do the same thing. Death Guard are frustrating to play against, but that's the way they're designed. Some armies are designed that way. Other ones are designed to be more killy.
Yep.
So, and funny enough, Necrons actually do the killy stuff just fine.
Yeah, they do. That's what we're going to say is like they're arguably one of the more powerful codexes right now in 9th.
Yeah. I think they're probably the most well-balanced overall.
Yep.
Yeah. Even over Marines, and that's saying something to a lot of the Marine players out there that are watching this. Marines are great. I've played Marines quite a bit since the Codex has been released. I've played several different chapters of them, and as much as I like how balanced Marines are and just how much they can do universally, I don't think any army has units where everything does something good, and no matter what you run, you can make a really good army out of other than Necrons. Necrons, I think, fit that bill better than anybody else.
As we were going through this codex, we were giving praise to a lot of units. There's a lot in this codex that you can run pretty much anything. You can mix and match almost anything. It's not a codex where it's like you're taking these 3 units every game.
Right.
It's not that. You can take almost anything in this book
Yeah.
and be good with it. There's a couple in there that we said like, don't avoid them if you can.
Yeah.
But as a whole,
Well, what's
you can
interesting
almost take
is
anything.
that GW, they didn't give core out to Necrons like they did with Marines. They didn't just hand out core like candy.
Yeah.
But the core units they did put it on are the units you are going to take as a baseline every game. They are the core of the army, and that's what they should be. Warriors, Immortals,
Lich Guard,
Guard.
Death Marks,
Right.
and Tomb Blades.
And as long as you're running, your Warriors, as long as you're running your Immortals, you literally can take anything else in your army, and it will perform. The army itself will perform just fine. Even if the units that are bad that you take don't do anything, you can accept losing them or accept not having them do nothing all game. And the rest of your army, the core of your army, is still filled out enough to where it can carry that load just fine.
Oh yeah.
Marines can't really say that because they got to take. I mean, every one of their units are good, but if you take out the wrong thing in their army, take out their characters, take out some of their other stuff. Like the apothecary going down is huge. The chapter master going down is huge. They lose so much every time something like that gets pulled off from them. They rely on their auras, their buffs, all their stuff that goes with them, where Necrons don't necessarily have to rely on any of that. They just need reanimate, and they need their warriors or their immortals, and they're fine otherwise. So everything else just kind of fills a role wherever it wants.
Yep.
So, yeah. Any other combos you want to go over?
Not off the top of my head. I mean, there's 101 you can think of.
There's a lot of little ones, but the ones that stand out is definitely the reanimate.
Like, there's lots of combos you can do with Cryptex, because you got the Cryptek Arcana, you can make them a Warlord, give them a Warlord trait, you can give them a Relic. All these combos can really add up to do something that the unit normally wouldn't otherwise be able to do. Like, there's a Cryptek Arcanum, which will give the dimensional translocation to one of your Cryptex. All of a sudden, that Psychomancer, which has a poor 12-inch range, can just deep strike in and do his
Within
thing.
9 inches.
And do his thing.
And theoretically can charge, too. Yeah. That's pretty
Not
huge.
that you want to charge with that guy, but... the Psychomancer?
I'm thinking the Plasmancer, sorry, not the Psychomancer. Psychomancer, yeah, you can get him to where you need him to do what he needs to do best. Yeah, I agree with that. Another thing, too, I think, when you look at Necrons overall as an army, you go through and you look at all their units, and in the past, in previous editions, Necrons have always been a shooting army for the most part.
They've been very static, especially, when they first came out, they only had 5 different units.
Yeah.
And even in, I think 4th and 5th edition, you were basically like, oh, I'm fighting Necrons, you have a Lord and 40 warriors.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how do you know I'm playing? Because you're playing Necrons. That's your options. You don't have options.
Yeah. There wasn't a lot you could take. And the army's been fleshed out where you get a lot of new units that can do different things. They play on different rules. You still have your baseline core, which is what most Necron players play. But with that said, the army, like I said in the past, never used to be able to do melee. And if they did it all right, but they don't.
Pariahs.
But the thing is the army all shot, and then it could get into melee and still do some melee. So it was kind of universal in that factor. But now there's specific types of units that really do well in melee, other units that do really well in shooting.
Yep.
Then you're Satan, who do a lot of mortal wounds. And they can kind of just go around and fill holes where you need to. Necrons have been fleshed out so well now that there's nothing in the army that you can ever say, I cannot run this, because I have other units that can fill that role or fill the hole that they would otherwise leave behind. So I think Necrons are sitting in a very, very good spot. GW, especially for being its first 9th edition codex, apart from the Space Marines.
With 2 or 3 exceptions, the Arcana seems a little weak, and the Reanimator.
There's stuff they can
outside
do
of tiny little nitpicky stuff like that. They knocked it out of the park with this one.
Yeah, there's little things that they can tinker with to make it better, but I think with, like I said, as long as you're taking the core stuff, even the bad stuff, it doesn't feel as bad, because if it doesn't do anything, big deal, whatever. So your Necron Codex, overall, unless you're running some weird, I don't know, it's weird, but like if you're running like some particular list, like in my case, I'm going to be trying out 3 Satan. I don't have points for hardly anything else. So it probably won't do well, but I'm going to try it because it's fun and I want to try it. And that way you guys can see what it looks like when you're playing those kind of... But as long as you're running a base army and then just filling the void of all the elites, the special characters, and extra stuff that you get to throw in there, your army's going to perform just fine every time.
Yeah.
And it's consistent, too. That's what I think is great about it, because in the past, Necrons are really swingy. Certain armies...
Even at 8th?
Yeah.
I played plenty of games 8th. I'm just sitting there like...
Yeah. Well, and you could start a game when you're doing really well, and then at the end of the game, you're doing terribly, or vice versa. But then you also look at, too, where, like, certain armies, Necrons were really good against. Other armies, they did nothing against. So, yeah, I think now you can do what you want to do with your army and still have an army that can win the game pretty consistently. They're, win rate aside, they're an army that can always be competitive throughout the game, all game long, which is pretty cool.
I think their real strength comes from their reliability. They're just very reliable.
Yeah.
I don't feel like anything is too powerful or broken or OP.
No.
Not even necessarily meta. It's just everything is just so reliable that it gets you what you need to outlast your opponent.
Yep.
And I feel like that's really kind of wins through games. Is just being able to outlast your opponent.
Yeah. Well, I suppose that probably wraps it up with Necrons. So this has been a pretty good chat here, pretty long chat. it bordered quite a bit longer than we had originally intended it to be, but we wanted to cover everything so that way you guys could have the ability to go back and look through and.
There's a lot of content.
There's a lot of content.
A lot of content in those books.
But yeah, Necrons are in a good spot. We definitely appreciate you guys showing up. I'm going to put on a little new slide that we got here for subscribing. So we do thank you guys so much for your support. We're going to be coming back pretty soon here next week with a Tau versus Necrons game.
Yep.
We were planning to do that this week, but it's been delayed a week just due to some scheduling conflicts.
Yep.
However, we're also going to be getting in a kind of a sit and chat faction focus for Tau as well. So we'll be doing that very soon, and we'll hopefully you guys will get a chance to see that for all the Tau players that are interested in. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Obviously, this is something we love doing. Obviously, something we love talking about. And if you guys got any comments or questions, feel free to leave them in the chat below, and we'll definitely reply to them and make sure that we keep up with you guys and that stuff. So. Thanks, Mars, for coming over and having a chat with me. And definitely, we appreciate you guys for everything that you do. We appreciate your support and definitely appreciate being able to have the opportunity to do this kind of stuff. So we'll continue to keep throwing out as much content as we can for you guys, and hopefully you guys enjoy it. So we will see you guys in another video here at Castle Guard Studios pretty soon.
Have a good day.
All right, take care.